Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this latest narration of the web series, The Nature of Predators. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 97. Memory Transcription. Subject: Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 5th, 2136. Sitting behind the helm of a ship felt cathartic after my long absence from the captain's chair. Tyler volunteered as a co-pilot, while Onzo lounged in the back seat. The yodel seemed too casual for our current suicide mission. Even with the UN's distraction, there was a chance the Orcs would come after us on our descent. Dominion forces were concentrated around Silas's supercontinent, since circumplanetary targeting was not an option. While the unique geography narrowed the staging points available, it also condensed settlements into a single region. That meant less bombs were needed to cover the planet. Our plan was to slip the shuttle in on the ocean side as the Terrans hounded the Greys head-on. I wondered how our original defensive line, which had vanished into the atmosphere, would factor in. Perhaps they can cover our arse during atmospheric re-entry. That's if they're not involved in the rescues themselves. Those vessels would be the easiest ones to sneak down to the surface, given that they didn't have an Auxor buffer in the way. Getting back up into orbit would be challenging, though. Then the Greys watched for evacuation ships. Small patrollers weren't built to tote more than a handful of passengers, regardless. Outside help was required to rescue entire platoons. Tyler blinked his icy eyes. "Take us in, Soblin. Godspeed." "You think Predators would build guns into evacuation shuttles?" I grumbled. "Might be helpful for your trigger-happy pal to shoot anything that moves." "In most events that we're using these, it's a dire emergency and we're abandoning ship. These aren't average transports." Onzo narrowed his eyes. "But why can't we abandon ship with guns?" "I don't build these things. Are we going to sit here and argue about this all day?" This was no time for playful banter. Action was picking up on the viewport. The Terran fleet moseyed in with the purposeful movements and ensured that the Orcs were spotted their advance. Dominion vessels rushed out to meet the numerically inferior armada, leaving the ocean side open. I increased our acceleration and broke out of our lower emissions glide. Until now, our shuttle had been taking a quiet course to flank the enemy. It was impossible to tell which ship was commandeered by Captain Monahan. Carlos and Samantha were in over their heads alone on sensors, but I trusted our replacements to pick up the slack. The worst Terran crew member was probably more fit for service than the average herbivore. Humans were nothing if not competent in combat. We just needed a distraction to work as planned, to reaffirm the very idea to the Greys. The Terran Armada dispensed a few explosives to attract attention. The Greys took the bait, once their unsophisticated brains zeroed in on the UN's aggression. Backing down from a dual-signaled weakness, the humans and the Auxor were both obsessed with not appearing infirm. Pride was a shared trait between the two predator species, and seemingly our primitive yodel. I was unconvinced Onzo wouldn't run off and get us killed the second we landed. My eyes darted to our data feed. "It seems that our side is getting their snouts bashed in. I hope this is worth it." In close-range combat, the UN was unequipped for the confrontation without resorting to tricks. The humans' front lines were getting picked off several at a time, evidenced by the explosions in the viewport. I wasn't sure how much time they could buy us, so I kicked our speed up another notch. No Auxor had come to intercept our shuttle, and we had reached Silas's high orbit already. My heart was hammering in my throat at all the same. Perhaps my fear was for the crew we'd abandoned. Our minimal numbers couldn't resist the Auxor charge. There were less than 1,000 vessels in the Shadow Fleet. The Dominion had 6 times that ship count at hand, and were using most assets at their disposal. Following their humiliation across the sector, this was personal. Rare instances of teamwork spouted, with the Greys ganging up on wounded Terran craft. "We need more numbers. Surely the UN defensive line is coming any second, right?" Blips blinked onto my radar as friendly contacts emerged from Silas's orbital queue. The Auxor had learned that humans practiced ambush tactics, and their rear flank was ready for a sneak attack. The enemy vessel swiveled around on a dime, unleashing munitions with prejudice. The resurfacing Terrans lobbed explosives back, desperate to stem the tide. The Greys' onslaught was unrelenting, with minimal attention given to any inbound missiles. "Pick up the pace," Tyler barked. "I imagine we're putting all ships back at any moment." I sighed in exasperation. I'm going as fast as I can. Do you want the ship to break apart on descent? Onzo bared his teeth. It is better to get gunned down up here. As the humans say, no guts, no glory.
There is no glory in being scattered across Silas's orbit. What is wrong with you? Yeah, I think we need to wean you off Earth sayings, buddy. You interpret them all with the utmost aggression.
The blonde predator muttered.
No, try again. A predator. Its eyes are forward-facing, and it flashed its teeth.
The Yodel utilized a high-pitched voice and faked an occasional stutter.
It's an evil abomination. It needs to die. That better, Tyler?
You're too much.
The primitive was distracting me from my approach, so I shut his antics out of my mind. The shuttle obeyed my commands, its slender frame humming softly. I offered a final bit of juice to the engines, and they answered with a hearty push. This would be a tricky entry, but there was no option to follow safety guidelines. If the Oxel circled over to us, we would be easy pickings. Marcel and Slinek's survival relied on us getting through to the planet. I'd rather take a riskier path and know that I'd done everything in my power to save them. Everyone on board the shuttle was willing to gamble with our fates, for our comrades' good. The thought of the duo on the Oxel farm made my blood simmer. It was an unacceptable outcome. Both of them had suffered enough at my paws. The shuttle blazed towards Silas' azure surface, and I leaned forward with concentration. The Shadow Fleet was putting back while the UN defensive outfit covered for them behind enemy lines. Those re-emerged friendlies followed suit shortly after, dipping back into the Tillfish world's atmosphere. A few Greys gave chase, not wanting to let the Terrans slip under the radar again.
2 Oxel cruisers changing course and targeting us for interception,
Tyler growled. I gritted my teeth. They won't catch us. They won't try to follow this descent. My claws smacked the throttle lever and pushed us well past recommended output. We hurtled towards Silas at breakneck pace. While the Oxel clocked in at sensible speeds, their victor lessened the distance between us. But it wasn't closing the gap fast enough. The planet ahead was enlarging much quicker, and our trajectory scraped the edge of the atmosphere. Humans built for durability, so I had to trust that emergency shuttles could take a beating. Actively accelerating into a descent was madness, and even Tyler looked nauseous. The shuttle's frame quivered from the stress, sending jolts through my body. Controls offered erratic responses, and I warred with the steering column. Alarms blared from the main system, warning us of excessive heat. The temperature climbed onto the interior accordingly, as hull shielding failed to contain environmental effects. Incineration was an agonizing way to die. An undercurrent of fear ebbed through my veins. I cobbled myself together enough to check our sensors. The Oxel contacts were putting back, and our track on them was spotty. That meant that they were losing us as well. I hurled all the power into reverse thrusters and corrected our descent angle. The harness dug into my shoulders as it restrained me during the sudden shift. Tyler's face had gone ashen, and he squeezed his eyes shut. The massive predator was not enjoying the turbulent ride. The shuttle's velocity slowed, though not before the hull had taken a beating.
"I've got it under control," I gasped. "I'm going to bring us in low and fly in the stated coordinates."
Tyler groaned.
"You unstable, neurotic coachard! You were about 2 seconds away from getting us cooked."
"No guts, no glory. Sovlin's an honorary yodel after that stunt,"
Onzo yipped. "Don't insult me like that," I thought to myself. "I grew up with electricity." I leveled out the shuttle flight course once we neared the choppy water. The waves were a blur at this speed, zooming by as I gunned it towards our location. It was dizzying to look at our surroundings, but the human was gawking all the same. It was rare to fly with such quickness in atmosphere due to civilian traffic hazards.
"You don't realize how fast supersonic flight is in space."
Tyler pressed his hand to his chin and turned his eyes towards me.
"Here, can you tell what our velocity is? You see the world zooming by."
I drummed my claws on the console.
"There is no time to waste. I'm just keeping enough altitude to clear any buildings. Marcel's coordinates are inland a bit."
"You did great, Sovlin, but hey, I'm still not sure it's a good idea for you to make an appearance."
"Marcel visited me in jail. I hope my presence will not be undue burden on him. I will comply with whatever his wishes are."
Our shuttle cleared wide patches of ocean, and another yawn crossed Tyler's face. The sensor officer hadn't slept since the battle commenced. I suspected the big predator craved a distraction. He could chat anyone's ear off if he got started on a topic he liked. Perhaps he'd be interested in drawing out his family. The shoreline would be visible within minutes, so he just needed to stay awake a little longer.
I cleared my throat. "What's something you did as a child that you cherish, Tyler?"
"Right on. Me and my pops used to go out to the lake, rent a boat, the human reminisced. We'd sit out there for hours and shoot the wind, enjoy nature. Our relationship became, strange, but I missed fishing with him. We caught some real beauts.
Your favorite childhood pastime is water hunting. Your father took his kid to do this.
Hey, chill out. It's not like we ate Eddie. We just caught them on a hook, took a picture, and threw them back.
Then what was the point of catching them? Just when I stopped thinking of you as predators, you say shit like that. You torment fish for father-son bonding time.
Onzo suppressed a growl.
I rarely cry predator, but that is twisted and unnatural. It would be fine if you were seeking food, but you're just doing it for kicks.
It's just the way to relax, man. And maybe some humans do like hunting. So what? It's not like we're killing them. Disgust swirled in my chest, hearing the predator discuss hunting as relaxing entertainment. I could picture the blonde beast on a boat, giggling as he toyed with a suffocating fish. To think that a father passed those behaviors to his son. How could an empathic species consider that a socially acceptable pastime? How did Tyler not see the fecked up that hobby was? I brooded for the rest of the journey, scowling out the windshield. Buildings blurred beneath us, along charred ruins and mushroom clouds. There was no telling if Marcel's corner of solace was intact. That human, who I knew was vegetarian, would surely recognize the ethical flaws in his packmate's sadism. I hadn't thought Officer Cordona was a vicious animal before now. Tyler tapped my shoulder as we landed. Shit, I'm sorry. I know that's a sensitive subject for you guys. I was just thinking about the one time my dad was proud of me. And there was that.
Well, that's fact. Your father instilled heinousness in you, but parents have a responsibility to teach their kids good values.
I managed. Right. We cool?
Yeah. Let's go kill some oxal.
I couldn't look at the primitive the same, thinking of him learning predation. Humans claimed that they didn't hunt in the modern day. Noah said their meat was grown in labs. Clearly, that wasn't the whole truth. If Tyler had no qualms of his family outings, how could any feeling person go along with that? Tyler admits Terrans are violent and bloodthirsty. Sometimes those base instincts must be given higher consideration than their empathy. Humans police themselves with moral laws. Progress was still needed on these specifics. When hunting was ingrained in their ancestry, it made sense that remnants persisted into a civilized era. The predators just needed the introduction to proper values. I was certain well-meaning brutes like Tyler could learn that animals weren't playthings. I parked the shuttle on a sidewalk in close proximity to Marcel's coordinates. With Oxal traipsing about, this was no time to relapse into human phobia. Onzo snapped his gun up and clambered out into the open. I checked my surroundings before raising my own weapon. There was nothing around us, besides the faint glow of dawn's light. "Marcel, do you read me?" Tyler croaked into his radio. "It's me, Tyler, your better half. We've landed, but I don't have a visual on you." The pavement was rough beneath my hind legs, and the air felt acrid to my throat. I steered a wide path around tillfish bodies in the street, as did the humans. Terrans were averse to death on the Goju cattle ship, but this was a different response. Tyler had a case of the shakes, rather than wanting to puke. His binocular eyes twitched in an odd way. I wondered darkly when his last meal occurred. Muzzle flashes appeared in our periphery, and I dropped to the ground on instinct. The humans herded Onzo into a storefront. I scurried over to them, on shaking legs. Bullets peppered our refuge, as arcs or enemies rallied to our location. The raiders had established a heavy presence in the city. What if they were looking for the Terrans to round up? The blonde human tossed an explosive into the street. Our high-pitched growls echoed through the air. Peeking through the broken glass, I saw mutilated greys soaked in blood. Whatever Tyler deployed sent shrapnel in a wide radius and caught the aggressive beasts off guard. The surviving enemies circled back to regroup, giving us a breather. "Marcel, tell us you're still alive, bro. We're right on top of you, and there's no signs of friendly activity. Have you relocated?" Tyler panted. The Yodel blinked his dilated eyes. "Let's get back to the ship. I think they're—" "Shit, Tyler. It's good to hear your voice." Gunfire sounded in the background, and audible scratches surfaced in Marcel's fumbling his radio. "We're in the sewers. Need backup ASAP." The information gave me an adrenaline boost I needed. I unloaded a magazine at the approaching Oxal posse, in the hopes of pushing them back. Marcel's packmate jerked his pupils downward and rushed over to a manhole cover. The predator searched for levers, finding one with his hands. Tyler tugged on the mechanism, and robotic system popped the hatch. Onzo growled as he took down a grey with a well-placed shot. The Yodel protested when Tyler pulled at his shoulder. The primitive was the first to descend into the manhole. The human insisted on being the last one to enter and hurried me to the ladder next. I hopped down the rungs, jumped into the mucky tunnel. Tyler dropped onto the ground, landing awkwardly on his ankle. He'd sealed the cover behind him, and I hoped that it would delay our attackers. Thankfully, our shuttle could be locked to human biometrics. That should prevent the Oxel from running off with our ride. We didn't need the same problem I had with the Harkin's blissful modernity. "My leg is fucked. Double time it, people," the tall Terran barked. "Bonzo, if you've ever wanted to charge in, now's a good time." Now that we were in the tunnels, I could detect the same gunfire I'd heard on the radio. My ears assured me that the fight was still ongoing, but Slanek had already been wounded before the clash. With Marcel stuck guarding his Vendel buddy, there was no telling if he could best the Arxor. His band was lucky to survive on Silis this long. I channeled my inner Onzo, dashing off like a madman. This was my opportunity to save the human that I'd brutalized, then give some meaning to his decision to spare my life. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Memory transcription subject Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 5th, 2136. Marcel made the decision to move deeper into the tunnels. The further we got from my blood trail, the less chance we had of attracting Arxor attention. The human did everything in his power to disinfect my wound and mask the scent. It was stressful to realize that atrocities occurring above ground as we camped amidst relative serenity. All it would take was one Arxor patrol to flush us out, scouring the sewers for hiding souls. Regardless, once the city was scraped dry, antimatter bombs would descend on it. Time was running out with finite certainty. We would be dead one way or another. General Burla seemed to be losing the motivation to carry on. If it wasn't for her cheery son, I think the Tillfish officer would have given up. Marcel fished into his pack, offering Burla a handful of berries. "You haven't eaten in days. Let me guess. You don't want predator food."
I want Vernt to eat, the Tillfish general offered half-heartedly. "Please give my portion to him."
"Not happening. Vernt needs you at your best, huh?"
"Damn it, human. We don't have enough."
I forced a confident ear flick.
Marcel packed plenty of food for his fat ass. I'm sure that we have enough to go around.
"My fat ass," the human growled. "I'm not the one who ate the entire can of Pringles during our board game session."
"I like salt. That was one time."
"The fact that it happens once is enough." I huffed in irritation. How could Marcel bring that up at a time like this? The Terran soldier extended his hand to Burra again, and she gazed into his hazel eyes. The insectoid relented to her hunger, snatching them away with a greedy leg. She wolfed them down in a single gulp, cramming them into her mandibles. Vernt clawed up Marcel's arm.
"Humor, what's Pringles?"
"It's a salty crisp made from potatoes. You'd like it, kiddo," the vegetarian replied.
"Can I have one?"
"I don't have any now, but, I got gummy worms." Burra and I both gaped at the predator, who blinked in confusion. Why would Marcel be feeding invertebrate animals to Vernt? I was confused why a herbivore human was carrying around meat at all. Perhaps my friend hit his head harder than I thought. Beyond the obvious moral issues, the cure would cause an allergic reaction within the Tillfish child. He couldn't eat flesh, even if his mother was okay with it. The insectoid general looked at the verge of tears.
"Please, don't feed him predator food, Soldier Marcel. I'm begging you."
"What? I got the vegan brand." The Terran pulled out a segmented cylinder, which was the color of cerulean blood. He started to pass it to Vernt before realization flashed in his pupils. Shit! Did you guys think that it was an actual worm? It's just fruit juice and sugar."
"That's shaped to look like an animal,"
I grumbled. "Well, yeah." Marcel hesitated, before offering the gummy worm to the Tillfish child. Vernt accepted the spongy candy and giggled atop the human's forearm. I knew my best friend tried to be mindful of predatory qualities, but even he had a difficult time realizing which facets might offend us. I accepted humans for their flesh eaters they were. It was just as jarring when my buddy reflected that cultural schism.
"It's clear that my human was obsessed with bringing candy for the kids. I'm sure he was stressed enough making sure that it was all edible."
My buddy rose to his feet and beckoned for us to continue our trek. I hopped onto his back, unable to walk of my own volition. Dinah was dutiful, sniffing the ground ahead of us. Burla guarded the rear flank, ensuring that nothing snuck up from behind. The Tillfish general and the human had grown more comfortable around each other. Unfortunately, the insectoid's case wariness might have played a role. I kept my eyes peeled and tried to stay alert. The tunnel split off in various directions. Marcel was charting an arbitrary course. The predator plodded along with determination, as much to avoid Burla's defeatism as anything. It floored me at how he continued to radio the UN despite an absence of response. No answer was an answer of itself. We reached another fork in the sewers, prompting a decision. My ears picked up on the growling from our left. Judging by Marcel stowing Vernt in his duffel, he heard it too. The human peeked around the wall rather than running away as wisdom encouraged. I suppose he wanted to see if an Arxor had spotted us, and determined the possibility of us getting tracked. "God, Slanek, those poor people," my friend murmured. I followed his piercing stare and spotted a grey silhouette in the distance. It was crouched over a tillfish corpse, chowing away. The Arxor rushed around with cages trapping insectoids inside. The faint cries were almost inaudible over bullet pops, but they were unmistakable registers of children. Pity etched itself onto Marcel's scarred face. "I can't go on. Billions of my people dead." Burla collapsed against a wall, buzzing hysterically. She stuffed a leg into her mouth with a muffled noise. "My home. Everyone has abandoned us, and my son and I are trapped here. Children that humans have left to die, taken as cattle." Marcel hesitated before removing me from his back. He crouched next to the chillfish general and wrapped an arm around her thorax. The human was gentle, pulling her head against his chest. Burla's eyes widened in alarm, but she allowed herself to absorb his warmth. I could see the proximity to the Terran set her instincts ablaze. The redhead primate stood abruptly. "Beckett, let's go save the kids."
"Oh, what? But you—"
Burla began. "We're going. So the next day here. I'll give you my sidearm." I thought about arguing with him, but his resolute scowl told me that his decision was final. Clasping the gun between my paws, I huddled against the wall, the shallow sounds of my breathing mixed with the background noise. After waiting for Marcel to charge off to rescue the kids, I inched closer to his new position. My injuries wouldn't prevent me from picking off a grey or two. Dino bounded into the fray, eager to get his jaws on the Arxor. Burla had life in her steps too, as she followed my human's path. If we were doomed to die on Sullus, what better way was there to go down? We could save kids from becoming a monster's plaything. We could help their parents defend them. The Greys were shooting at something, so some insectoid must be fighting back. I scooted along the floor and drew close enough to see who was putting up a defense. Tillfish exterminators were mounting a desperate stand, spraying flames at the Arxor. Only 2 of them were still living, and they had been separated from the children. As much as I hated these bastards at the extermination office, this was a good thing that they were engaged in here. "What the—" one of the exterminators gasped as the Arxor was shot from behind. His compound eyes focused on Marcel, who was firing at the Greys. "Humans! No, they left us!" The Tillfish predator killers looked terrified, but their flamethrowers steered clear of Marcel and Burla. Vernt's mother channeled her own fury, gunning down Greys at point-blank range. The Arxor backed away, shielding their caged prizes. The exterminator who had spoken before shouted to my human and begged for the kids to be saved. I was surprised he would voice such a request. "I guess the Terrans look downright nice next to the Greys, though I wouldn't trust these Tillfish not to torch Marcel the second this is over." The human lunged forward and ducked behind a fallen Arxor corpse. My friend utilized the Grey's body to absorb incoming bullets. The peril he was undertaking perturbed me, but I was confident that this wasn't a suicide run. However, that changed as Marcel's eye suddenly darted to his pocket. Amidst the gunfire was the vegetarian paging the radio again. The UN weren't coming to our rescue. Tillfish children meant nothing to them. "Have to help," I wheezed myself. "Move!" It took painstaking minutes to advance until I was almost into the conflict zone. My injuries were cause for absolute self-loathing. Why did I have to be wounded liability? Hugging the sidearm, it took conscious effort to map out the battlefield. There were 11 Arxor total following my friend's kills so far. That was a lot more than 1 human and 3 panicked Tillfish to manage. Matters took a turn for the worse as 2 Greys circled down the tunnel. They were heading right for my position, and had evaded Marcel's notice. I could tell from their flaring nostrils that they'd scented me. If I distracted them for a while, that improved my human's odds. My forearms raised the gun, popping off 3 shots. Each bullet missed by a long shot, earning sneers from the Greys. One soldier licked its lips and smacked the gun out of my paws. Absolute terror coursed through my veins. as its teeth hovered in my hair or my throat. I was all too aware of my vulnerability, and my instincts were a suffocating fog. My desire was to scream, but I couldn't open my mouth. "You scared, stupid animal!" The lead oxor traced a claw across my throat and pressed its other arm into my sternum. "A delicacy like you." A blur of motion appeared in my periphery. A brown ball plowed into the filthy carnivore at full speed, stabbing claws straight into its throat. The oxor staggered away from me while its knees buckled under it. It gave a disbelieving goggles, sensing its life ebb away a second. The creature clinging to its neck was a gojid, and my savior looked deranged. The gojid dismounted, locking its claws in front of him. He met the oxor's challenge stare and positioned himself between me and the monster. Those rich brown quills sported a pattern that I'd know anywhere. It was one of the last seen trying to execute my friend. Absolute hatred spurred me to my feet, and I screamed in a blind rage. I hurled myself at Sovlin's back, with anger granting me the strength to lunge ahead. The gojid spines warded me off, but I barely felt its pricks. This monster treated my friend like an animal, placing the shock collar around his neck. The cruel captain inflicted agony for kicks and disfigured him for life. The residual trauma still affected Marcel to this day, no matter how he tried to mask it. "The oxor, you dumb fuck!" Sovlin hissed. "You can do what you want with me after I deal with it!" A gunshot rippled down the tunnel, and a thunderclap snapped my outrage. A bullet sailed through the back of the grey's skull and ended its life in an instant. The kill was courtesy of a yodel, who looked pleased with itself. I didn't understand how either alien ended up here, but I was hoping the gojid would end up in oxor cage. The yodel chuckled to himself. "Too slow, old man. I dealt with it." Pained grunts echoed down the hallway, distracting me. Sovlin sprinted off before I could finish him, and the repugnant oxor had taken my gun. Logical thoughts be damned. I'd execute that sadistic fecker, even if he meant to help now. The level of hatred I felt for him was unrivaled. It was unfair that Earth let him off the hook for his unthinkable crimes. A limping human ambled down the hallway, and a series of curses ensued. Confusion took over as I recognized Tyler's towering stature. The blonde Terran was taking ginger steps while his teeth were gritted in pain. I had spoken to Marcel's friend over messaging services after the Battle of Earth. Both of us shipped out of the system days later, and I hadn't heard from him since.
Why the hell is he here? Tyler was assigned to a ship. Did he crash? I wondered. More importantly, why the feck is he with Sovlin?
"Hey, Slinek," the massive human grunted. "You rang?" I glowered at the lumbering predator.
What the feck? What the feck?
"I can explain. First off, I want you to know that I did kick his ass. Secondly, Captain Monahan personally requested me for the alien expertise, then placed Sovlin under my command, so really, it's her fault."
I thought that you were Marcel's friend. Why would you bring that fecking monster anywhere near him? Because he was the best man for the job, the yodel chimed in. Sovlin's an arrogant prick, but we wouldn't have gotten to you without him. Who the feck are you? Onzo, thanks for asking.
Tyler steadied his gun and limped a few steps closer. I picked Marcel's sidearm up from the sewer water, not wanting to be unarmed. My human had gunned down several greys while utilizing his unconventional cover. The corpse shield helped him to press ahead. He was unwilling to let the oxor captors get away. Burla had formed ranks with the Tillfish exterminators, and the 3 insectoids were combining flames and bullets, picking off one grey at a time. 2 enemy survivors with the cages were retreating, and that forced my human to shed his corpse shield. Marcel needed to advance more quickly. That meant throwing caution to the wind. Sovlin rushed up behind him and strained to catch the longer-limbed predator. The gojid's cheeks were puffed out with exhaustion, but he wasn't slowing down. Was that monster trying to kill Marcel, this long after our escape from the ship? I didn't understand why Tyler violated our trust by bringing that spiky freak. A true friend would have done us a solid and executed Sovlin.
Could have just slipped him some meat, allergic reaction, and it's done. That omnivore cure might be good for something.
"Marcel, get down!" the gojid roared. The human slowed for a second and gave Sovlin enough time to tackle him from behind. I realized that the oxor had set up a sentry turret. They intended to gun down anything that passed through the area after their sweep. The monster activated the device as they retreated past it. Bullets zeroed in and any motion in an automated stream. Sovlin hugged Marcel's head against the shallow water and shielded my human with his own body. Blue blood spurted from his back as bullets clipped his spines. An entire row was ripped out, causing the Gojit to scream in agony. Despite the pain, he never wavered from his spot. As long as the duo stayed against the floor, they were below the turret's sightline. The Tillfish hit the deck as well before they could attract the gun's ire. Tyler retrieved his grenade launcher, though he had minimal ammunition in tow. The blonde human balanced on one leg and lined up his shot with careful precision. A projectile sailed down the tunnel, converting the turret into fragmented shards. Sovlin struggled to his feet and extended a clawed paw to Marcel, tears glistening in my human's eyes. I could see him biting his lip. The Primate threw his hand into Gojit's grasp, avoiding his gaze. The callous captain tugged my friend upright through sheer willpower. Blood was still gushing down Sovlin's back, but he wasn't stopping for the first aid. "Shit! We lost the fecking kids," my human growled. "And you!" "I'm not gonna ask." The Gojit touched a paw to his bloody back. "I know you don't want to see me." "No shit! Tyler didn't mention a thing about you, because he knew I was pissed. Feck, do you have a ship?"
"Yes."
"Hey, exterminators. I'm sorry that the Greys took so many kids, and you and the civilian survivors want to come with us. Off this rock."
The flamethrower-wielding Tillfish shifted. "Yes, Predator, your occupation was better than theirs."
"Okay, get these people and my friends to safety, Sovlin. You do that, and I'll tolerate you for that long." Onzo propped me up, and the rest of the procession made their way towards us. I still wanted a piece of Sovlin, but I couldn't get over the fact that he'd saved Marcel's life. I decided that I wouldn't go after the Gojit until we were clear of Silas. Between the vegetarian's head injury and my blood loss, neither of us should be flying. The most important thing to me was my human survival. A universe without him was a dark place. If Sovlin was our ticket out, then so be it. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Memory transcription subject, Glim Venlil Rescue. Date, standardized human time, December 6, 2136. Noah opted to give me some space once we returned to the facility. Despite my consent to speak to him, the Gaian realized that I was confused by my feelings. The warmth of his arms lingered in my mind, along with the welcome promise that everything would be okay. Predators weren't supposed to have compassion. My extermination mentor taught me that their existence was a threat. A human knocked on my door and peeked a helmeted head inside. I could tell from the broad shoulders and rich hands that it was Noah checking on me. My instincts rekindled as he approached, but it was mixed with bizarre relief. Why was I happy that a deceitful hunter had come to visit? "Hi, Glum." Gaian spoke in a gravelly voice and seated himself on the edge of my bed. "How are you feeling?" I swallowed the lump in my throat.
"Sad, lonely."
"Ah, you miss me, huh? It's been a hectic few days for Tarver and I, but I'm happy to see you too."
"Hectic? How?"
"We conducted a military raid against an Arxor sector. Word is human forces liberated millions of farm captives."
"No, you are bringing them to Earth?"
"No. The Mazics owe us, well, the continued existence of their home world. They're handling a lot of the logistics." As sensational as the story was, the Kolshians had spearheaded an attack on Koa a short time ago. The Terrans repelled the offense and supposedly talked the Federation down from orbital bombings. Humans could be rather persuasive, but I found it difficult to imagine them opening a chat mid-battle. Regardless, President Cooper fawned over the United Nations in the aftermath.
"I read that the Mazics commissioned a statue of Captain Janice Mahanahan in the capital. The humans protested this act, likely to maintain a humble appearance." I flicked my ears. "Is it true that you'll be building colonies in their territory?"
"Zao has a plan to have functional settlements up and running by the end of the calendar year," Noah growled. "The infrastructure on abandoned Mazic worlds is a good start, even if it's not built for us."
"I'm surprised Cooper didn't offer to help build from scratch."
"Ah, he did. Get a load of this. Those helpers showed up at the potential colony with antimatter bombs. They wanted to destroy the native ecosystem. Obviously, the humans they rendezvoused with got a bit of a riled up."
"Why? Those Mazics were doing the bulk of the work, making it safe for habitation."
"Please, tell me that it's not a colony work that you did, Glim. You're too good for that."
"Come again? I was a good exterminator."
"Never mind. Before I ask what I came here to ask, how much do you know about our political situation?"
The Gaians had a solidified and unlikely coalition, and put the infamous events of a predator-refugee stampede with explosions to bed. The hyper-capitalistic Physons and the Nervox buried their rivalry enough to resupply the human fleet. The Takans were major contributors to Earth's manufacturing power as well. Their ambassador had been taken prisoner on Alpha over a sabotage incident,
and that rubbed their brass the wrong way. There were some parties in with the Human Alliance, like the functionally extinct Thufka and the distinct Poltons and Sivkits, whose support was intangible. However, newcomers contributed enough to account for them. Neutrals, like the Selene-Iftali Alliance, rallied support and flipped several non-aggressors to the Terrans team. The occupied Harkin and Tilfish had their armadas co-opted as part of their surrender agreements.
I get the gist of it. You have a small core of allies, I answered. You would be better off, number-wise, if you could flip a few more neutrals to your side.
Noah breathed a tentative sigh. You're right on the money. We've identified a handful of non-hostile marks, mainly those who voted for a temporary truce against the Oxor. There were 107, but our interactions with the Greys turned many against us.
The fact that you work with those demons is disgusting.
I don't disagree. Our attack on the Oxor sector might be the diplomatic fuel that we need with the Feds. We convinced them that we're gearing up for an eventful war with the Dominion.
And you think that you can get more ships?
Yes. A few individuals from species we're targeting as allies were liberated from the sector's cattle farm. We want to return them as a sign of goodwill. We'd like the rescues to be friendly to humans and convince their governments that we're different from the Greys. Perhaps this was all some long con by the Gaians to strengthen their military. Noah was outright stated his motives for the Oxor attack. It could be a collusion between the two predators, giving off the appearance of enmity. Were the humans just using a liberated cattle to gain a diplomatic edge? Would they reveal their true feelings towards us once they smooth-talked the neutrals? Might not anger scorch my jest?
Ridiculous! You have no idea what the Oxor did to people like us. How are you going to convince them to trust another predator, let alone like you?
I don't know. This is a long-winded way of asking you, but we want your help, the Gaian said. My paws adhered to the smooth helmet, and I pulled it up off his face. Sincerity swirled in his piercing eyes, which bored into my skull. Part of me hated him for reminding me of the Greys' pupils searching for their next meal. How many other cattle would have helpless thoughts jogging by their face? Hell, the human's features were more unsettling than the Oxor's purely predator countenance.
Maybe Noah really wants this to work, but he doesn't understand our trauma. After years of captivity, most cattle want nothing to do with them. Do you know why they kept me alive?
I managed. The guy in Wrinkle's lips curved down. I can imagine I'm so profoundly sorry. We found multiple DNA matches to you, from the cattle raised in captivity. You want to see them?
Those are not my kids. I didn't choose to conceive them, and I don't want to look at those abominations. And don't tell me it's not their fault, because I don't fucking care.
Okay. I'm sorry I brought it up. I just thought you deserved to know.
Stop trying to be nice. Just because you guys show us a little kindness, that doesn't make any of the flaws go away. You're selfish to want those cattle to be your friends. You're selfish to want me to be your friend.
Ambassador Noah was silent for a long moment. At a loss for how to respond, the human pulled his helmet away from my paws and tugged it over his head. What an impeccable actor he was, if he was playing us all. The emotionless veil obscured his feelings, but I could sense his pained expression. The bulky predator rose from my bed before marching towards the door with hasty steps. A twinge of guilt tugged at my heart.
I am sorry, Noah. I didn't mean it like that.
No problem, the guy rumbled. I asked if you wanted me to steer clear of you, and you said no. I misunderstood.
You didn't. What I meant to say was that we're damaged goods, myself included. It's difficult for me to be around you even now. We can't just forget what happened, and I can't make any cattle sing a predator's praises.
You're right. The UN has no right to use you as a political pawn. What I asked was unfair, Glim.
It was, but I'll do it. I'll try, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, thank God. I should turn you down, but the Hasey situation got Sarah in a rut. Maybe we could start with that small issue. Hasey won't even eat. We had to hook her up to an IV.
Why didn't you start with that? Take me there.
The predator flexed his meaty fingers in a way that seemed to beckon me forward. The back of his helmet spit my reflection at me, which I tried not to focus on. There were dozens of Gaians working with Venlor's staff, often conferring in hushed tones. The humans kept their masks on near patients, but I could see them in their full brain-melting visages in break rooms. My surroundings looked vaguely familiar as we passed across the linoleum floor. Noah tested the door handle and gestured for me to enter. A masked guy was seated just inside the doorway, huddled against the wall with the laptop. Complex equations were on her screen, and she was typing away with a vengeance. A tissue box sat right beside the primate. That left the logical deduction that this was Sarah, the other caretaker. I'd seen the female human at the train station, with her puffy hair and softer features. Both twin beds sat empty. One had belonged to me before my escape. Hasey, my fellow refugee who'd once run the Venial Museum of History, was nowhere to be seen. It took me a moment to hear her scratchy breathing, hiding under the bed. "Sarah, give Glim the rundown," Noah barked. The female human snorted. "Not much to it." Hasey saw us turn our heads to look at her, then locked herself in the closet. I felt pretty terrible for adding to her trauma. I eyed the guy warily. "You never meant for us to find out the truth. If it makes you feel better, you can't have made it worse than Noah chasing me through the train station, shouting about his teeth." "Canine teeth," the male predator corrected. "It worked, didn't it?" Sarah chuckled. "Don't fret. I won't be replicating that with Hasey. I'd leave her alone if that's what you wanted, but I can't watch her waste away like this." "Right. What else have you done to her?" I crouched next to the Gaian scientist and ensured that there was no Vendel blood residue on her suit. If she'd had a lapse in tact, she wouldn't admit it. "Hasey was lucid when I left. Well, something made her snap. Don't start lying again." "You have a dickish attitude, Glim, but I'd take that over the broken Hasey is. I got her to join a video chat, and she was speaking her thoughts then. She had me take off my mask. Hasn't said a word since. Something must have made it worse." Recalling my own disgust to the sandwich-munching Gaians, I could understand why Hasey was appalled. Perhaps it was those unpigmented eyes or the furless cheeks infused with a tinge of their own blood. It could have simply been that looking at a predator brought back Hasey's worst nightmares. That was a plight I could sympathize with, and was also why it was inane that Sarah had planted herself in the room. "So you know she's upset and you're staying around her constantly?" I scowled at the predator, praying that she wasn't strike me down for my bravado. "Well, why are you in here?" Sarah closed her laptop. "I did give Hasey space for days, but she was not eating or speaking. I thought maybe exposure therapy, just seeing that I wouldn't go berserk, might snap her out of it. Kind of like the exchange program. Those Vendel talked to Gaians for weeks before. They wanted to be there." "Yes, I know that. But the principal is there. Get out! Get the feck out of here!" My stomach did somersaults as it dawned on me how aggressive I'd been with the predator. What was I thinking? Screaming orders in her face. This was provoking retaliation. I was certain the thought was playing in Sarah's mind. The human breathing hitched, and she slowly rose to her feet, the laptop tucked beneath her arm. While Sarah was shorter than Noah, she still loomed over me. The male human was lurking behind me, capable of piling on to his packmate's assault. I remember the ease at which he shrugged off my blows at the train station. The Terrans could sling me around like a rag doll and unleash decades of combat mastery on me. For all I knew, mouthing off in their custody was a death sentence. "The Gaians are going to put me back in my place. Pray don't get to boss around superior creatures." Sarah strode past me, helmet angled towards the doorway. I shied away from her, protecting my vulnerable areas. Noah glanced at me before wrapping an arm around his packmate's shoulder. The female scientist ducked her head, and the predators vanished from sight. I gaped in bewilderment, amazed that Sarah just left, exactly as I told her to. My paw strode over to Hasey. I found the Vendel historian with her face pressed against the tile, and staring with unblinking detachment. It reminded me of my Aunt Thimsa's glassy gaze at the facility, devoid of thought. I knelt beside the bed and reached out to intertwine my tail with hers. Hasey screamed as she felt the physical contact. "No, stop!" "Easy. It's me, Glim." I yanked my tail back and lowered my head to the floor. "Remember me? The one that got away?" I thought I killed you. Escape was a death sentence with the Oxel. Listen to me. The Vendel out there are happy. These Gaians allow a decent quality of life, and they passed an empathy test. Cheated. Why do you say that? If you know something I don't, we need to make a plan. We need to play the game. Hasey, what did the Gaians do? I know what they are. The second I saw Sarah's face. Human. Terrible. Yes. Their most common name is human, they told me too. They didn't tell me. I studied them at the museum. Curiosity piqued my interest, and I wondered what exactly Hasey knew about our caretakers. The Federation had accrued evidence to support extermination plans. Humanity's war-strained history wasn't one that they tried to hide. What could they do more atrocious than being a predator and killing each other? What had this Vendel seen that was so horrible that it stuck with her post-captivity?
Just breathe, you can tell me everything.
I coaxed her out from under the bed and squeezed her tail for comfort.
What did you see at the museum? Well, I wanted to create an exhibit in humans that was about more than just their walls, Hasey explained. The Federation, the fossil archives were happy to send over unfiltered broadcasts. Those monsters act like us 1 minute, but they are vicious beyond comprehension.
It's okay. They're not here now. Go on.
Where do I start? Describing pure evil. That was what my exhibit on humans was called. Pure evil.
I would think that title is reserved for the Oxel.
The Greys don't pretend, at least. Humans would talk about marriage and love, but I saw documentation of them physically beating the people they said they loved. They would talk about community, and then talk about the murderers on the loose for unfathomable crimes. They would say that they loved nature, then mount animal heads on their walls.
My eyes widened in horror. What?
That's not the least of it, Glim. They treated their own kind like cattle throughout history, selling them, locking them up in pens, and forcing them to toil. Whether they eat us or not, they're prepping the infrastructure now. They already know how to turn sapient slaves, just like the Greys.
But Noah isn't like that. The empathy tests
make it worse. They feel everything they say they do, then disregard that trait entirely. It makes them better manipulators, and that's why they evolved it. Do you seriously trust Noah?
I leaned back on my haunches, thinking for a long moment. Hasey seemed lucid enough to me. She must have been disassociating around Sarah. If she'd witnessed humanity performing such depraved acts, that explained why the mask reveal sent her spiraling. The Vendel historian was willing to consider that a predator might be okay, but not this particular species. Wasn't that telling?
Noah admitted that he wanted to use the cattle to gain military assets. How do you know he wasn't pretending to care about you? The fact that you didn't answer immediately means the answer is no, Hasey asserted.
I twitched my ear. It means I'm not sure. Are you sure that they uniformly deserved death?
As an exterminator, you should have that answer. I'm certain that their presence is a bad thing, and they can't behave like a civilized race for long.
There was at least a grain of truth in her claims, proven by the ongoing war with the Federation. Humans needed to suppress empathy to work with child-eating Oxer at all. It was difficult to trust the species that displayed all the right cues, then turned the true predatory wickedness without warning. Nonetheless, Noah had been the only steady presence on my homeworld. He comforted me when everything I loved was gone. Maybe the Gaian was exploiting the fact that I had nothing left on Vendel. That shrewd intelligence must have realized that my caretaker was the only sense of stability I had. I cleared my throat. I understand. You need to take better care of yourself, Hasey. You're making them pay more attention to you with all of this. Why? What's the point of anything with humans infesting our home? She hissed. If you're right about their intentions, and they decide us cattle are too much trouble, they'll just skip to the worst phase. You could eke out a few months of happiness for millions of Vendel who've also suffered like us. Then happiness is a lie. This only ends in our torment. It's kinder than the Greys, either way. Please play along with this rehabilitation. If not for yourself, do it for the others. The female Vendel thought for several minutes before mumbling a reluctant agreement. I eased her onto the bed and strode out to find Noah in a daze. Ascertaining humans' true intentions was my top priority. Everything Hasey discussed must be researched. What bothered me most was that amidst atrocities, the Gaians proclaimed their emotional sensitivity. There could be no explanation for that behavior. It would require a calculation to determine whether to broach the subject with the Terran ambassador. Noah stated that he was used to answering dark questions, but some subjects might cross the line. If the Gaians thought I knew too much of their history, that offer to help the cattle accommodations could vanish. The relative freedom I enjoyed now could be whisked away with that. The suicidal side of my brain wanted to spill everything to the dark-skinned human all the same. I desired for him to hold me in his strong arms and tell me that everything was going to be okay. It was no wonder the predators had enraptured Vendel Prime with their charm. Even a captive exterminator like myself couldn't help but fall for it. End of story. Chapter 100. Memory transcription subject Chief Hunter Isif, Oxor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 6, 2136. The prophet descendant had grown irritated, and Shazar's spectacle dragged on at Silas. The female chief hunter had failed to mop up the human remnants. She had sacrificed her entire sector and not even taken the planet she'd lost her assets to capture. So when Gizznell summoned me to a physical location, I figured that it was for my input on that debacle. What else could be too sensitive to discuss on comms? Before I returned to my duties, I passed through Jones's tooth drive. The human general had included instructions on how to search for bugs. I turned my shuttle upside down before retrieving my secret holopad. My defective side compelled me to answer Felra, who had been persistent in checking in on me. We ended up chatting for hours. The Dosar discussed her favorite celebrity, her day's training to be a ship inspector, and how the war affected her, among other topics. Felra was unfazed by my non-answers. If anything, it seemed to encourage her noisiness. The prospect of discussing my life made me feel fraudulent and exposed. How could I ever explain anything genuine about myself? By the way, I'm an Arxor chief responsible for the deaths of millions. Don't mind that. The Doser sent me a request for a video chat, and that paralyzed me in my seat. Just when I'd begun to ease my guard, there was the reminder that a friendship was impossible. I told her that I was on my way to meet my boss, which, I suppose was true. Farah, damn her, pleaded that a few minutes would make a day. Why wasn't I able to refuse that request? It took me a few seconds to set my video to off and apply a voice modulator filter to my audio. This was all going to come to an end when she asked why I switched off my camera and disguised my voice. There was no prey-like explanation to that effect. Siffy! Oh. The young dosser with ginger and white fur blinked onto my screen. Where's your video? You can't be that ugly, man. I showed my face. I drew a shuddering breath. Laura, I don't know how to say this. Robotic voice, okay? Not gonna lie, this is creepy. Are you actively hiding everything about yourself or trying to be weird? It's better if the camera is off, and if you don't hear my real voice. I'm a predator. Laura was silent for a long moment, mulling over my confession. I could see the gears spinning in her beady eyes before her nostrils twitched in surprise. The dosser proceeded to express relief, followed by a bout of laughter. She gave me an encouraging ear flick, which wasn't the reaction I was expecting. You're a human, she exclaimed. That explains everything. Why you're so closed off and peculiar. Oh, no offense. I wonder what you were all like. I recoiled in my pilot seat, hissing in disbelief. That was not the interpretation I intended for her to take. But I suppose it was a good cover. Perhaps that would lend an excuse for my social ineptitude, though it was unfair to the Terran's reputation. Humans were more than capable of chatting it up and mimicking emotions in appropriate ways. Farah is definitely going to have the wrong impression of humans. If she talked to one of them, she'd never have suspected a thing. I decided to not confirm or deny her assertion. What do you think of humans? Well, I think you'd befriend a species like the Dosser. You can't all be bad. Even the Orcs will recognize that we're crappy cattle, she answered. Oh, and I think that it's a crap that the crow cattle attacked your homeworld. I can see why you would have some balls up talking with an alien. Just saying, wasn't us. Wait, you're not going to be bothered by me being a predator. I'm not anything like an average human. To be frank, my emotions deviate far from the Terran baseline. You told me you deserved to be alone, and I'll assume it was because of that. I'm sorry that your culture made you feel that way. If you feel safe reaching out to me, I'm honored. I see. And the Federation, what do you think of them? I understand the whole cultural tempering, and that I should feel hatred. But honestly, we would have never industrialized without their uplift. How will we build great machines from scratch? Even walking, we use carts to traverse alien cities. I guffawed in spite of myself, picturing the screecher perched on a motorized stand. Balra made a valid point about the Dosser's debt to the Federation. Had those meddlers not noticed the native wildlife bore signs of sapience, Malu would be a different planet today. In their particular case, outside intervention was necessary to facilitate their advancement. Balra flashed her tiny front teeth. Don't laugh at me. Let me guess, humanity will look down on us for our lives. I cannot speak for Earth, I growled awkwardly. My assessment is that many Terrans will want to pick you up or pet you. Humans think small animals are, cute. But you don't. I don't debase myself by infantilizing creatures. It's not something I've given active thought to.
Tasty, are we?
I am insulted by the premise, as if I could find an alien cute. And do that whole fawning expression and the baby voice.
I wouldn't mind. I bet you could do it well. Please, show me this baby voice. No filter.
Urgh. Very few herbivores try to rile up a predator.
Well, I'm a special gal, Siffy. You're sure funny when you're fired up.
I'm tired of this conversation. I said I was only speaking for a little bit, and I don't want to hear from you for a few hours. I hung up with a huff, refocusing on the landing protocols. Despite my best attempts to scare Farah off, I'd only seemed to invite provocation. With such important tasks ahead, I needed to quash whatever of my defective side had arisen. Prophet-descendant Gisnell was hosting our meeting in an unmanned station, and he had just confirmed my docking request. Focusing on neutralizing my expression, I steeled myself for the Betterment's unavoidable demands. My shuttle coasted down at a leisurely pace. The time to clear my thoughts was welcome. If Gisnell ever learned that I was befriending prey from my sector, he'd see that my head was removed from my shoulders. There could only be my fanatic persona among my people. Imagine how much better life would be if I were a human. I wouldn't have all of this, baggage to my name. The shuttle slotted in to the docking clamps, and I heaved a weary sigh. At least my disdain for Shazar didn't require acting. If I could persuade Gisnell to withdraw from Silas, that would take the weight off of the UN's back. There was also valuable information that I could obtain for General Jones. It was my role to keep the Earth appraised of threats. Gisnell was without a normal guards, and I contemplated whether I could get away with killing him. Betterment likely knew who he was meeting with today. He'd be replaced by a descendant not as partial to me. Assassination was a surefire way to blow my cover. I disembarked, dipping my head with respect. "Here, chauffeur. We are alone here," Gisnell hissed. "I have important matters to discuss, free of lesser ears." I narrowed my eyes. "Hallowed prophet, drop the Venlet shit. I know everything." The Dominion leader's proclamation chilled my bones, and the debate of whether to strike him down renewed my head. Gisnell said on the call that he doubted my loyalty. He didn't believe that I was willing to clash with the Terrans. Perhaps General Jones had been right about me tipping my true allegiance off to Betterment. Was this the moment where I would be executed for my defectiveness? "I don't know what you mean, your savageness," I growled evenly. Gisnell bared his teeth. "I think you do. I wondered why you coddle the humans, and I knew it was more than Shazar's report stated. You imitate them and chase after them at every turn. But now I get it. You think they're smarter than us." "I beg your pardon. You heard me. I couldn't make sense of it until I replayed our conversation during the prisoner execution. You talked about maximizing our resources and obtaining entire planets as our catch. I did. But I don't see you think the humans can solve all of our problems. You think they're smarter and they hunt in the optimal way. Those Cerulean pets you took were given to the Terrans to earn goodwill. Tell me I'm wrong, Isif." "No, I suppose you're not. Perhaps this is treasonous, but we could do better. The humans can feed us, and I can make it happen. There's the truth, then. We can conquer the Federation and go on our merry ways, yes? Stronger. Capable." Fear surged my veins, but I met Gisnell's stare with a feigned impassivity. The prophet descendant was off on the extent of my motives, though he discerned some of the truth. Questioning Betterment was the highest form of treason. I had just admitted that I didn't think the Arxel way was the superior one. My champions were empathetic, leaf-licking predators. Why hadn't he signed me up for execution? "You're right that the humans could alleviate our food shortages, but you're wrong about it making the Dominion stronger," Gisnell said. What? That wasn't what he was supposed to say. The prophet descendant heaved a sigh. "If we get fat and lazy, Isif, we will be susceptible to future attacks. but you don't appreciate what you don't have to struggle for. With due respect, the humans are a strong culture, and they're well-fed, a warrior culture. The humans have weak individuals, because they have a cushion to provide for them. What happens to betterment when the food problem is resolved? How do we keep the massives on the right path? True one, are you saying that you want our people to starve? Precisely. It keeps them dependent on us and hating the Federation. The prey aren't fully to blame for our woes, but the masses don't need to know that. You mean we don't try to solve the food problem? No, Isif. The prophets and our inner circle have kept the secret close to the vest. Never mention what I'm about to tell you to anyone, yes? It was difficult to process this rhetoric, but I tilted my head to show I was listening. The Federation had admitted their culpability. When Nikonus discussed the meat allergy serum, was Gisnell implying that betterment was complicit in the cure spread? That was not a logical conclusion, since the volunteers weren't weeded through the culling of the weak. My silence can be counted on your savageness. I am honored, I managed. Gisnell lashed his tail against the floor. Very well. The Federation was fully responsible for the cure, which caused many Arxor to starve. The Northwest Bloc, under the Prophet's guidance, seized the moment to weaken the Morven Charter. How so? The cattle virus was unleashed on the Charter's livestock. By us! The cure was the perfect cover. We could blame it on the aliens and not break the truce. But it spread across our borders somehow. We lost our food to our own bioweapon. It wasn't all the Colchians, so billions of Arxor starved because of rivalries from the World War. Yes! And it was a blessing in disguise. It helped betterment solidify control. It made the entirety of the rest see things our way. My maw hung agape as I fitted this new information into my past knowledge. That explained why Chief Nikonus had denied the cattle allegations during Seleni's interview. The Colchians had no part in slaughtering livestock with pathogens. The herbivores deserved our hatred, but the worst blow to Arxor civilization was self-inflicted. That entirely altered my perspective on why we were starving. It could have just been a few 100,000 volunteers killed by the cure. Instead, my entire race has been reduced to animals. I was livid at betterment offers for perpetrating such falsehoods. There were so many factions that could use this information. General Jones needed this on a desk promptly. The Arxor rebels, who were searching for fuel to resist betterment, could gain support too. Even non-defective citizens would seek consequences against those responsible for starvation. This revelation could destabilize the Dominion's grasp on society, just as Selani had crippled the Federation. Unfortunately, Gisnell wasn't stupid enough to blab about this to a reporter. I was his lone confidant, and I had no proof that such claims weren't Terran propaganda. Betterment could dismiss me as a human sympathizer if I spoke out to my peers. So you see, we need to maintain the balance of power, Isif. If there was a surplus of food, that would spell the end for us. Gisnell concluded. I need you to limit your trade and infatuation with the humans. I forced a neutral expression. Of course, I would not wish to weaken betterment. You needed only to say as much. Good. As for ending the war, the Federation doesn't want the war to end any more than we do. The Colchians and the Fossil couldn't maintain control over such a large herd without an enemy. They hate us. They wish we didn't exist. Oh, of course they do. But there's a reason they teach the other prey to run away and never attack. If we press the Federation core worlds, I have a hunch they could muster up their numbers all of a sudden.
Gisnell's theory made gruesome sense. The longer I contemplated it, it explained why the Colchians mounted a bold-faced offensive on Terran allies, but never went after Dominion worlds and outposts. The United Nations wasn't content to raid a few planets and call it a day, nor did they plot a forever war for control. The humans sought peace and reconciliation, and that made them an immediate threat.
Tsar wants to destroy the Federation. Add in exposing the truth about omnivores. Humans set that in motion.
That theory holds water. I blinked my eyes, and my thoughts drifted to Falra. The Dossa were at risk of attack just for siding with the humans.
Malcruelty helps the ringleaders keep the other prey afraid.
Gisnell chuckled to himself.
I knew you would get it, Isiv. You're more cunning than Shazar, so I'm asking you for a favor. Do you still think you can handle the humans? Of course I do. I am not Chief Hunter that lost my sector to them. Then handle this fecking mess. I want the Battle of Silas ended at once, with as many assets recovered as possible. If you think you can talk the monkeys into a truce, do it. Easy enough. It's not my sector, though. What do I do about Shazar's forces? They are your forces now. I'm putting her sector under your control, effective immediately. While you're getting a handle on the situation, dispose of Shazar. It will be handled, Crew One. I will summon my fleet and leave for Silas at once.
The Prophet Descendant watched with calculating eyes as I clambered back into my shuttle. The advice that endangered my cover had earned me greater power today. In retrospect, negotiating with the humans was a less humiliating option. There was a lot to unpack from the Dominion secrets, but my first order of business was eliminating Shazar. Getting the United Nations to cease hostilities would be the most difficult part. However, a continuing battle was not beneficial to Earth's cause. Humans were a spiteful bunch, but I'd try my best to find a diplomatic resolution. End of chapter. Chapter 101. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Oxer Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. Prophet Descendant Gisnell, it turned out, had taken the liberty of mobilizing my fleet to a nearby location. With the strike force already assembled, it was a short voyage to Silas's system. FTL disruptors were active solely within the bounds of the planet's gravity well. The Terrans didn't expect us to bring reinforcements. It was known to the United Nations that our warlords acted independently to each other. I suppose they knew that it was an exercise in futility. Even if the FTL disruptors had smacked us out of transit, the battle would be lost for the humans as soon as new ships arrived. Since the Oxor's solitary nature didn't prevent us from joining in, to be candid, I couldn't comprehend how Earth's measly showing had resisted Shazar's bruises this long. The Terrans had a lot of metal in them.
The Oxor Dominion will respect their tenacity and gumption, if a bit grudgingly. I question whether the humans will fight to the last man, though.
As my fleet entered real space, we ensured that our forces were positioned out of firing range. I didn't want to get dragged into a fight because I could open a channel. The Terrans were shooting Oxor vessels on sight, and they would assume that we were baiting out Shazar. I had to assure them that my intentions ran against the Sector Chief Hunters. The UN vessels swiveled to face us, rather than panicking like prey crews. During our arrival, they hadn't even engaged with Shazar's forces. The humans were content keeping the enemy at bay. The stubborn primates must realize that they were backed into a corner now, which would force them to the negotiating table.
Attention all Oxor vessels in the system.
I growled into my comms, ensuring that my channel was unencrypted.
This is Chief Hunter Isif. By order of betterment, I am assuming control of your fleet. You are to immediately stand down and await further instruction. I'd say again, cease all hostile actions.
The Dominion vessels marauding Silas halted the meticulous bombing, and I was surprised by the lack of hesitation. Shouldn't there have been a power struggle as Shazar issued a counter-order? Gauging by personality, the Chief Hunter would never respect my decree to stand down. I studied the viewport in shock
before extending a hail to the human fleet. A female Terran with reddish hair that halted just shy of her shoulders accepted my call. Hostility was written on her countenance, though sleep-deprived was all visible in her puffy eyes. The UN officer bared her teeth all the same and stared down the camera. I was unimpressed by humans attempting to intimidation on me. "I recognize you, the famed Captain Monahan, savior of Cow," I said in a sugary voice. "After that success, I'm not surprised you're first in line for combat negotiations." Monahan's scowl deepened. "But is it you're seeking?" "A ceasefire. I wish to negotiate an immediate end to the hostilities and regain control of our assets. Is that an amendable position to the United Nations?" "There'll be no end to hostilities, not while you're taking humans as cattle. We'd rather take a lot of you with us than let you take off with our men and women." "What? We don't take you as cattle. All their prisoners or Excuse me one moment." The human captain's eyes fluttered with surprise, and she inspected my mannerisms for several seconds. As I scrambled through the log of internal communication, a video message was forwarded from the UNS Rocinante. Monahan had relayed the information for me. I hastily listened to Shazar's transmission. Shock must have been visible on my agape maw, but I didn't force it shut. Had the maniacal Chief Hunter actually threatened to corral humans like Vendel? No wonder the United Nations was digging in their heels with such spite. That also explained why the sector's Dominion forces compiled with my takeover. Shazar alienated her own troops by trying to eat fellow predators. After the Terrans fended off such an overzealous attack, there was no way of classing them as prey. An average soldier knew this action wouldn't be condoned by betterment. It flies against our entire ideology of superiority. It's next to cannibalistic. I drew a shuddering breath. The captive's release will be facilitated by me, personally, on behalf of the Arxor Dominion. I can assure you that we do not support this act in any way. I apologize for Shazar subjugating humans to degrading conditions, which are becoming only of prey. Only becoming of prey, my qualifier served to make Monahan recoil in disgust. So there is an herbivore who served with us, captured. You won't release them? That's not good enough. I think the release of all humans is a good start. Everyone under the UN emblem is equal to us. I'm not trading lives with you. Some is more than none. Yes. I knew leaving their newfound ally, such as the Vendel, to die was a non-starter for the United Nations. However, Gizno would have my hide if he discovered I'd released the prey with no pushback. It also would suit my motives to gain food in return, given the sector's depleted cattle farms. Betterman might be happy with starvation, but I wished to resolve that issue for any troops under my control. A full belly was one way to buy loyalty for a future rebellion. General Jones would understand why I drove a hard bargain with the UN and why I had to accumulate as many assets as possible. However, it was unclear if the average Terran officer was amenable to hardball. The female human on screen had tensed up again. She was digging her fingernails into her seat. Captain Monahan pursed her lips. "We have nothing to talk about, since you won't budge from that stance. If you don't like my offer, you could make a counter," I said. "I am just supposed to guess at what you want. Make it worth my while, and I'll consider returning your prey creatures." "I don't know what you want. I presume to bomb Silas unimpeded?" "The Tillfish attacked your cradle world. You asked us to retaliate against your aggressors. There's no take-backs, as you say. I find your attempts to distance yourselves from this fiasco immature." "The United Nations will never condone genocide. We're not on their level. That was a regrettable gamble in which we had no choice." "You were quite happy to accept my ships, human, when I saved your Earth. Don't let your short memories fail you now. There would be no fleet to fight Shazar and her civet-brained ensemble without me." The Terran captain's glower faltered. That was you?" "Yes. I rescued your species from a functional extinction. I had you at my mercy, and I let you be. I think you will find that my policies align with your interests. So I'll state my demands forthright, but you are going to listen." "For Earth, I will humor you. Our devastating losses could have been worse. Much worse." The medals pinned to Monahan's uniform had tipped me off to her participation in humanity's last stand. It was a relief that the reminder of my aid went over better than it had with the Secretary General Zhao. Perhaps some lab-grown meat and a territorial concession would be palatable to Terran higher-ups. All Gisnell demanded was ending the battle and getting the sector back under our control. As long as I achieve his stated ends, I'll appear more competent than Shazar. Not that that's saying much. I narrowed my eyes to slits. You have taken much from us. The return of the sector, alongside a non-aggression pact with Oxor outposts under my domain, is non-negotiable. We know what you'll do to these sapiens you had. Returning them to your custody is unethical and would be a ghastly reflection on the UN. Forget the cattle. I expect compensation. I want some of the farm animals in your possession on Earth. The ones you certainly don't have, just for specialty meats. I don't know what you're talking about. Learn quickly. Otherwise, I might accidentally leak a dossier on factory farming and safari hunting to Zerillian communication satellites. I'm sure you wouldn't want that. The color drained from Monahan's cheeks. That's quite unnecessary. It will be, when you comply with my reasonable requests. All Terran ships will stand down at once. In return, I'll retrieve any UN captives, including non-humans, for you. We will leave Silas, but I expect future negotiations on that concession. So we're just supposed to stand down and trust that you'll hand over our side of the deal later? Precisely, because I keep my word. There is precedent. I return the Vendel cattle per a similar arrangement. If I say I'll return your people, consider it done. What about the Tilfish civilians? They were under our protection. You people make no sense. Fine, you can have your human-killing bugs, but there better be more heads of cattle that we get back than we gave away. I'll take that into consideration, Issav. Is that all? For now, you call your higher-ups with those FTL comms you definitely don't have access to. I'll be waiting. I terminated the call, satisfied at the threats I'd chosen to lobby at Captain Monahan. Sharing their predatory traits with their allies wasn't something the UN did in laborious detail. However, humans being kept as cattle was unacceptable to me, even if a deal wasn't solidified. Gesturing to an underling, I summoned the shuttle bound for Shazar's fleet. A security detail accompanied my transport, equipped to handle any resistance. It took a few seconds to fire off an encrypted transmission, requesting the location of Shazar and her human captives. The minion vessels did not fire upon my transport. Acknowledgements flooded in, kowtowing to my status. Arrogant as ever, the female chief hunter had Terran prisoners routed to her personal command ship. That placed both of my objectives in the same location. Genuine anticipation of the kill thrummed in my chest. It would be delightful not to feign pleasure during an execution. Eliminating Shazar was a step forward for my species. What kind of Oxor got bested by feisty predators and reacted with vulgar threats? Betterment would never support her actions, which were unbecoming even of their office. My pupils scanned the command ship, which was a bulky giant with gratuitous armor. Armaments resembling prey heads decorated the hull, and multiple decks allowed for hearty amounts of cattle on board. My shuttle was dwarfed by the colossal ship. Its size was impracticable in combat. The rogue chief hunter cared too much for projecting strength, enough to sacrifice all mobility. As I closed in on Shazar's command post, the human fleet reopened a hail. My patience had been dwindling with their government. This wasn't a time for deliberation. It shouldn't be difficult for Captain Monahan to relay a straight answer. The social predators shouldn't be chattering amongst themselves during a crisis. General Jones claimed humans don't want war with the entire Dominion. The UN has to work with me for that reason. Monahan breathed a flustered sigh. I'll get to the point, Secretary General signed off on this deal. If you throw in one sweetener, transfer Shazar to our custody. Oh, that is your kicker. I could not care what happens to her, I chuckled. We are much like independent warlords on our your worlds. I was going to execute her, but I suppose that also fits my orders to dispose of her. Excellent. Well, I have your attention. Zal asked me to tell you something else. He says that he is, sorry for his contact, whatever that means. Well, I think your species cherishes empty words more than mine does. I'll arrange the transfer, human. Don't do anything stupid. I cut the transmission once more and reminded myself that it was irrational to hold a grudge. Still, I had zero interest in reassessing Zal's affronts on a call. General Jones had misled him, but that didn't erase the fact that he treated me like an animal. If the UN leader saw all Oxor as savages, that wasn't something that I intended to forgive lightly. And again, if I considered it with sincerity, Valra would say the same things about me, and worse. My friendship with the Dosa was a grave error of judgment. The fact that she assumed any cordial predator was a human spoke volumes about our repute versus theirs. Everyone thought that we were monsters who deserved what happened to us. Considered that our plight was somewhat self-inflicted, they might be right. A jolt rippled through the shuttle as we latched onto Shazar's command ship. I gestured for my security detail to raise their weapons. My paw hovered over my sidearm as well, but no gunfire greeted us upon entry, nor was there any sign of hostile intent. Instead, a wall of guards had the disgraced Chief Hunter on her knees. Her right eye was bloodied and swollen shut, which presented some obvious questions. Shazar looked indignant, despite the pistol planted against her skull.
Yes, if those insolent apes just wouldn't let it go. They're chest-beating monkeys with nothing but cheap tricks.
Any Arxor would respect a worthy opponent in combat. Tell me, why do you think your people are so eager to restrain you?
The humans need to be humbled. My minions here don't see that. I had to impart that lesson in a way that they'd remember.
Oh, they'll remember, all right. We do not eat, fellow sapiens. There is one other predator in the galaxy, and you cannot treat them with respect.
They're stupid and emotional. It's their weakness. When they see their kind herded out, it'll break them.
I suspect your ploy merely pisses the humans off, Shazar. Nice shiner you got there, is it not?
Quit your mockery. The one I took as my personal meal, it jabbed its thumb in my eye and started twisting. Awful wretch. I carved it up very slowly for that. Those, predators' screams just the same as Venlil, though the taste leaves something to be desired.
A wave of cold disgust washed over me.
You actually ate a human?
Yes, very chewy. Listen, those captives might be fighting today, but they will give up and cower in time. Let the cattle experiment go on. Surely betterment.
I lunged at the Chief Hunter, throwing my maw into the side of her temple. Shazar crumpled into a heap, and my hide quivered with revulsion. It would be ironic to torture her into screaming like a Vendel now. That would invalidate her prior argument. Pain wasn't exclusionary to prey, after all. It was a shame the humans requested her alive, so I couldn't have any fun breaking her will. My gaze swept around the room, inspecting her forces.
The Battle of Silas is over. Betterment would rather point out guns at prey than predators. We'd rather eat prey than predators. If any of you have a problem with that, there are several airlocks with your name on it. I suggest you use them.
The assembled Dominion soldiers nodded and hauled the unconscious Shazar to her feet. My security detail helped them cart her onto the transport. Bondings were applied to her lithe form, ensuring that she couldn't stir up mayhem. I debated how to return the human cattle without having them gouge out our eyes. I needed to be crystal clear that we were not aligned with the former Chief Hunter.
Ready that transport and prepare several more. Load all UN captives on there, unharmed, and of their own volition, I growled. Before you release any penned humans, please reiterate that we're there to free and return them. State that we have an explicit agreement with their government. Also, allow them to fly the shuttles back to the fleet on their own.
One of my security guards bared his teeth.
What happens when they see Shazar on the first ship?
Tell them that the human cattle was her idea, and she's a rogue warlord. Also tell them they can do whatever they want with her. She was left on that shuttle as a gift.
The Arxor underling chuckled to himself, picturing the furious humans brutalizing her. I found Shazar's circumstances quite amusing as well. This was likely not what Secretary General Zhao had in mind, but by asking me to hand her over to the UN custody. But on a technical level, my decision was in full compliance with his request. I fulfilled my end of the bargain while having some malicious fun at her expense. Once the situation was resolved, the humans could turn their attention to the Federation. That was where their focus belonged. It was also saved me from the awkward position of mediating this dispute. My next priority was heading to a dead-drop location so that General Jones could learn what Gisnell had revealed. Perhaps the Terrans could devise a way to utilize the information for insurgency. End of story. This is a bonus chapter called The Jodel Uplift. Memory approximation subject Onzo Jodel citizen. Date Standardized Human Time, January 12th, 2116. The fossil doctor tested my straps on my chair and ensured that they were tight around my wrists. I felt the electrodes against my skull. That was the word the alien used, at any rate. These creatures descended upon our world with powers that transcended our imaginings of our poets. Our leaders welcomed their beneficent gifts. What contraptions could communicate instantly between cities? What metal tubes could soar through the air like birds? These were wondrous inventions, touted at fairs across the globe. The Federation swooped in and imposed their will on our society. Thanks to them, the technology became accessible to the public within a year. I had been captivated with the aliens' presence, seeking to understand them. The Colchians that spoke over the freely distributed television boxes told us much, yet little. They showed us images of the galaxy, which was an imposingly vast stretch of stars. As an adolescent, I was full of vigor. There was nothing I'd like more than to contribute to building ships.
Monzo, age 14, enlisted Federation engineer. The fossil tapped his clipboard. Do you know why you are here?
By the time anyone saw their dark side, it was too late to expunge them from our society. It started with the animals. The Federation called them an infestation. Aliens of all shapes and sizes poured onto our world, burning wild beasts across the continent. We had domesticated some pest killers to protect our crops, but those were also scorched inside our properties. That was the first blow. I recalled tilling the rich soil and the hot sunlight beating down on my back. My mother and father sat in their rocking chairs, sipping fruit juice. The Federation had promised that their farming techniques would require minimal manpower. Automatic devices would bear the brunt of the work, rendering people like us obsolete. My younger brother Mona was sitting in Mama's pouch. The family hensa was sitting on the stairs with the lazy tail swishes. The carnivorous critters came up to our knees and had long been friendly to Yodel settlements. They would imprint on particular individuals, sticking around when fed. No farm was complete without their watchful presence. The unnatural rumbles of machines bumped down the cobblestone road. The Federation promised to tear such streets apart, but they hadn't gotten to our little village yet. The idea of them modernizing our town captured my imagination. Perhaps it could have had the magical candles they called light bulbs. The stores in the city had them when we went to sell our goods. The aliens have finally come. They're going to give us gifts beyond comprehension. Papa's going to be able to grow twice as much food, maybe more. I dusted my paws off.
You should get a truck, Papa. It's much faster than riding the steam trains.
All of the stuff is unnatural, Onzo. My father bore a look of apprehension as the aliens' vehicles neared our farm. I'm not comfortable riding a combustion-powered device. Perhaps it is too much change. We're an old man.
When we were little, there weren't even trains. It was boat or foot travel. That's why we rented the land near the harbor.
My mother chimed in. At the time, my parents' inability to keep up with the times was a point of contempt. I was ready for the future, for innovation. The Federation thought the Yodel were ready to fight the Oxor, and I was itching to bash their face in. It was thrilling that they were driving up to my residence now. Perhaps if I proved that I was strong, they would accept me like my friends from school. Imagine gallivanting off into space and helping the war efforts. There was true evil out there, which was a call to arms for all of us. Papa didn't want me enlisting, but staying home forever wasn't an option. How would I feel about little Mona being in some sick bastard's cattle pen? The Oxor weren't going to find easy prey in us.
Papa, can I be the one to greet them?
I pleaded. My father flicked his ears. Fine. Just be careful, son. I rushed up to meet the aliens, excitement on my face. My heart sang to understand the inner workings of their contraptions. Before anyone could ship out, we needed the Armada. Surely, Papa understood there was no danger as an engineer. The Federation could use a person like me. I was willing to work my ass off. Extraterrestrials in metallic suits leapt out and ignored me with clear disinterest. They were wielding flamethrowers, signaling each other. The signs they adopted were foreign to me. It would take time to compare their meanings to Yodel nonverbal communication. The occasional point was directed to our hensa. Hello, I joked to keep up with the aliens and flicked my ears with excitement. Do you need engineers? I want to be just like you. And Nevok acknowledged me with a half-hearted sigh. Yeah, you can come back with us, though I have little hope for a primitive like you responding to instruction. I stopped in my tracks, the wind taken from my sails. The Nevok broke away from the group and guided me hastily to their truck. My father squinted at me, asking where the aliens were taking me. In my eyes, it didn't matter how they belittled us. Of course, such an advanced species thought that we were lowly creatures. What was important was that I was going with the aliens. I could prove them wrong and earn my place in their ranks. Kill that predator! Another Federation officer roared. A few of them waved for my parents to come to them. The pair obliged reluctantly, though they protested what the aliens were doing. The hence's binocular eyes gazed at me, a trusting look in her pupils. I gasped in horror as pain danced through its irises, and she pleaded with me. The herbivores I wanted to be just like were bathing her in flames, slowly melting her alive. The exterminator snapped around as a gunshot sounded beside them. Mother was crying, and he dispatched a bullet through Hence's head. The alien screamed at him for interfering, before continuing to torch our pet's corpse. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks, the unexpected grief hitting me in waves. I was still crying when the foreigners came to the truck to whisk me away. That wasn't what pushed me over the edge. Papa told me not to piss the aliens off when he visited my training camp. I comforted myself with a simple explanation. The exterminators mistook our sweet Hensa for a dangerous beast. They didn't know our ecology, so it was an innocent slip-up. Whenever I tried to mention Hensas to my Federation trainers, they would scream me down. The fossil doctor scratched his floppy ears. Onzo, tell me why you're here. Yodel would disappear from the program for any aggression or behavior that didn't meet the guidelines. At first, I assumed that they were sent home. The Federation must have dismissed them for service. But sinister stories began to circle. The re-education camps had opened beneath our noses. A few of them returned, and they weren't quite the same. I couldn't take it, I growled. You people berate us and call us stupid. I was top of my class in rocket engineering. I am not stupid. The alien tilted his head. I concur. That's why the Federation wants to salvage you. With the predators on your world, it has terrible effects on your temperament. You know, it's funny. I wanted to be just like you. And now, are you having delusions of violence? I stared at the 3D photos on the doctor's desk, depicting a world far away from my own. Hatred was festering in my chest. It was an untapped pit of rage. For all of the great gifts they gave us, the Federation had taken away something more important. They wanted us to be afraid, to cower in the face of danger. How terrifying was it, how quickly a culture could be erased. In a few generations, I doubted there would be anything left of us. We would be another faceless species in Federation herd. The Gojid that trained me was condescending to us all. She treated us like children who couldn't understand basic concepts. I had to steal rocket engineering books from the library and request an official test from her supervisor. She resented that I went over her head and cranked up the workload to an unreasonable pace. I wouldn't let the mean old Bimek break me. Because of my efforts, she was forced to admit Yodel to a higher education course. When she ordered a mandatory field trip, I should have known that it was something to push our buttons. Supposedly, it was to boost student morale. However, the truth was that the Gojid just wanted me to have an outburst. The Federation was holding a ceremony destroying our railroads in a festive celebration. Once, I would have been exhilarated by the prospect of magnetic trains. The spaceports cropping up across the continent were fascinating development, but the speaker's mockery of our creations rubbed me the wrong way. Boats and trains of steam, railroads that crawl ahead on engines born of a primitive technique. I say good riddance and embrace the superiority of the Federation. The speaker declared, We will bring you up to a proper society. I pressed my paws over my ears and gazed upon the metal tracks with renewed interest. Though they were simple creations, they were the pinnacle of Yodel innovation. Couldn't we have figured out this on our own had the Federation not swooped in? Why did these off-worlders have to be so haughty all the time?
Everything you build is worthless on its own, Bemek hissed. That's what you Yodel are, little insignificant and, useless.
I held my tongue, observing the explosions across the railroad. Gunpowder churned up the earth and sent debris flying in gratuitous fashion. I felt a profound sense of loss, like my culture was being siphoned away before my eyes. It was true that superior aliens could have wiped us out if hostile, but we were supposed to be grateful for survival. The galactic community was exclusionary and unsupportive. The Gojid leaned into my ear, hot breath my cheek. Genetic means a lot, and phew, yours are special. Your father will walk to town now, like some animal, and your mother keeps some sailboat around because she's too stupid to work a motor. Why? My vision went foggy with rage, and I whipped around to face Bemek. Explosions continued to sound behind me, some ravaging boats like my mother's in the harbor, channeling my fury. I rammed my head into hers. The right hook followed close behind, and I flung myself atop the interloping prick. This was what she wanted, for me to act like some primitive animal. That suited me just fine. The alien's facade of nicety was a sham, and there would be no welcome to the stars. A tranquilizer dart pricked my neck amid Kolshian shouts. The Gojid cried out like she was a victim. A Federation observer dragged me off of her. Bah, I guessed I was going to a re-education camp to be whisked off. The fossil psychologist finished his observations and retrieved the results from my brain scan. There was something there he didn't like. Perhaps there was a spark hadn't left my mind. He conferred with some colleagues before returning with a bottle of pearls. The alien forced a friendly expression and pressed the container into my pulse. Good news, Anzo. You can get back to work, the doctor said. I've gotten the Federation to sign off on your transfer. You're heading to the shipyards as a full-fledged engineer. Tears rolled down my face, and I bit back my words. Feck you! I want nothing to do with your military. Papa was right. The fossil continued with his speech. You're smart, and your case of predator disease is mild. So we're going to try these pills to mellow you out. I'm hopeful that we won't have to resort to anything drastic. You need to take one of these every day. Or what? How are they going to force that on me? Every day at work we're going to take a pinprick blood sample, the psychologist predicted my internal query, and fixed me with a challenging stare. You miss one day of medication, you're coming back to me. Are we clear? I glowered at the medicine. As a bell. So this was why some people returned to the re-education camps, too mellowed out to have opinions. Nasua swelled in my throat as I knew this was the death of Onzo. These tablets were meant to quash my personality and my ability to fight back against the cruel world. The hatred in my heart sang its songs for the final time. The alien doctor cleared his throat, and I swallowed a pill with reluctance. If there was any way to go back to the primitive life that we had before, I would take it. Anything was better than a sedated life under their claws. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136. Our shuttle had escaped Silas's atmosphere unnoticed, and we docked with Captain Monahan's ship in a hurry. Almost all of our posse was shipped to the infirmary after the injuries we picked up along the way. The Tillfish exterminators and their civilian trustees had looked petrified, boarding a Predator warship. General Burla was equally frightened, though Vernt seemed ready to run laps around the vessel. The Arxor turret gave me a close shave, though I was able to save my cell. The human doctors informed me that my damaged spines would never regrow, due to the degenerative condition. That was not surprising to me, given my advanced age. Gojids could develop new quills in their youth, since they evolved to ward off predators. However, as we got older, hormones prevented regrowth in many males. Like human balding, Samantha had asked as she listened to the physician's prognosis with me. Shit, Spike is going bald. Not to be an ass, but Carlos and I are totally going to rib you. Thus, when the olive-skinned male visited, I expected some irksome jokes at my behest. Instead, the soldier looked concerned by the bandages encircling my torso. He informed me of the battle's developments, though he saved the best news for last. The Oxel had collapsed before the humans did and called for a ceasefire. Silas wasn't going to suffer the same fate as the Cradle. I can't help but wonder how the Terrans persisted for so long. Come to think of it, I don't think I've seen a UN soldier tire while walking, except for Tyler when he was twisted his ankle.
So that means that we can send the Tillfish home and head back to Earth myself, Carlos concluded. You think you can, come with me to share the news with our, guests, I need some moral support.
I cast my gaze at the floor. I've been staying in here, trying to stay out of Marcel's hair. The quiet spell alone gave me unwelcome time to ruminate, and my thoughts swirled around with fury. I could tell which voices were real or imagined. Distant profanity was audible in Vendel's register, which hinted that Slanek was near. There were a few things I swore I heard Marcel say as well, in the broken bits I caught.
I've decided Sovereign. Hey, pretty, up,
was one of the more ominous lines.
I'm just going to do it, right here, now. It's been consuming me too long.
It was possible the red-haired human was referring to his bloodlust. I could imagine the urge to harm me had been overwhelming during my prison stint. Our unwelcome reunion must have stirred up some nasty memories. It was remarkable that he stuffed it down long enough to escape Silas. However, something in my heart told me Marcel wouldn't surrender his morals so easily.
Yoo-hoo! Wake up, Carlos sang. I don't ask you for much, man. Please, just help me with the chest-high spiders. I'm begging you.
Explain those green markings on your arms, and I'll go with you. Sam told me that you're in a cult when I asked her. I said, like the cult of Inatala.
And what did she say?
Exactly like that, but with more blackjack and hookers. I think she's lost it. Carlos threw his head back, howling with laughter.
Oh, Sovlin, try actually looking at it. This one is a picture of a tree, with the word strength through pain. The other tattoo is a bear, which, yes, I'm aware it's a predator, but it's two jewel icons of strength and confidence.
I see. Why would you have those drawn on yourself?
It's a reminder. Whatever happens to me, I'll be enduring as a tree and as fierce as a bear. Our past doesn't define us.
That is a nice gesture, though I cannot unsee the predator now. Feck, you idolize a beast. Never mind. Let's go see the Tillfish. The UN guard led me out of my medical bay, and I studied each room with nervous eyes. Which one was Slanek hiding behind, ready to remind me that I deserved death? The Vendel was right about justified consequences for my actions. Perhaps he could persuade Marcel to get the revenge he deserved. That wasn't what frightened me. It was the prospect of them conversing with me, showing mercy together. That twisted the knife. I am thankful that it was dead quiet on the shuttle ride. I don't know if I can bring myself to speak with my victim again. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as we ascended the stairwell to the main deck. The sound of sobbing caught my attention from within the cargo hold, and it wasn't guttural enough to be human. I focused on my periphery on instinct. The monstrous beast from Marcel's unit caught my eye. What was left of my spine spoke through the bandages. The redhead human had hidden it at the rear of the shuttle, avoiding panic. Now, I finally got a good look at the monstrosity. The dog was as fearsome as a bear on Carlos's tattoo, with the shaggy pelt and fangs the length of my quills. It was nothing compared to lunging at an oxor, but it had the lean form of a killer. Onza was crouched right beside it, and even the violent-minded Yodel was in tears at its pressure. Carlos, look, that thing is making Onza cry, I stammered. The human squinted his brown eyes.
That's odd. I didn't get the impression that he was afraid of predators. Maybe it's the stress of combat that set him off.
I crept over to the room's hallway and peered inside. Carlos watched my furtiveness despite wearing heavy boots on his paws. As primitive as Onza was, it would be wrong to leave him at a dog's mercy. The Yodel was part of our unit, and humans never left their packmates behind. Blonde, close-cropped hair caught my eyes. Tyler knelt beside the Yodel, careful to keep weight off his injured ankle. Perhaps the census officer had put his exchange program partner up to this. I could see the Terran's lips moving, and Onza nodded blankly. From the bits I was able to catch, it sounded like he was explaining what dogs were. They were pack predators that humans domesticated, to help with farming and hunting. Tyler had one that lived with him. That was possibly the most asinine thing I'd heard in my life, worse than asphyxiating fish as a child. Encouraging a predator to switch on hunting modes around them was suicide. It must be difficult even for a sapient Terran to rein themselves in while searching for prey. Was this creature used to slaughter farm animals so the humans didn't have to? If dogs were ravenous, it was more deranged that the primates let them inside their living quarters. I tiptoed a few steps closer and strained my ears. It was essential to hear what they were saying, so that I could intervene if necessary. The last thing that we needed was for the yodel to pass out around a slobbering animal.
I understand. So his name is, Dino?
Onzo sniffled. Tyler ran a hand over the beast's forehead, smiling. Yeah, Marcel says that he loves Slanek, so I don't think he'll be a problem around aliens. Dogs read our social cues, so Dino knows which ones we like.
I love your dog back on Earth.
You sure do. I'd always feed her table scraps, sir, and Pops would yell at me. She's getting older now, but she's always happy when I visit. Dogs will miss you whether you've been gone 1 year or 1 minute. Something about that statement snapped the last straw of Onzo's composure. The yodel turned inconsolable and wrapped his paws around Dino's neck. The dog whined as the primitive buried his face in his coat. Its jaws opened with a feral intent. Its tongue leapt out of its mouth, and it impressed its slobber onto the uplift's reddish-tan fur. Tyler tilted his head with concern and pressed a hand on Onzo's back. He moved his bony fingers in a soothing circles, desperately reassuring his friend. The yodel screeched in a discordant tone, curling his claws deeper into Dino's scruff. The dog wriggled out from under him and pressed its wet nose against his cheek. It began lapping at the uplift with the repeated licks, building up the taste for his flesh. Talk to me, buddy. What's wrong? The sensor officer whispered. Sobs racked the yodel's body.
They killed her. They killed her. Papa shot her. Papa.
It's okay. You don't have to talk about it. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I'm here for you.
If I told you what they did to us, you'd be ashamed of us. He just rolled over.
Carlos jabbed an elbow in my side. Sovlin, I think we're intruding on a private conversation.
I think so too.
Sympathy clutched my heart, seeing the brazen yodel on the verge of a breakdown.
Let's move on.
Don't worry, I'll do the talking. The human and I stood backward, though I shot a glance back at the desperate primitive. Tyler had pulled the yodel into a full embrace, and his form looked massive next to the herbivore. I hoped the blonde Terran had everything under control. He knew his exchange partner better than I did. It left me to wonder how their first conversations were gone, how much they'd opened up to each other. Carlos gestured to another cargo hold, which had been converted into a group dormitory. UN sentries were posted outside the room, and they looked quite antsy. I suspected the constant watch was to prevent the insectoids from wandering the ship. Back in Kolshian territory, Carlos stated that the Tillfish ambassador freaked him the fuck out. Many humans found the Tillfish likeness unnerving, which still amused me.
Watch, this is going to be easy, I told the male guard. Let a master of diplomacy show you how it's done.
Carlos rolled his eyes. Master of gunboat diplomacy, maybe. The Tillfish refugees halted their conversation as soon as we entered the room. General Burler eyed the unknown human with wariness and tried to move Verndt behind her. She had found Tyler daunting too, with his imposing size and icy eyes. I moved my body subconsciously, obscuring Carlos's bare arm with my form.
So, human forced the Arxor to stand down and return any Tillfish cattle. Your planet will not be bombed to smithereens today, I declared. You can go home.
The insectoid exterminators comforted the children they'd rescued and murmured something among themselves. I caught something about the other kids being taken away in cages. My news about the cattle meant that they might be returned unharmed. It was tough to trust the Noxal's words, but the demons had started the exchange process already.
The Terrans need to move quick enough before the monsters break their agreement.
General Burler clicked her mandibles. What do the humans want from us?
To leave their ship as soon as possible, probably. Trust me. They don't want you here any more than you want to be here.
Marcel told me, we're symbols of disease to their brains.
Yeah. I mean, look at Carlos here.
I clapped my paws around the male human, and the physical touch made him jump.
See? You scared the predators. I'm sure you like that.
Actually, I don't. Do you think I could say goodbye to Marcel? He was quite kind with me and Verndt.
I'll ask someone else to pass the word along. It'll have to be soon. They want to head home in a few hours.
See, Verndt, we're going home. It's safe.
And the humans, no, I want to go to Earth. I want to go to space with humor.
Verndt wailed, an ear-piercing tone. You cannot do that. For the last time, Humans don't like us. Earth is their
Humor not like, no leave.
The child's deafening tangent morphed into incoherent screaming. Carlos pressed his hands to his ears and keeled over at the waist. I took the opportunity to depart the room with my friend, noting the apologetic look in Burla's eyes. The Tillfish General had tried to break it to Vern gently, but it was obvious that they weren't welcome on the Predator's cradle. Why was a kid so dead set on visiting Earth? Carlos rushed over to a water fountain and slurped down a cool arc of liquid. The human blinked his eyes shut before wiping his lips against his hand. He turned grateful eyes to me and allowed himself to full-on shudder. Perhaps the experience gave him newfound sympathy for what it was like when I first boarded the ship packed with predators. Thank you. I felt my throat clam up. I couldn't speak. Now it's done and we can send them home, Carlos murmured.
I chewed at my claws. Don't mention it. That kid was a nightmare. Sooner he's back on Siddis and screened for predator disease, the better.
Predator disease? For throwing one tantrum?
There's some behavioral issue going on there. Bonzo is a predator disease too, but that seems to be a species-wide thing. As someone who has some, symptoms myself, I do wish I could ask for help. That I got treatment when I was young, when it might have been fixable.
Sovlin, you have PTSD. It's caused by trauma, because of what you saw with your family.
That's not how predator disease works.
Per the Federation scientists, who don't know what an omnivore is.
Wariness tugged at my chest. You know what? Fine. Everything I ever believed in or knew was a lie. Sure, whatever. Seems to be a pattern. Happy?
Jeez. You can't temper the self-pity for 10 seconds. I'll take you back to your room.
I know where it is. I can walk back myself.
Be my guest.
Carlos stalked off, arms folded in the way humans used to cordon off their emotions. I bolted off in the opposite direction and tried to regulate my breathing. The humans had to view everything contrary to the Federation, just to take a wrecking ball to our reality. Nothing was sacred to them, not even the most basic truths. Either I was a diseased individual who snapped, or my omnivorous species was the disease. If anything, the trauma just helped me direct my anger issues at predators. It was a guiding mechanism. I stomped past Onzo and Tyler's cargo hold. The Yodel was tugging a rope with a little help from his human pal. Dino had the nylon clasp between his fangs. The dog had decided this twine was its prey and refused to let go. He wasn't sure why the primitive was exchanging partner wanted the string so desperately. At least they weren't stupid enough to stick their paws in its mouth. Rushing off down the stairs, I returned to the medical wing. My pace slowed down, careful to avoid detection by any other patients. The last thing I wanted was for Slanek to catch me in his sightlines. After losing so much blood, the venom must be tied down here. My pupils darted about and swept for any signs of which room belonged to my victims. One door was cracked open, which hadn't been ajar when I left. I pressed my body against the wall and inched up to the frame's edge. After considering my options, I risked a quick glance inside. It was unmistakably the tortured human and the Vendel inside. Slanek had an IV hooked up to a bandaged arm and was resting his head on Marcel's chest. The Predator was entranced by a nature documentary from Earth, which played on the TV. Shit. Maybe I can sneak past and they won't notice me. They're both fixated on TV, right? I dropped onto all fours, hoping that would help keep me below their sightline. Pain scorched down my back as I stretched out the damaged skin. Cursing internally, I crawled ahead like a toddler. My claws made clicking sounds against the tile. I could see Marcel's hazel eyes land on me through the periphery and watched his head pop off the pillow. "Sovlin," the human queried. "Come here. Slanek needs to speak with you." I froze like a cornered prey, and dread formed a knot in my stomach. It was possible to keep walking, but Marcel had every right to make demands of me. This was pure cowardice, avoiding him because I was afraid of his civility. Besides, if this human was dead set on conversing with me, I doubted I could outrun him. Steadying my nerves, I rose back onto my hind legs, my heart thundering with the fury of a stampede. But as I turned my feet into the room, the universe had brought me face to face with my victims, and now there was no choice but to engage with them. There was no telling what his Vendel buddy would do. I would offer myself to Marcel's whims once more. The human had a captive audience, and I had yet to discover why he wished to speak with me. End of chapter. Chapter 103. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 7th, 2136.
It was tough to cope with my proximity to this predator and his venomous pal. I was standing just within the room's threshold and resisting the urge to flee. Binocular eyes were trained on my skull. It felt like they were burning holes in my head. My eyes wandered, attempting to look at anywhere but the human scarred face. Marcel had placed a photograph of Slanek and himself alongside a female Terran I didn't recognize. The curious aspect was a young Gojid riding on the redhead's back with bright eyes. My victim was tickling her wrists, twisting his hands over his shoulders. Even in a still photograph, I could tell the child was squealing with happiness. Why were Marcel and Slanek taking pictures with the young Gojid? Didn't the redhead human despise our species? Just looking at the child must remind him of my likeness. I wasn't sure why he'd volunteer with our refugees. Perhaps it was an attempt at coping for him. But the fact that he kept it as a selected photo. Marcel thinks of his time with the Gojid as a kid as a happy memory. How can that be? My throat felt like it was made of sandpaper. The Gojid, who is she? That's Nulia, my adopted daughter, Marcel replied in an even voice. Slanek and I rescued her on the cradle after she was abandoned in a stampede. She's back at home with my fiancé now. I recoiled, unable to process why the human would adopt a Gojid child. Peering into his eyes at the photograph, the scarred predator was radiating affection. His teeth were bared in full snarl, and Slanek was cozied up against his side too. Protector. Why couldn't I have tortured an arsehole Terran? Not that it would have made him more moral, but Marcel was too kind. I could not have harmed someone less deserving of cruelty. My eyes burned as images of Marcel and a collar flooded my mind. Staring at his heartfelt smile, I could still picture his strange smile when Slanek came to visit. It had been my claw that pressed the shock trigger, while staring at him in absolute reproach. The cold, starving predator had seized on the floor and struggled just to breathe. I could still hear his screams as I kicked him in the ribs. Slanek snapped the television show off and fixed a withering glower on me. The Vendel eyed me with murderous intent, flexing his wounded arm as if to test it. Marcel's best friend remembered the exact details I had. I could remember how desperate he was to plead the human's case. My response was to try and get him preyed upon. I would have intervened before the predator could eat the Vendel, but at least it was an attempt to traumatize him. Besides, there was no guarantee that I could react quicker than a hunter could lunge. Poor Marcel must have resisted such terrible thoughts just looking at Slanek. It felt immoral to sympathize with the predator's bloodlust, but I knew that he could unhelp basic biological urges. Marcel chose to die rather than eat his friend, and that was a remarkable show of willpower. The fact that he hadn't enacted revenge upon me showed he was a good person. His love extended even to Gojid children. The red-haired human shot Slanek a pointed look. Tell Sovereign what you wanted to tell him. This hatred is poisoning your heart, and you need to let it out.
Yeah, I fucking hate you. If Russell hadn't intervened, you would have killed Marcel. You meant to put him down like a fucking animal. The Vendel screeched. Did you know how it felt to feel like I'd lose him? To know the last moments were agony? You deprived him of every basic need. I suppose he was lucky you gave him filthy water in a filthy bucket. I'm sorry, I offered meekly. What good does that do? You're out living a respected life with the Terran military, and the trauma can never be undone. My government never even got to prosecute you for how you tossed me around. Then I was helpless as he clung to life. On the day-long trip to Venla Prime, I sat beside his hospital bed, watching them put wires into his face.
Saw the pictures. Terrible to look at.
It was terrible. I don't know how you got Tyler to feel sorry for you, but he was never the brightest bulb in the box. You can keep your fecking apologies, because you aren't worth shit. The Vendel started to sit up, but Marcel held him back with an arm. Slanek wriggled against the restraint, yet, for some reason, the human wouldn't let him charge at me. The prey alien reached for his IV line, and the predator intercepted his paws with nimble reflexes. I'd never seen a Vendel bare his teeth or act with such aggression. There was no question I deserved special animosity. Even the galaxy's weakest race wanted to bash my face in. And I couldn't blame him. Everything Slanek had just said was true, down to the fact that I would have murdered an innocent creature without Russell. The tears poured out from my eyes, and that only enraged the Vendel further.
I pressed my face into my paws, wishing that I could fall into non-existence. "Relax, buddy. It's okay," Marcel whispered.
Slanek pinned his ears back. Stop! I should be comforting you. He did it to you. You're the one who has to live with the trauma. You're the one who is permanently disfigured.
"Yes, and I don't want you harming him."
You told me in the hospital you wanted Sovlin dead. You were fantasizing about it.
"It wouldn't make anything better, Slanek. I've been trying to make peace with what happened to me since I learned that his family was eaten in front of him. Sovlin saved both our lives, and I don't wish harm upon him."
You said you didn't want to see him. You were pissed that he was here on Celis.
I was pissed. I am angry. I'm hurting. I'm hounded by memories when I look at his face, and I forgive him. What was left of my spines bristled, and the world collapsed in on me. All I wanted was for Marcel to take those words back. They stabbed at me like daggers to the chest. I couldn't breathe, and every part of me screamed against that forgiveness. Everyone in the galaxy knew that Slanek's interpretation was the correct one. I didn't deserve mercy, and my life should be forfeit for my actions. How could the Predator just forgive what I had done to him? "No, you can't do that," I croaked, fighting for air amid the narrowing of my vision. His hazel eyes stared directly at me. "No, I can. I won't forget what you did, but it's time to let it go. I choose to feel compassion for you. I choose not to be a victim, and not to let hatred control me." Marcel stated compassion, packed force of a sledgehammer. Those simplistic words echoed in my mind, warring against concrete certainty that I must never find peace. Without self-loathing as my purpose, there was no guiding star to light my dark path. Forgiveness stripped my life of all meaning. There was no reason to persist another day. Why should I get to live when I couldn't protect my family? "You just said you were angry." Speech spilled from my vocal cords, as if born on their own volition. "You wanted me dead. That was good. Why would you just forgive me?" Simple. I was playing with Nulia, and she overheard me talking with Lucy. She said,
Marcel, you're mean when you talk about Sowen.
Kid was right. I was consuming me, because I hadn't let it go. The thought launched me. It couldn't be that simple for a Predator to cast aside his vitriol. The words of a child who peered into his heart caused him to forgive old wounds. Slanek snapped his tail against Marcel's yellow.
Listen to yourself. You're letting him get away with the sadism again.
I don't control his actions. I control mine. And there's power in not clinging to resentment. I won't be free from this until I set my heart free.
You have to stand up for yourself, Mark. It's not about being the bigger person. Justice matters too, and your life has enough value to me that it deserves my disgust.
Do you believe people can change, buddy? 'Cause I do. And it's wrong to deny a truly repentant person a second chance. Please, for my sake, respect the fact that Sovlin is trying to do better today. That's all he can do.
No. Marcel is insufferable. Tyler also said I deserved a second chance, and it wasn't true then. Doesn't matter that I'm doing right by them after what I've done already.
I fell to my knees, sobbing, as I had when I first realized humans had empathy. A second chance was not what I was seeking. There was no reason why my unforgivable deeds deserved a do-over. My continued existence was meant as inadequate penance for my treatment of humanity. What aid I'd given them wasn't nearly enough, though I hoped I'd made a minute difference in their war efforts. It was tempting to believe that my reparations were sufficient. I knew my die was cast and my story was written, yet I yearned to pretend that wasn't the truth. My eyes blinked open, turning to the Vendel. Surely he would slap Marcel's folly down without hesitation.
Fine!
Slanek spat the word as if it were sour taste in his mouth. Marcel smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now, thank him for saving your life.
What? How did you?
Tyler told me. He explained everything rather apologetically. We would both be dead without Sovlin, so a little thanks is in order.
Please, don't.
Snot bubbling out of my nose, I shook my head, desperate to rebuff any praise. That's
not necessary. I agree.
Slanek contorted his facial features into a mask of disgust.
You're taking this way too far, Mark. This concussion got to your head.
Well then, humor a poor, sick human. The red-haired Predator chuckled. I'll watch the new episode of that god-awful The Exterminators show with you, if you say thanks sincerely.
Thanks, Sovlin. That was vile.
I said sincerely.
I'm glad Marcel is alive.
Slanek spoke through gritted teeth.
Thanks for not trying to slice and dice him again.
You've got to be kidding me. That's the best you can do. It was sincere, I sniffed, buying time to regain composure. Technically meets your criteria.
Marcel heaves a sigh. Yeah, I guess so.
Let me walk you back to your room, Sovlin. I raised a surrendering paw, stammering. No, you don't.
I insist.
I need to be sure I didn't kickstart a full-blown mental crisis. The human maneuvered onto his legs and stretched out his body with a blood-curdling pops. His strong hands tugged at my shoulder. The extended contact made me nauseous to my stomach, and my heavy limbs were sluggish to obey. I reminded myself not to think of him as my victim. Marcel didn't want to be regarded in that fashion, so I shouldn't do him that disservice in my perception. The redhead Terran wrapped an arm around my neck, which felt as heavy as a rock. How did every interaction with Marcel increase my guilt to chest-bursting levels? He had led me out of Slanek's quarters and asked in low rumble where I was heading. All I could do was point a few doors down, still as teary-eyed and snot-stained mess. I noticed the predator drawing deep breaths to quell his own anxiety. My self-centered concerns turned to him, and I withdrew from his grasp. Marcel blinked his eyes shut, his scars scrunching up with his grimace. I wanted to comfort him, even though I knew it was my presence ratcheting up his anxiety. Do you want a hug? My voice was hardly more than a whisper, and I watched his eyes pop open with surprise. No. I get that. Of course you don't want one from me. Marcel threw his arms around me, burying his face in my fur. The Terran finally let out tears spill over, which soaked my shoulder. I mirrored the way I'd seen Tyler comfort Onzo, and pressed my paw onto his back. This was the first time I'd ever been this close to a human. Not even my friends had embraced me. It was shocking how warm this predator was, like a heated blanket. No wonder Slanek always curls up next to him. It's oddly disarming. My heart ached as the human continued to bawl his eyes out. I moved my claw into his hair and ruffled the strands in the silly way that I do with my daughter. It wasn't clear how Terran years translated, but Marcel was probably about her age. He jerked his head back, and fear flashed in his eyes briefly. The poor guy mistook my playful gesture as an attack. Sorry, shouldn't have used my claws. It must feel like I was slicing at you. I wasn't thinking, I mumbled. Marcel patted his mane back down. It's just, never mind, this here is where you're heading, right? Yeah. Cool beans. Hey, listen. I wish you only the best. I don't want you to be depressed on my account. It's not on his account. It's because of me knowing what I am.
The last thing I want is you worrying about me.
I wasn't going to spill my emotional turmoil on this human, who could keep his own trauma contained. I wish you hated me.
Well, I don't. You hate you, Sovlin.
Yeah. I don't have to be a therapist to tell you where it all stems from. You blame yourself for what happened to your family. If you want to do something for me, get help. Tyler told me about someone. I didn't think
that you deserve help. It's okay to be happy and live your life. You're not going to pay off some self-imposed debt to me by being miserable.
I averted my gaze. Thank you. Whatever anyone says about you, you're the strongest person I've ever known. How much you care for others is astounding, and it speaks wonders of your species. Nobody is perfect. I just hope when it's all said and done, I leave the universe a better place, Marcel said. It's not too late for the sum of your actions, you know. I promise I'll try. From now on, I'll try to be like you. I'm not the worst role model, in my humble opinion. If only I could smack the same lesson into Slanek's skull, but it seems like we've settled our issues. But that's that. That's that. Good, well, I think it'd best be going, rest up. As the predator turned away, I wondered how I ever could have believed his species was incapable of empathy. The truth was, Terrans had to be one of the most empathetic species to cobble together anything bordering normalcy. It took a great deal of emotion to repress their hunting instincts with such thoroughness. Perhaps that was why they bonded with the Vendel. They both were sensitive species with ample feelings. As Carlos told me, the issue was when empathy wasn't extended to a particular individual. Marcel chose to grant it even to me, after what I had done. That was a sign of a good human. I couldn't believe how openly he was conversing with me, and how he had wiped the slate clean. The catch was that I would not forgive myself. I lay down on the floor of my room and thought about the legacy that I would leave behind. Marcel did have a point, though. The torture would always be in my ledger, but I could surround it with other deeds. Suffering was my idea of a fair punishment, not any request of the scarred primate. It wasn't going to make things right between us. If anything, it seemed like it would worsen his recovery. Maybe it was time to get my head straight, as the human so often suggested. I could become a better version of my despicable self, with the Predator's guidance. End of story. Chapter 104. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendor Republic. Date Standardized Human Time December 7th, 2136. The war activities occupy the vast majority of my schedule, which was packed with diplomatic meetings. Even the standoffish version of the United Nations sought as many allies as possible. Humanity was determined to spin the narrative in their favor. There was a battle being fought on every communique and every broadcast sent out over the airwaves. The liberation of millions of cattle, ironically, from the sector that included the Crow-cattle, was a great victory. Springing an Arxor chief hunter from Sol Base prison hadn't been my plan for the past week. The recollection of sharing a shuttle with Isif sent shivers down my spine. But in the moment, confronting him had been natural and easy. The knowledge that he possessed empathy for prey species further disproved what the Federation had said about predators being unable to feel. It also meant the Grey had done horrible deeds with a conscience. Somehow, that was the easiest discussion that I'd had all week, politically. The Suline-Iftali Alliance, self-declared speakers for the converted neutral voters, had scheduled a call after call with Federation species. None of these dialogues had gone anywhere, besides non-committal agreements to reconsider their allegiance. No one mentioned the bright idea of winning some species over with returned cattle. Humanity had remarkable persuasion abilities, but I was losing hope. My only bet for a potential convert was the Thafki, a race which, as of 2 days ago, had 12,000 members alive out of captivity. A sudden return of millions of cattle swiped from under the Arxor's nose in a battle sector would bring them back to the bargaining table. Secretary General Zal mentioned helping them re-establish their society and gifting them an independent settlement under UN protection. The idea was ingenious. The Terran Stampede and the sabotage caused us to lose 2 of our original allies. With the Thafki's numbers, 1 individual getting blown up in a shuttle was important. As for the Zivkits, Ambassador Axley left and never returned. Noah waited at the hospital entrance, his helmet tucked under his shoulder. There hadn't been much availability in my docket to spend one-on-one time with the cattle rescues. The sight of the broad-shouldered human brought energy to my weary brain. Unmistakable feel-good chemicals entered my bloodstream. When I was around the Terran ambassador, it was like all my troubles melted away. "Noah!" I exclaimed, throwing my arms around him. A gravelly laugh gripped his chest, and he returned the gesture. "It feels like it's been months." The Predator smiled. "You saw me at the meeting yesterday with the Durton." "You kicked me under the table the entire time." "Sorry. Politics bore me, Tava. I'm an astronaut who loves studying the stars and the evolution of life." "And me?" "And you, of course." The human placed one of his muscular arms across my shoulder, and I circled my prosthetic tail around his leg. It was hysterical to me that his ship's arrival once had me ready to surrender my planet. Knowing Noah, those initial words would have horrified him and caused him to leave. Sarah, meanwhile, would be the calming presence. Her scientific curiosity would have prevailed long enough to ask us why we feared them. I can't imagine first contact with a different ending. I won't let myself consider what would have happened if the astronauts disappeared and, Earth. The Predators had become an integral part of my life. The galaxy would have never been privy to the Kolshian's deceit in my lifetime, without humanity's unwavering push for acceptance. I thought that I could never find someone who made me happy after my marriage failed following my daughter's death. Noah's emotions were indistinguishable from my own at times. I cared about and experienced his feelings. The Terran occupied my thoughts at every waking moment. He said the sweet nothings that made my heart flutter, and did all the chivalrous things from his own culture. Our dynamic was proof that humans could feel love and be loved. "How's Glim? You told me that when you were riding back from the Kaggle Falls that he was warming up to you," I said. Noah's face fell, and he steered us into a break room. Glim was the only Vendel rescue on this side of the hospital, but the humans wandered without concealment. I had no idea how we were going to share the news with the other cattle. The Gaians would have more lapses in their covers soon, if we didn't divulge the truth. No offense to our friends, but they floundered at not acting predatory. My beloved human had suggested that Glim could determine our delivery method, but I wasn't sure the former exterminator was up to the task. He had screamed at Noah's appearance mere days ago at the train station. "Hasty happened. Glim got her to open up, since she was unresponsive to us," the Terran ambassador said. "Sarah and I watched on a security feed, and Hasty seems to have, studied us. Our exterminator pal's been detached and unforthcoming since. I could address Glim's concerns, but I want him to ask me himself." I blinked in confusion. "What exactly did Hasty say?" "That she ran some exhibit on humans called Pure Evil, Tava. We did all the things she mentioned. Abuse, cruelty, slavery, murder, and 1,000 other things. Perhaps even you would recoil at Hasty's compilation there." "Ah, that exhibit. I know the one, Noah, but I decided I didn't need to ask about it. Humans came here trying to be better, and I commend that. The rest of the galaxy has our dark secrets too, which we don't have the honesty to be open about." "I thank you for that understanding. But to Hasty, she has irrefutable proof that the human race is rotten. The Federation only recorded us at our worst. That's well established. How do we fight that? How do we win?" "Show her the best side of you, as long as it takes, no matter how she treats you. It's exactly what you've done with all of us. Despite everything that you've lost, you didn't lose yourselves. I feared that you would." "What about Glim? I showed him everything already." "Now Glim needs to see the worst of you. He needs to reconcile those lows with what he was starting to believe. He must accept humanity at its ugliest to love you at your best." "Peck, it's exhausting to be blamed for everything any of us have ever gotten wrong. To know that I'm one wrong word away from all of my efforts unraveling." I peered into his brown eyes. "Not with me. Now, as far as the Deerton, I might have my speechwriter draft you something. Maybe portray humanity as shepherds of the cattle. At least they agreed to a second talk. You are the face of Earth, so..." Tava, I don't want to talk about politics or Glim. I want to talk about us." My heart skipped a beat as the predator squeezed my paw. His eyes had taken on a pleading quality, and I could see the lines on his forehead. When Noah was focused on me, the rest of the world faded into the background. Who knew that a human could be so hypnotic? The Terran cleared his throat. "I know that we've gone out a few times. Hell, I even cooked you dinner at my pad, and you pretended the canned asparagus tasted decent. Those are good memories. But I want something more." "Noah, I'm busy. I'm sorry that I talk about work so often, and that I'm not more available." "You're the leader of an entire planet. I understand that, but I want to be official. I want to take you to Earth and use the UN's bottomless diplomatic funds on a fancy dinner for us. I want to whisk you around the city in a posh car and share my culture with you in style. The two of us. As an item." "Official? People would laugh at us." "I don't care what anyone thinks. Let them laugh. I had to travel across the galaxy to find someone who understood me, who was driven and compassionate. I want to spend my life with someone who completes me." "There's so much going on, Noah. The war, everything at home, the galaxy upended." "That's why I don't want to waste a second. I want to show you where I trained to be an astronaut, and the park where I found constellations with my dad. I want to put a hammock on the beach and watch a sunset together. Mostly, I want to be with you." Noah's hand drifted to my shoulder, and then cupped my head. I didn't understand why humans loved face-biting, but those predator instincts were old news to me. There was no fear from him moving closer, even as his warm breath set my heart on fire. For all of the death that humanity's arrival heralded, it was their bonding ability that defined their species to me. Love and emotions helped them triumph against adversity, as the entire galaxy opposed. A mortified scream traveled from the doorway.
Help! Noah is eating Tava's face! He's biting her!
The predator leapt back and raised his hands in confusion. Glim was parked in the doorway, having watched enough of our private moment. The Vendal's ears were pinned in horror, and tears swelled in his eyes. His legs skittered on the tile as he backed away.
Glim thinks he just saw proof that humans want to eat us. Clearly, he missed the context. Great.
Noah and I are together. Humans bite on the mouth to show affection, I said flatly.
What? You're dating him?
A series of emotions flashed across the exterminator's face. He seemed more mortified than before.
But he looks like a shaven runt.
Noah rolled his eyes. Vendal flattery is as strong as ever. You know how to make a man feel special.
Human males hit the females of their species. You can't trust his love. It's all in Hayes' archive.
Glim slumped his shoulders, and his ragged body quivered from head to toe. Noah narrowed his eyes before moving towards the exterminator. A pitiful squeak came from the Vendal rescue, and his crying escalated to a downpour. Hasey's shared atrocities had left Glim terrified of the Terran ambassador. It felt like a regression, right after the improvement was attained. Despite how frustrating it should be for him, my Noah was as patient as ever. He stopped in his tracks and gestured for me to join him. I knew this human wouldn't physically harm me. It was absurd to imagine that Noah Williams would even think of hitting anyone. His long-suffering demeanor and concern for others were enough, but he also cared about me deeply.
Noah would take a predator's bite for me if he had to. He's never done anything but placed me on a pedestal.
Glim, you hear about one human doing something and apply it to all of us. The Gaian ambassador pursed his lips and flared his nostrils. Abuse is not societally accepted. It's illegal and considered disgusting to normal Terrans. Even if it weren't, I'd rather have my nails peeled off than have anything happen to Tava.
I perked my ears up. Noah and I went to a broad walk here, and it started raining. He gave me his jacket to put over my head so that I could stay warm and dry. I told him not to do it, but he made sure he got soaked, not me. They're just pretending to be nice, to manipulate you. Hasey told me about the humans trading each other like property.
Something changed in Noah's expression. My ancestors were the ones that treated like goods and shipped across the globe inhumanly, with no regard for basic dignity, worked, beaten, and assaulted to the breaking point for centuries. Don't you dare bring my name into it.
What?
I tilted my head to him in concern.
I didn't know any of this.
Of course not, because look where I am today, Tava. I am proof that we're not the species from Hasey's capsule. Things can change. Humanity has changed and admitted the barbaric mistakes of our past.
How can you just accept that? What was done to you?
The rescue stammered. Oh, you shouldn't accept injustice, Glim. You should feel sick and angry at everything in Hasey's exhibit. I do too.
But why? Why would humans treat your own people like possessions?
It wasn't dissimilar to the Federation spiel, wrapped in a veneer of science and morality to infer lesser attributes on people who looked like me. Rationalized bigotry isn't an Earth-exclusive ideology. Glim recoiled.
What are you talking about?
The omnivores deserve to be saved and cured, right? Predators' lives are worth nothing. I'm not engaging in a whataboutism. It's horrible, and that's unequivocal. I'm just saying, we're all guilty of the savagery. The Vendal exterminator's shaking head ceased, and a tinge of relief dotted his gaze. I wondered to myself if Glim thought he'd face punitive actions for touching these subjects. Noah's points had struck a chord, even with myself. Humans weren't the only ones who could be blind to their own hatred. Evil was rooted in a web of complex lies that transcended the individual.
I don't want to be manipulated, the Vendal wailed. I don't want you to be pretending, using me.
A frown stretched across Noah's face. I just want to help you, Glim. I wish it wasn't so hard for you to believe that.
We're scoring you points in the war.
I switched my tail. The humans wished to end the Arxor cattle farming long before they were at war with the Federation. Their generals had plans to free you, which were sidetracked by constant plots against Earth. Exactly. Hazy thinks we're vicious pretenders, and she won't let us tell her otherwise. But even if you don't trust me, you know there's more to us than, pure evil." The rescue fell into a stony silence.
"You knew?"
"Of course we did. We were worried about Hazy, and we couldn't risk her hurting herself."
"Noah hoped that you would trust him enough to ask him. You did well," I jumped in.
"I want to
"Feel safe,"
Glim croaked.
I can't convince the other cattle when I haven't convinced myself." "It took all of us a long time to trust them. You've had a few days, from knowing only that predators are evil. I can tell you Noah has the deepest sympathy for you."
The predator chuckled. "And Noah can vocalize his own emotions. I'm here to support and comfort you, Glim. You can talk to me about anything, and I want you to know that I will never lie to you. So listen now. You are safe."
"Even if I don't help the other cattle?"
"If you want to help us, that's your decision. You are in control of you. Stop calling yourself cattle. You are a person with autonomy to us, and no human is planning to subjugate you. Not now, not later, not ever."
"Okay, not cattle. Gaians. Caretaker."
Glim was desperate for Noah to not be proven a monster. I could see it in his eyes, plain as day. The human advanced once more, and the rescue allowed himself to be embraced. Hazy was another issue, but one rescue was willing to see through the ugliness. It mirrored my own realization on that first interaction that the Terrans had a beautiful side to them. If the predators could work past their worst moments with the former exterminator, there was hope to get it through to the other rescues. To me, this was a positive omen for the program's future success. It would be an enormous boost to Earth's diplomatic standing to get these liberated souls on our side. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 9th, 2136. Negotiations with the Duritan homogeneity were ongoing, though the last 3 days all ended the same. The moment Ambassador Noah brought up lending their auxiliary support ships to humanity, the galaxy's other sapient avians balked. The Durtian were recognizable for their curved bills, which stuck out like Pinocchio's nose, according to my beloved human. They didn't take kindly to the UN suggestion that those bills likely evolved to spear prey. The Durtian also told me that the Vendel presence on the call was unnecessary, and shut me out of today's meeting. I would have rather been with Noah at the governor's mansion now, but I trusted him to take care of himself. I simply knew that if the talks fell through, the Terran ambassador would lump all of the blame on his shoulders. The United Nations needed to turn one of the military alliance's only voters. That constituency contained most of the Federation's powerhouses. Earth can't fully commit to the offensive action until we have the resources to support such maneuvers. Zal would never run the risk of his homeworld being counterattacked. Visiting the rescue's hospital offered a way to pass a few hours. It distracted me from my inability to get the endangered Tafki to send a representative, or to get the Durtian to anything but chit-chat. Were all of these diplomatic efforts wasting the Terrans' time? There were only so many times humanity would extend a hand in friendship and have it slapped away. At this point, it was for practical reasons that they tried it all. Glim had stabilized and was busy drafting talking points for Noah. The human ambassador had another unenviable task on his plate. We planned to reveal the Gaian's true identity to all the saved Vendel tonight. There would be mass panic once it was apparent that the masked bipeds were predators. This was a trial run for our larger ambitions, and with other races rescued from Shazar's sector. I'd taken it upon myself to monitor Hazy, who'd remained an emotional wreck despite the Gaians leaving her alone. My concern for Sarah also lingered. The female human had been absent from the facility ever since Glim snapped at her to leave. But now I spotted the curly-haired scientist taking aggressive strides down the hall and carrying a massive stack of papers. Her binocular eyes were frantic.
"Slow down, take a breath."
I rushed out of the security room and grabbed Sarah's forearm.
"You're back here. What are you doing?"
The Terran waved her postcard-sized papers.
"I went to the Venlo Museum of History, photographed every nook and cranny, and annotated the human exhibit with sticky notes. Thought it might cheer Hazy up to see her old passion." That was very kind of you, but Sarah, I know how much you love to work with others. Hasey isn't one of your projects, okay? You're not responsible for her recovery. I just want to help. I know she would be too scared to visit with human visitors. What about you? You're scared to visit her because you know that she'll look at you like you're a monster. Tava, you won't talk me out of bringing this to her. I'll drop it off and leave, but I must be sure that it gets to her. After terrifying a Vendel who's been traumatized after death, the least I can do is to give her something that makes her happy. The whole terror aspect is not your fault. Yet I feel like it is. I'm giving this to Hasey. Then I will go with you. Sarah, please, just keep back and let me do the talking. I'm not trying to silence you, but you won't hear a word you say.
The Predator took a shaky breath and nodded in agreement. I pried away a chunk of the photos, lightening the load she carried. It was a sincere gesture on Sarah's part to recall Hasey's request to visit the museum. However, with what we knew now, it was for the best that the Giants hadn't allowed the rescues to roam free. Hasey wasn't thrilled about the Terran's invasion of Vendel Prime. Little had taken her dispirited state of mind. Perhaps seeing exhibits that existed before her captivity would offer comfort. It was a slice of something familiar, which had once fascinated her. I remembered her eagerness to seek grants from me when I'd been our planetary ambassador.
Hasey might learn to love our exhibits in time. Maybe she'll appreciate humanity's nuance and complexity,
Sarah assured herself. My ear flicked was non-committal.
We'll see. Let's go together.
I thought that it would be best to discard the photos of the human corridor, since it may evoke negative reaction. Hasey seemed like the type to see her museum as defiled, or to see an objective look at the Terrans as a biased undoing of her pure evil work. There was no polite way to tell a friend not to showcase her species, though.
My advice was to demonstrate humanity's good side to Hasey. It's possible Noah passed my message along. I should have been more careful with my words.
Sarah fitted a mask over her face and extended her wrist in my direction. Catching on, I wrapped my prosthetic tail around her arm. Neither Terran astronaut complained that their metal replacements didn't offer the soft, bushy comfort of my natural appendage. It was the sentiment that counted to the Predators. I was grateful that they didn't treat me differently for my disfigurement. My paw wrapped around Hasey's door handle, and I pushed my way inside. Sarah stood behind me, all but hiding behind my shorter figure. The Predator's pulse had quickened beneath my metal tail, which its touch sensors picked up on. The Vendel rescue receded into her pillow, freezing at the Giant's appearance. I think Hasey hoped Sarah had departed for good.
Hi, Hasey,
the Terran scientist said softly. I'm sorry for bothering you now, and I'm sorry for my poorly thought-out exposure therapy. I'm not trying to scare you. Hasey didn't reply, but I could see her teeth chittering in her jaw. My tail uncoiled from Sarah's arm, and I gave her an encouraging ear flick. The human approached with cautious steps, clasped her photos with tentative fingers. I set the pictures that I'd removed from the stack on the mattress, and the scientist placed the rest on top of those ones. I gave Sarah a pointed look, reminding her that I should handle the conversation.
Hasey, Sarah did something very nice for you. She knows that you love the Museum of History, so she photographed the entire building for you. You can see everything that's there now, just like it was in the old days. I don't want anything from a human, the Vendel coughed. Now come on. I know that you want to see the museum, and you don't want to be around human visitors to do it. It's up to you whether you want to look at the photos. But now, you can. Manipulation, stop! Nobody's doing anything with ill intent toward you. We just want to help you. See? We're leaving now.
I reaffixed my tail to Sarah's delicate wrist and backed out of the room with her in tow. Hasey pulled the covers over her face, waiting for the Giant to recede from sight. My heart felt heavy as we retreated into the hallway. The human slumped his shoulders, and I recognized that pouting posture from Noah. It would be harsh to tell the Predator my honest opinion, but I thought Hasey was a lost cause. There was no way of making progress with someone who refused to listen. The historian was entrenched in her opinions as much as my next words would sting. I couldn't go on seeing a friend subject herself to pain. There was nothing any human could do to win certain rescues over.
Sarah, I think that you should stop visiting Hasey. Nothing good is coming of you seeing her, and it's obvious that she hates humans, I stated in a firm voice. There's no changing what's been done. I can find another rescue to reassign you. I don't want another rescue. Sarah stomped her foot in frustration, pitch climbing frenetically. I want my friend that I played Jenga with and hugged before she went to sleep. I lied to her. I hurt her, and she can't even look at me. You don't want another rescue? It doesn't have to be a Vendel then. Listen, you could meet a new and exciting species, the ones that the Mezics are facilitating. A scientist like you could brainstorm strategies to repel the Thafki's population, or perhaps be the bigger person, and that aids the Crocattle. It is ironic that we saved the species that led the extermination fleet from the cattle farms. It sure is funny. You know there'll be a shortage of Terran volunteers. Your help will be quite needed, and... Emergency raid sirens resounded through the hospital, a tone that every Vendel knew far too well. Sarah seemed familiar with the warning, and her eyes stretched wide in alarm. Panic swelled in my heart as I reached for my holopad. Dozens of messages from General Cam lit my feed. I should have been keeping an eye on my notifications. Inbound signatures of indiscernible make, heading for Vendel Prime. Our new defenses should thwart them with ease, but there's a possibility a few missiles slipping through, Cam wrote in his first message. We don't have the ship garrison we once had, despite humans standing at the helm. All civilians should be sent to bunkers. Sarah leaned her masked head over my shoulder and stared straight at the holopad. Humans were wonderful at focusing on what was in front of them. Still, I couldn't imagine having their narrow field of vision. Using binocular vision goggles at the very Museum of History tour Sarah had photographed, I had felt blind. The world had been a claustrophobic mess, and every person snuck up on me. The scientist used the visual translator to parse the text meaning and recoiled at once. The once illegible Vendel script now imparted its grey meaning. I hoped Sarah could keep her wits, because I was losing my own. We've got to go, I stammered. There's no telling how many ships are coming, and it's probably the Arxel. Did it betray us? Sarah, let's go. The human drew a shaky breath. I'm not leaving without Hasey. Every second we're here, our risk of being caught in a stampede or bombed. Sarah wasn't listening to my response. Her legs were dashing in the opposite direction of the exits. My ears could pick up another Gaian scrambling to retrieve their rescues. Even in my fear-stricken state, I recognized that bringing the former cattle to a bunker would be a problem. They'd see human refugees unmasked, and there wouldn't be a chance for the planned reveal. There were going to be panicked trauma victims locked in an enclosed space with predators. This was a worst-case scenario. I hoped the Gaian volunteers offered explanations now, before the truth became evident. It was difficult to collect my thoughts, but I was cogent enough not to leave Sarah to her own devices. I managed to chase after her, retracing the path to Hasey's room. The human was collecting the photo stack off the bed and stuffed the images underneath her arm haphazardly. Without hesitation, Sarah reached for Hasey. That elicited an ear-piercing shriek from the Vendel, who thrashed around in panic. I had enough sense to fetch a mild sedative and hand it to Sarah. There was no chance the historian would cooperate with the predator carrying her. The scientist jammed the needle into her vein and scooped the forcibly relaxed Hasey up. I wrapped my tail around Sarah's leg, just in case I lost control. The last thing I needed was to get separated from her and get swept up in a stampede. The human muttered reassurances and jogged in the direction of the exit. "Where is your car, Tava?" the Terran barked. I studied my reflection in a mask. The driver should be waiting at the pickup area. If he didn't panic, I'm not sorry. I usually have control of my instincts, but hawks or raids are traumatic for me. I know that, Governor. You're doing great, okay? I've got you both. The Predator's warm stability coaxed me along into the outdoors. UN security personnel who lurked in my vicinity ever since the Memorial Stampede greeted us, and they had just been rushing into the building, determined to evacuate me after I kept them waiting. Sarah allowed them to assist with carrying Hasey, and I let the humans herd me to my car. The Terrans roughly pushed my head down, and since the back door was already open, I dropped into a passenger seat and tried to steady my breathing. Vendel Prime was under attack by unknown assailant. We had to reach a bunker at once. I also needed to establish communications with my people in order to make relevant decisions. The UN security guards dove in after shoving Sarah and Hasey inside. I huddled against the human scientists and shot a concerned glance at the rescue. This was not going to be a pleasant experience once we were all caged inside a bunker. That was assuming that the three of us could get to safety unharmed. How close is the nearest bunker?
I asked the driver. The Vendel flicked his ears. For 5 minutes, ma'am. I'll do my best to avoid pedestrians. I cast my gaze out the windows. Sarah removed her mask. Given that the security staff weren't obscured from the occasion, it was selfless of the human to return for Hasty. I hoped that Noah and Glum were able to get to safety as well. The Terran ambassador could hunker down in the mansion's bunker at least. Glum's fate was reliant on the other caretakers getting him out. My frightened brain pondered the reason for our attack, until we learned more about our assailants and the confrontation had played out. There was no determining why Vendel Prime was under siege. If anyone could protect the civilian populace, it was our closest allies. Humanity wasn't going to let our homeworld suffer easily. All we could do, stuck on the ground amidst a major metropolis, was fast-track a route to a shelter. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlo Republic. Date Standardized Human Time, December 9th, 2136. It was obvious that the human was rather resisting the urge to comfort Hasty, even while the Vendel rescue was immobilized. Her eyes screamed misery. Sarah acted as my support pillar, giving me the courage to peer out the window. The Vendel capital had been plunged into chaos, with a free-for-all dash to the bunkers. Erratic driving was rampant, and the wrecks would soon cause a traffic jam that made road travel impossible. Our Vendel driver cursed, spotting a multi-car pile-up down the street. After thinking for a moment, he steered us onto a sidewalk. The chauffeur yanked the steering whistle and crept along slowly to give pedestrians time to move out of the way. We rolled down the sidewalk at a crawl. Other vehicles began to act upon the same idea. I wished my driver hadn't decided I deserved special treatment for being the governor. The crowd congregated in our path, and I noticed a few humans amongst those walking. The predators remained their normal selves amidst the chaos, evidenced by them shooting middle fingers at our car. One Terran even slammed the hood of my vehicle, though he stopped when he recognized me and Sarah. Word traveled that Tava and the Odyssey astronauts were in the passengers, and the pedestrians parted. We swerved back onto the road, past the massive wreck that would have delayed us. The tunnel up ahead was a sight of the nearest bunker, so we had cleared the distance in a few minutes. I checked my holopad for updates and hoped Cam would apprise me of the situation. Who was attacking us, and what were their goals?
Oh, Tava, this is apocalyptic.
Sarah pointed to a handful of flaming vehicles and stampede corpses near the bunker.
There's so many dead, for no reason at all. Where are your emergency services?
I heaved a sigh. Honestly, this looks like less stampede casualties than usual. There will be no responses from EMS until the lockdown is past. They're trying to get the bunkers, same as everyone else.
People are going to bleed out in the streets, not getting medical aid. Someone has to help. It's little solace, but I think humans have helped, just by being here. You stopped Vendel from panicking. You kept your wits and directed your friends.
A horrified expression took over Sarah's face, and her eyes were wide with disbelief. The UN security barked at us to disembark, since it would be quicker to clear the final meters on foot. My scientist friend scooped up Hasty, needing her scruff to comfort her. That gesture had the opposite effect, but the predator kept trying. We hopped out into a smoky air, and I studied the burning wrecks of the cars. One foot in front of the other. That was the mantra I taught myself. The flames crackling around me reminded me of the human stampede, and that awful day that Elias Meyer was taken away from us. Vendel were trapped within the car wrecks, and many languished on the ground with gruesome injuries. I could see the Terrans' faces that they wished to help, but they prioritized getting me to safety. Human instincts encourage them to help strangers in trouble. Can Hasty recognize their empathy manifestation for what it is? A screeching wail pierced the air, just enough to make my ears pick up. A few devices mirrored its sound close behind. Flashing lights appeared in my periphery as the hum played up and down. The noises sped to quick bursts, followed by a deeper sound of blaring horn. Massive trucks were coming from the direction of the hospital, emblazoned with the logo of the UN.
What is that?
Hasty cried.
A hunting signal?
Sarah's lips curved up. Just look, sweetie. Please, look. My own eyes widened with disbelief as an entire armada of predators rushed to the scene. Humans in bulky reflective pelts and hard helmets exited the red truck. They readied themselves a massive hose and began spraying gallons of water onto a burning car. I watched as they battled the blaze, tackling it with determination. More of their guild arrived to extinguish other flames. Boxy trucks were also in the area, with stretchers descending from the back hatches. Human paramedics never ran, but their steps were purposeful and well-intentioned. Somehow, they were collected amidst pure chaos, and the external stresses rolled right off them. The Terrans began tending to the critically wounded, providing life-saving measures. Why were these humans not getting themselves to safety? How could they stay on duty with the threat of antimatter annihilation hanging over them? To think that they would risk their lives for Vendel, who had gotten wounded in our own panic. Hasty gawked as security encouraged us to keep moving. Perhaps it surprised her that humans were trained in medicine at all. These actions were selfless and altruistic, risking their own hides to save others. This was the epitome of why I fought for their species, and why I thought the Earthlings had good hearts. They were heroes in their best moments. Sarah sighed as we joined the waiting queue by the bunker's massive elevator.
Any update, Tava?
The doors chimed open within a few seconds, and I kept my eyes on my holopad. My tail flicked in the negative. The human nodded, understanding. Terran paramedics shouted for us to hold the lift before wheeling a patient into the car. Without further ado, we hurtled down to the bunker's underground hideout. I huddled next to Sarah, trying not to think of how cramped it was. The Predator EMTs began setting up makeshift hospital, and I reminded myself to commend their efforts if we survived. Hazy's eyes darted around the bunker. I could tell that her sedative had begun to wear off. The rescue wriggled her legs, earning Sarah's attention. Had I been thinking clearer at the facility, it would have occurred to me to pack another dose. The paramedics might have something to knock her out, if it came to that. Hazy wasn't the only rescued Vendel spiraling. A few individuals from the program had fainted or gone catatonic. Others were engaged in full-blown panic attacks, or cowering near catatonic at masked humans' feats. Terran civilians comprised about 10% of the bunker's population, so there was no avoiding sight of them.
I'm going to put you down, Hazy. Just stay put, okay?
Sarah still had the Museum of History's photos under her arm. She shifted them into her hands with a deft motion, and then flipped through them.
You let the fossils show you footage of us. Don't you think it's fair to let us show you footage of us?
Hazy whined feebly.
Who told you? Feckinglum? Answer my question. Are you that opposed to seeing things which contradict what you already know? You've decided that we're evil. Hazy, you thought it yourself. All the way back then, there's more to humans than wars and violence, I said.
Sarah latched onto my contribution.
You heard us talk about all those good things,
love, community, nature. You just saw evidence with your own eyes of our desire to help. Let me show you a little more proof. Let me show you how we present our history. The Vendel rescue trained her eyes on the paramedics who were giving blood transfusions to an individual with critical wounds. Her gaze wandered as if she were counting the number of Gaians in the room. Hazy noticed that some Terrans were scared. Many were crying or showing signs of distress. Human children clung to their parents, and even a few Vendel were comforting the Predator's young. One Earthborn kid tugged at his mother's pelt.
Not again. I want to go home. Please. Manipulation,
Hazy asked, pointing at the child.
It doesn't want to resist its hunger again. Can't be scared.
Sarah fiddled with her curls. I'm scared shitless too. This brings back a lot of memories of being caged in a bunker for days on Earth. As billions died. And we didn't know if we'd be next. It was traumatic, and that kid doesn't know if this is any different. The human scientist tugged out 2 photographs and passed one to Hazy. The rescue cringed, touching the same paper as Sarah. I leaned over the Predator's shoulder, inspecting the image. It was a timeline of early civilizations on Earth, including ancient settlements and hunting methods. Ancient philosophers were depicted, along with temples and pyramids.
How do you think that humans would define the start of civilization?
Sarah asked. Hazy choked on phlegm.
First hunting tools.
No. Read the part at the top that exhibit, Hazy.
A healed femur. It's the earliest sign of civilization. Why? Because it takes months to recover from that injury, and requires help from others to survive. That is how humans define civilization. Helping others. When did the wounded people stop being left to die human? If a few decades ago.
The first archaeological evidence of a healed femur was from 15,000 years ago. Someone had to care for that person and nurse them back to health. We never stopped caring, Hazy, not even in our darkest moments. Whenever you look for compassionate heroes amongst humans, you'll find them. That is my promise to you. Huddled in a bunker with thousands of others, I absorbed that lesson alongside Hasey. It was nice benchmark to ascribe to a civilization, a scientific way to quantify when a species started caring. The Vendel historian squinted at the photograph before handing it back to Sarah. Her ragged frame was quivering while her voice was still fraught with terror. Hasey cleared her throat. What was the other photo? It's the exhibit of our accomplishments as a spacefaring species. It applies to the Vendel and every alien race. It's proof that we reached out in open friendship long before we knew that there was anyone out there. You think we're terrifying predators, but really, we're sad, lonely primates screaming into the void. But please explain. We sent manned missions to our moon in the name of progress. We sent rovers to explore the planets within our system and took images of every orbital body. We love knowledge, Hasey. We'll run to the end of the universe for a drop of it. But none of that searching turned up anything. But you didn't give up. You say you invented FTL on your own. We did. I'm proud to have been on our first planetary survey mission, but before that, we would scan the skies for signals from aliens. We sent a probe out of our solar system with information about our home world and greetings. It's called Voyager. The Venlo Rescue inspected the blurb about the Voyager probe, and I squinted with equal fascination, seeing humanity's innocent curiosity had wiped away my dread, despite the threat of imminent attack. Images of their planet, music, sounds, and nature. A mathematical schema was sent to the stars. Greetings were also recorded from 55 Earth tribes, wishing peace and good health. The UN Secretary-General of those early days had inscribed words of peace and friendship, which I could envision Elias Mayer himself stating. I could hear them spoken in Elias's voice, acknowledging that Earth was but a small corner of the universe, putting forth humanity's desire to learn from alien cultures and their willingness to share from their own library of knowledge as well. It wasn't going to reach any planetary system for 40,000 years, Hasey, long after any of the humans involved in it could benefit from the manipulation, Sarah said. The simplest explanation is that we wanted friends, and that we wished you well before we ever knew you. Hasey threw the picture down. How can you prove that you didn't invent this, or compile it after making contact with Vendel? You can calculate where Voyager is today as well as we can. The weathering of time should be evident on it. Actually, the UN wanted to encourage Tava to go pick it up. It was meant for aliens to hear, and there couldn't be a better recipient than our first friends, who would be, sentimental for us. I chuckled. I'll do it. Well, assuming that we don't all die today. Tava, my God, you can't go around saying that. I'm merely accepting the possibility. I'm hopeful it won't come to that. But if the end is near, I'm thankful to spend this time learning about the species I love. It would be an honor to give your Voyager greeting a proper look-over. It's beautiful, Hasey admitted. There's no reason to tell so much about yourselves and open yourselves up to scrutiny, to danger. A wistful sigh was all that I could muster. They reached out to the stars and expected the galaxy to do the same. They couldn't help themselves. It's simply who humanity is as their species. My holopad buzzed, alerting me to an incoming message. I snapped my focus away from Sarah and ignored stares from across the bunker. The human and I were recognizable figures on Vendel Prime. It was our security who kept strangers from approaching. The people expected answers from me, and I hoped that I'd have them soon. Call me at your earliest convenience. General Cam had texted. General Jones of the United Nations has pressing information. These details could be sensitive, but there was no privacy within the bunker's main area. Thankfully, my earbuds were available to keep the word secret. I dispatched a video communication to Cam at once, bumbling with keystrokes. The Vendel military officer appeared on screen, a worried glint in his eyes. He added Jones to our call, and the high-ranking human studied me with the usual bravado. The Predator flashed her teeth. Governor Tava, thank you for allowing me to phone in. I wish it was under more pleasant circumstances. But what? Heart-wrenching concern permeated my awareness, and my thoughts leapt to the gorgeous settlements of my home world. Is Vendel Prime safe? Where our city sit? How did the battle go? And who is attacking us and why? Cam raised a placating paw, a human-esque gesture he'd absorbed. Vendel Prime has not been hit by any missiles at this time. There are a few hundred ships seemingly here hailing from Alpha. We've taken care of most of the Kolshian bastards, and we should be able to clean up the rest without issue.
So, we can stop them short of orbital?
Well short of orbital range, ma'am. Our advanced warning systems did their duty, and our defensive fleet outnumbered theirs by a substantial margin. Though in humans being humans, the Kolshians got panicked. I'm hopeful that we can give their all clear within the hour.
We just can't rescind the emergency until the last enemy is dispatched. I understand, and it's a weight off my chest. Thank you, Cam. It's not how well their attack went that concerns me, General Jones interjected. It's why they went through with it in the first place. It wasn't with the intent of succeeding. I tilted my head in confusion, unable to decipher the Predator's meaning. Perhaps Sarah would grasp an attack meant to fail. I couldn't see the objective, other than a spiteful revenge spurred by fight instincts. Then again, it was positive news that the Vendel Prime was unlikely to suffer any damage today. The last thing I wanted was to tell my citizens that the Federation harmed our home. Also, how could it be herbivores and not the Arxor assaulting our space? It was difficult to process what Cam had stated. Though I didn't allow myself to dwell on it, I realized that the Vendel Republic was a treasonous enemy to the Kolshians. Siding with humanity put us at odds with Federation by default. It was simply unlike the tentacle manipulators to go on the offensive. Pray only defend what is theirs. Isn't that their view on warfare? Why the sudden aggression? I swished my prosthetic tail. I'm not certain what point they're trying to prove, General Jones. I'm only happy to hear that the ships lie in ruin, and that you have protected us again. Allow me to share some intel that was passed along our novel FTL comms. Each of our allies is reporting a similar incursion in their home system. All failures, none with a convincing show of force. That leads me to believe that the Kolshians were testing our defenses. This was just a recon. But what does that mean? Please, tell me if I should worry. It means shit is about to hit the fan. The Kolshians are assessing the weakest targets and also gathering intel for the planning stage. The intelligence community on Earth analyzed the most likely targets, and Venlil isn't high on the list. However, I don't think preemptive buffs to your defenses could hurt. Okay. We have upgrades you gave us, and we'll bring in more ships. We'll help you too, since you're the priority to the UN. But humanity can't protect everywhere at once. We need goals beyond defensive measures, a forward strategy, if you will, and that means earning more allies. I sure hope the Dirtian or someone comes around. I'll keep my ears peeled on that matter. Thank you for the information, Generals. I'm going to calm down the people here and try to fix the fallout with the cattle rescues. Many saw your faces for the first time. That's a good idea.
Well, we don't need domestic situations arising for you. The United Nations and its subsidiaries will be in touch. Please keep us appraised of any developments.
General Cam, Deputy said.
Take care, Governor. We'll see you soon.
The call fizzled out to a blank screen, and I pondered what I'd learned. My mouth moved to inform Sarah, Hasey, and the bunker's other occupants that we would revanquish the incursion. However, the words were passed along on autopilot. From the sound of what General Jones discussed, the Kolshians were bringing a massive force to our alliance's weakest link. The Federation was attempting to regain control forcibly, after humanity scored 2 crushing victories. I feared that another planet could become a casualty of this war before the tide turned. There were no positives in dead civilians on any world. It was up to the Predators to ascertain the Kolshians' game plan and to get ahead of their next move. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arxor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 12th, 2136. A diplomatic resolution to the Battle of Silas didn't solve all of my problems. Regaining organization, as well as finding places to pull the fleet without infrastructure, mandated a bit of time. Bringing Prophet Descendant Giznold into the loop was also a priority. The last thing I wanted was betterment breathing down my neck. The leader was chagrined by my unorthodox approach to disposing of Shazar. With hostilities terminated and internal orders dispensed, I found an opportunity to slip away. The nearest airdrop location was a human module on a border of Yodel space, inside what was once Shazar's sector. Nerves had gotten to me, since this was my first engagement with espionage. What was General Jones going to do with the information? Would humanity's actions reveal me as the source? Against my better judgment, I'd booted up a call with Valra during my travels.
The doser seemed intrigued by my days-long absence from messaging service, which I excused as opposition from the UN military to a business proposal. It was technically true. Our discourse had stretched into the late hours of the night when she was forced to depart for a few winks. Rest wasn't a terrible idea, though my own sleep was broken. Farah couldn't call during her shift as a mechanical inspector, though she texted the majority of the time. She was close to finishing her day's work and was eager to hop on a call afterwards. I warned her that I had important matters to attend to soon. My ship had Jones's outpost in sight. However, as usual, the doser was unfazed by my excuses and unrelenting in her demands.
You know, I don't usually respond this slow, Siffy, Farah texted. We have been swamped with Silas ships docking for repairs. I saw a real live humans at work today, many of them by sneaking a peek at the quarantine lodgings. You guys are gigantic.
I snorted to myself. The doser was never short with the unsolicited details about her day-to-day activities. If she thought that humans were massive, the Oxal's size would astound her. Despite our slouching posture, we could loom over the primates if we so desired. It mystified me how the Federation could compare us and the Terrans, and see predatory features in tree dwellers. Well, I suppose you should be working, not on here chatting, I answered back. Don't get into trouble on my account. The doser typed back furiously, for
crying out loud, Siffy. Show a little curiosity. Ask some questions if you're interested in what I'm saying at all.
Fine. Did seeing the humans scare you, Farah?
Yes, please don't be mad at me. I'm just being honest. I didn't tell you this, but I've watched a lot of human media since I paired with you here. Your comedies are hysterical and outlandish for one.
You only watched comedies?
I watched the first human to appear on a Venel talk show. Some actor. He played off what the host was saying without hesitation, read discomfort with ease, and made fun of himself. So natural, conversational, and charismatic. So unlike you.
My paw nearly dropped the holopad, and I considered switching it off. Of course, I was nothing like the charming primates, with their smooth sociability and their empathetic capacity. I would be lucky to call myself a shallow echo of their personal depth. Perhaps it would have been possible for me to be a better Oxal, but the deeds I'd committed had hollowed out my defective side. Had Farah figured out that I wasn't a human at all? No. She had ascertained that her internet friend was an Oxal. She would have cut contact. The doser was getting close to the truth, so I needed to deflect her attention. I do not want to talk about me, I sent back.
You never want to talk about you. You won't tell me one thing that's real about you, or one thing that's not wrapped in mystery. It's like you think if you're genuine, you're going to scare me off. Just because I'm small doesn't mean that I'm a damn coward.
I don't think that, Farah, but I would scare you off. It is a fact. You said humans you saw or workers scared you.
I kept looking, though. What absolute goofballs. The way they razzed each other was so juvenile. The more I looked, the more I thought you're overgrown children. But not you.
I'm not like them.
Answer me an honest question. Do you have predator disease? Don't take it the wrong way. I thought there were harmless strains of predator disease, which isn't exactly a popular idea here.
Define predator disease.
You know, antisocial, violent, non-compliant, non-conformist, lacking a full range of emotions, or delusional. Some combo of those.
Those are unrelated attributes. You can call me non-conformist and leave it at that.
Okay, Siffy. I'm not judging you. I just want to get to know you. I want to understand you.
You cannot do either of those things. Don't you get it? I am not a good person, Farah. I've thought about little but my own survival for decades. I'm not prepared to interact with people like you, or to censor myself as humans do.
I don't want you to censor yourself. I think that you are deeply unhappy and troubled. You don't deserve to be alone. Just open up to me, man.
Ah, shit. Let me guess. Now you'll say that you have to go. I do. Guess you know me after all. Goodbye. The way Farah peeled back my emotional layers and hounded me for personal insights left my defective side in a full-blown mutiny. I'd gotten too damn close to confessing the actual things I'd buried. Speaking with the pesky doser was always a mistake, yet I kept doing it. What good would babbling about my feelings do, other than let misery overtake me? It wasn't like I could detail my life's work and the reasons why I acted this way to her. The rote actions of piloting the ship distracted me from the messaging banners accumulating on my holopad. It buzzed with an incoming call, and I descended towards the minimalist human station. Growling to myself, I took to the device and shoved it back into the drawer. If I had any courage befitting an Oxor, I would have deleted that silly rodent's contact info. No, I removed the entire SwiftPair application. Just take this stupid communique and upload it to the blasted human's computer network, and Oxor's future is relying on you while you spend time caring about a random prey you just met. I jerked upright as I realized which thought had crossed my mind. Caring about Farah was an unacceptable indulgence. That was the exact reason why leaf-licking races made illogical decisions for the preservation of one individual. Oftentimes, caring about another managed to get people killed or cause grave detriment to their own lives. It was foolish weakness, and there weren't even social benefits in my case. Docking was completed just outside the dead drop site's sole entry. As I disembarked my ship, I was livid with myself. My claws swiped through the empty air, and my temper boiled inside of me. The fact was, even if I envied the humans' illogical morality and society, I was not one of their kind. Their weakness needed to be purged at once, before it ruined me. Begging Tava, with those stupid ideas, I really need a friend, I ranted to myself. The airlock hissed open at my arrival, granting me access to the one-room space station. I'd stormed through the docking tunnel in a haze, and I couldn't wait to return to my ship. The point of my operation was to end the cruelty and starvation of my people. Revealing Gisnel's plot was a way to up the ante. It could stoke the flames of open rebellion. The data drive in my grasp felt heavy from its importance. A green light flashed on a wall camera, likely activated by a motion sensor. I leaned closer to the computer display, tracing a claw across it. There were multiple ports, but I needed to find one tailored for my specific hardware. Perhaps General Jones or one of her henchmen had the sense to leave accessible instructions. Wait, did humans even know Oxor's script? The lone computer monitor blinked to life, and I wondered if it was triggered by my presence as well. My pupils lit up, seeing the feed of General Jones's face on my screen. It was possible that this was a pre-recorded message with instructions, which would be an efficient decision. However, the primate's eyes seemed to be following my movements. "Is this live?" I queried. The human dipped her head, dust-colored bowls cut waving slightly. "Yes, Isiv, this is a real-time communications feed." "The point of a dead drop is to have no contact with you, yes?" "You are correct. Don't consider this standard practice for our discussions, but I needed to speak with you. The motion sensors tipped me off to your arrival. Thank you for coming, by the way. Oh, and before you ask, this is a secure and private feed." "Noted, General. I had nothing to do with the captured humans on Celis." "But you had everything to do with Chief Hunter Shazar arriving in multiple pieces dead, and not answering any questions. Zal wants intel, not a pair of homemade oxel skin boots." I suppressed a laugh, somehow managing to keep a straight face. The liberated Terrans had done as expected, exacting their revenge on the cruel Oxor. It was a fitting end for her. After the gruesome death she'd given to a sapient predator, I had been looking forward to executing her myself. Outsourcing the work tempered the pleasure, though the outcome was still satisfactory. "How could I possibly have known that humans would kill their own prisoner?" I asked, baring my teeth. "I sent her with Zal's people, just as you asked. This seems like the problem is on you." Jones narrowed her eyes. "Isiv, you knew exactly what would happen." "Ah, if this is what you needed to speak to me about, perhaps I have nothing to share with you after all." "It's not. I'm just warning you not to play games with me in the future. There's bigger things at stake than your personal vendettas." "Consider it your payment to me for helping you, yes? Shazar called me elderly. She's also a cannibal who interrupted my sector." "I'm aware of her history, but her insights would have been valuable to the United Nations. If you want to overthrow the Dominion long-term, sacrifices must be made. With that said, I would love for you to brief me on what you came here to share."
"Gisnel told me the Oxor unleashed the virus on our own cattle. Betterment purposefully imposes strategies that prevent the Dominion from recouping enough prey to feed us, whether through raiding or breeding. Therefore, I doubt my government would have any interest in lab-grown meat and non-sapient cattle."
The human was quiet for a long moment, biting her lower lip. Intelligence gleamed in her binocular eyes, which studied me with interest. General Jones leaned forward to the camera and offered an unerving smile at last. There wasn't the slightest element of surprise in her expression or any sort of reaction like I had expected. Did anything throw the military guru off her game? I surmised as such, Jones sighed. There's no logical explanation for the Oxal's raiding policies. Shooting yourself in the foot. You deduced a centuries-long conspiracy from our military doctrine being, illogical. It's like she's trying to make me feel stupid for not seeing it sooner. That just proves that we're destructive. Drawing far-fetched conclusions is illogical. Well, also, the Kolshians specialize in gene editing, but they bomb predators instead of saving them. They don't need the cattle virus when they can, and do use antimatter to ruin ecosystems. I see. I guess I have wasted my time in bringing it to you. There's no need for pouting. Confirmation is always valuable information, and specifics are also key to proving it. It's nice to have actual intelligence in my back pocket. Should I pass this up the food chain? You mean when you appraise Zhao of this development and give him more reason to believe that we are all animals? Your empathy test surprised him, Isif, and has caused him to reconsider your motives. Regardless, I'm not here to rehash this old feud, or even to lecture you on Shazar. There are concerning war developments as of late. My nostrils flared with interest. Go on, Jones. Another attack on Earth and you want my help? Bah. We wouldn't ask for your help in that circumstance unless we were truly desperate. The Kolshians are gunning for our allies, to the point that they assaulted every last one of them in a trial run. We figured out of their true target, and they already have thousands of ships ready to bury it, or seize it. It's hard to say. I don't understand why you're telling me this. Vendel Prime isn't under my protection, other than my pledge not to attack it. If my people knew I was on amicable terms with... The main target isn't Vendel Prime. It's Malu, the Dosa homeworld. My heart plummeted into my chest, thinking about Farah's attempts to befriend me. She was a bold character, unabashed in her opinions and curious about predators. I just admitted to myself that I cared about the rodent, and now her homeworld was under attack. It didn't make sense why the Terran general would inform me about Malu's pending attack, unless she expected me to help. I knew Jones was spying on me, but this is a cheap trick, even for her. So the Federation wants to take back what they've lost. Indignation sparked my chest as I weighed this manipulation attempt. And why would you think that I care about the Dosa homeworld? The human shrugged. It's a Federation objective in your sector. Bringing Oxal ships to their aid would prevent the Kolshians from branching out to the galaxy's fringes. You are the one playing games with me. They're your allies, not mine. Send human assets to save the Dosa, since you seem keenly aware of their plight. I wish we could. Malu is 2 days' travel from Earth. Our assets cannot reach it in time. The Kolshians had their ships en route and waiting. But you have forces there. You yourself are half a day from it and could get there in time. You are fucking insane. What would the Dosa even think of my arrival? I suspect one in particular is whose thoughts you care about. I'm giving you information. What you choose to do with it is your own prerogative. You would be equally upset with me if something happened to your friend and I didn't tell you. You admit... Farewell, Isif. Stay in touch. General Jones had the audacity to hang up on me, and I punched the computer screen out of frustration. The glass cracked against my hardy paw, sending sparks flying. My tail lashed with outrage. I stalked out of the habitat in an emotional frenzy. My feet steered me back onto my ship with more urgency than I could admit. I fished out a holopad and determined that I had to warn Farah of the inbound attack. Perhaps she could get out of Malu's system and survive, without military interference. The Dosa ignored my call attempts, and her avatar had gone offline. I checked the chat logs in a panic, reading her final message. Hey, Siffy, the humans who docked here just received warning of an incoming attack from the Kolshians. There's not many of you, and their ships are here for repairs. It's not good. Evacuation ships were apparently considered, but the first few were sent out, didn't get very far. The Kolshians have FTL disruptors, and they're not letting anyone slip away. The humans advised us to shelter in place in a docking station. I'm scared. Please talk to me, Siffy, please. I'm so scared. I'm sorry for prying earlier. I really need you now. Tell me it's going to be okay. I don't have much time. They're going for our communications first. If I don't make it out of here I want you to know that I've enjoyed our chats. Every weird, reclusive moment. I stared at the last message in mute horror, and an odd burning plagued my eyes. A strange sorrow clamped at my chest, one which I could not bury. It was a sad commentary that an internet friend, an herbivore I'd known for a few weeks, marked the closest I'd ever felt to someone. Hadn't I just cautioned myself about the illogical, harmful actions that attachment caused? My defective side clamored for me to act on General Jones' imperative. Perhaps I would have considered the idea even without the human's input, just hearing Fowler plead for my presence. The doser was the first person to care about me, even though she'd hate me once she knew the truth. Leaving her to die when I was the sole party who could help wasn't an option. With a shaking paw, I booted up my internal communications. The communique to send a full fleet to Maloo and to treat the doser as protected friendlies was dispatched before I could rethink it. My engines revved to life, and I set my warp course for Fowler's system. Reason be damned, this foolish chief hunter was coming to his friend's aid in a hurry. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Issev, Oxer Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 13th, 2136. My shuttle traversed the space that separated me from my alien pen pal. The 8,000 Dominion ships I'd summoned had arrived as well. Those were the assets I had within immediate range of the doser homeworld. The Oxel fleet awaited my command, requiring further instructions as to our goal. The reason why they hesitated was simple. The Federation had numerical strength and seemed fantastical. The Kolshians had sent 40,000 ships barreling into the system, or possibly more. It was greater than the initial size of Kalsum's extermination fleet. I understood what Prophetess Senator Gisnell had implied about the prey powers being able to muster up numbers if they wanted to. The invasion of Maloo's system involved an overwhelming show of force, my initial readings. The more I performed the mental math, it was striking how easy these numbers would be there for assembly, with a mere 30 species having flipped to humanity's side. That left 270 races to pull resources and ships from. If all of those races contributed 140 ships, that gave the number we saw today. It's a mere fraction of their available resources to pull from. This is the tip of the iceberg for the Kolshians' might. The doser's defenses were steamrolled by a juggernaut armada, and the human ships seeking repairs didn't hold a candle to this astronomical force. General Jones was off her hunting pedestal if she thought that I could stop their assault. Even our numbers were unlikely to achieve more, beyond delaying the Federation's end goals. But since I was already here, risking my cover, there had to be an attempt to rescue Valra. Valra has a old Federation spot, a space station which has a separate area for humans awaiting repairs, I muttered to myself. I was grateful that my shuttle had no company, so I could muse over how to locate her aloud. The Oxel ships around me grew restless, now that I was in the system. They expected orders from the Chief Hunter soon, and it was a matter of time before the UN and Federation noticed our arrival too. Was it my sentimentality that was telling me to interfere? My viewport zoomed in on Maloo. The doser homeworld wasn't reflecting any antimatter damage. The Kolshians had the planet comfortably under control. After Federation failed to subdue the Maziks, they'd ramped up their efforts. I could see the enemy sending shuttles down to Maloo's surface and realized that the goals were likely re-education. All Oxlaw ships, listen up. We are here at the request of the United Nations, who have the means to feed all of us forever, I barked into the Dominion's encrypted feed. Some of you were there on Earth, and you remember how well you were fed. For that reason, I expect your hunting efforts to avoid Terran-affiliated races. We know it'll be worth the pittance of restraint. Now, engage with the Federation attackers at once! Our ships surged forth out of the various gravity wells, swarming the handful of attackers allocated to outer stations. I was bent over my holopad and scrolling through a poorly secured military personnel database. Inspectors were considered part of the Space Force in Malanu, as far as I remembered. That meant that I could figure out which outpost Farah was assigned to. Plasma munitions flashed across the void, and the element of surprise allowed us to pick off any stragglers. Doser defenders, complemented by an array of UN ships, seemed to pause their desperate efforts. There weren't many friendlies left within the system, but the survivors seemed baffled by the Oxel's arrival. Perhaps they thought our onslaught was an inopportune coincidence. Attention, military personnel of Doser Home System, I broadcasted my text message onto the open channel, and tried to eliminate any hostile words The Orcs are here, at the behest of the United Nations, to aid in defending your claim against the Federation. I'll only warn you once, do not fire upon us. My pupils darted back to the screen, where I'd searched up Barbara's file. The rodent's likeness was unmistakable in her documentation, and her present assignment was listed near the top. I searched up the space station number, penning it down on a star chart. The rest of the battle faded away as I raced to pull up the location on that viewport. The complex was nestled within an asteroid belt, which separated the inner and outer planets. A few dozen Federation attackers had tamed its meek defenses and docked with the station to capture their inhabitants. The energy readings in the vicinity were fresh, suggesting that the Kolshians only put down spiteful human resistance in the past hour. There might still be time to save the doser, if you hurry. I hurled the maximum output into my thrusters, and my shuttle blazed a path for Faro Station. A few Oxor vessels tailed after their commander, though I figured they were baffled by the chief hunters leading the charge. This entire mission was going to raise questions that I couldn't answer. Right now, I didn't have time to waste on tact. The Federation vessel pulled away from the station and met us for a head-on confrontation. I shirked the engagement altogether, leaving my underlings to duke it out with the prey. The sudden courage from the Kolshians surprised me. It was clear that they were more competent than they let on. My eyes swelled with franticness, searching for an open docking port. "There are none!" I hissed to myself. "None! I don't have time for a proper breaching action. I have to get down there, for fuck's sakes. I'll make an opening." Scanning the station's blueprints, I identified a maintenance tunnel, which should be well clear of any living quarters. The shuttle carried 2 missiles, and I hoped the use of one would only demolish a wall. While the station operators could seal off individual compartments, that also meant that I'd need a pressurized suit for oxygen. I tugged the emergency fabric on with haste before donning a safety harness. With my biological requirements taken care of, I fired a missile into the station's exterior wall. The tunnel was exposed to the vacuum of space, its structure blasted wide open. Bullets clipped my rear flank as Federation hostiles noticed my approach. Curses spewed from my maw, and I wrenched the steering column towards the new gap. The shuttle closed in on the Dosa space station, dodging enemy munitions. I held no interest in returning fire. That would increase the amount of time it took to reach Valra. My ship's nose dove through the opening, and I twisted the vessel's body to skid along the floor. Friction resulted in both an awful screech and a shuddering sensation, before their tails slammed against the half-intact wall. My shoulder ached from the harness's restraint, but I unclipped it without waiting. My suited claws tucked the firearm into a holster, and I slunk out into the station. The night backdrop of the space was visible through the gap, as well as the distant exchanges of munitions. Suffocating Kolshians and other Federation allies lay gasping for air alongside 2 Terran soldiers. I grabbed one human in each paw and dragged them towards the section divider. The primates were lethargic, and their expressions were locked in an empty display. There was nothing behind their eyes, with no oxygen coming to the brain. I opened the emergency compartment, throwing the weaker predators inside, sealing the hatch behind me. I removed my oxygen helmet, and the Terran skin had been turned blue, though they were rapidly regaining normal coloration now. "Hi!" I swished my tail as politely as I could, and allowed the humans a moment to breathe. "Chief Hunter Issav at your service. Sorry about the, unforeseeable depressurization. What are your names?" One primate began reaching for her service weapon, and I hissed in irritation. My gun was out of its holster in a second, pointed at her in warning, and her hand remained frozen in place for a long second before she submitted to my threat. I bared my teeth, a formidable warning rather than amusement. My tongue flitted between my teeth. "Ah, you guys look like fresh reinforcements. Let me guess, the United Nations sent you from Thal, right across this border. You never saw direct action since Cesar's plan for a swift takeover of Vasilis was a failure." "Go to hell," the female coughed. "So I was right, I take it. I'm here as an ally. Where are the Dosa civilians? I promise, I'm here to get them out, not harm them." "Everybody knows your idea of getting them out is a cattle farm." The other human sat up, pulling a broken glass instrument off his eyes. "What are you really up to? Claiming the system for yourself? Or making—" "Steward, I'm a spy for the United Nations, a piss-poor one. That is what I'm up to. You and your government's stupid ideas. I've been, personally motivated into offering assistance."
"A spy, huh? Of course, you're the one from Earth. They had every opportunity to take you to Area 51 or some clandestine facility."
The female cursed in exasperation. "Are you kidding me, Oleg? You just instantly believe the UN has Oxal spies with zero proof. Do you think that I would honestly craft such a story of my own? Saying such a thing aloud is going to get me killed. I have no time to persuade you. Humans, so tell me where the Dossa are now, I roared.
Oleg tilted his head. Good argument. Props to you, man. They've been ordered to lock themselves in their quarters. Big sign says personal quarters. Just keep going straight, can't miss it.
Thank you. Was that so hard?
Grumbling to myself, I stomped off past the corridor's hatch, the Terran soldiers struggling to their feet, and I resigned myself to them following me like a headless Vendel. Arrogance aside, I could use backup if I encountered Federation resistance. The herbivores might lack skill in combat, but they could team up on me alone.
Humans are competent fighters, so it's not like they're dead weight. That said, this Oleg guy seemed a little too willing to believe that I'm a spy.
Oleg squinted, without the glass dormant by his eyes. I hoped the human hadn't lost his vision altogether. Even if he could only see shapes, I was certain that he was more competent than the Kolshians. The female human, who I believe Oleg had called Lisa in whispers, was staring at me with disturbing, bloodshot eyes. Perhaps the duo were following me to ensure that I wasn't rounding up any Dossa. I scanned the perimeter for hostiles.
How has your military experience been going?
This was supposed to be a relaxing assignment. After watching the Hurricane 4 weeks, Lisa complained. We were shipped here just in case, and the second we kick our boots off, then they come. Now the Orcs are here, telling fantastical stories that sound like Oleg crafted them. Oleg cleared his throat. They hit all of our allies with this test invasion. I hope that it's not like this everywhere. I've grown attached to some friends on Vendel Prime.
My source says that this is the primary target. Vendel Prime is safe, I replied.
That's a relief. Say, as if the alleged secret agent, what convinced you to come here? You should tell us, since we're a team.
We're not a team.
Come on, you totally want to tell me.
I've already told these two humans everything. Just get to Farah's location. I might as well be known the truth. If they're stalking me, they're going to notice that I know her. An internet chatting service, a Dossa is my best friend, I growled.
Lisa's eyebrows furrowed. What? I'd hardly believe that you dared to make a story like that up.
I would not, because it is insane.
I scanned my visual translators over the text markings overhead, and it deciphered the Dossa language as directions with arrows. Just as Oleg had promised, the crew quarters were located down the main corridor. The passage had been devoid of confrontation, but gunfire echoed from up ahead. That meant Federation soldiers had already reached the living areas. The Kolshians must have sent forces down from two angles. One boarding party had been held in the maintenance tunnel that I detonated. The other likely attacked from the other side, charging straight from the hangar bay to the quarters. Splitting up human defenders was rather tactical for a species that didn't know the meaning of defense, allegedly.
Which one is your supposed pal? Lisa pointed to a piece of paper, which I assumed contained room assignments. Also, I see a few dozen Kolshians and count 3 of us. Maybe we should rethink our strategy.
The prototype visual translator had no trouble with the roll call, which listed Farah as room 219. I committed the Dossa symbol for the number to memory, knowing her life depended on it. My firearm wavered in my paws, and I dropped into a hunting crouch. The humans crept along as well, lining up enemies in their scopes. My pupils scanned each door for the number, while I ensured that my steps were silent. I could see cerulean and violet Kolshians moving between rooms and exiting with sedated Dossa. All I could hope was that Farah wasn't among those already captured. It would be next to impossible to spring her from the Federation re-education party. My gaze drifted several doors down the hall. One room passed where the Kolshians were now. I pointed with a claw.
That one!
My whisper was almost inaudible, but the humans understood the message. These Terrans were rather cooperative. I wondered if it was since they could gang up on me the second I made a move or was found to be deceitful. The primates often had a strange way of showing gratitude for saving their lives. I'd hauled their oxygen-deprived bodies from the tunnel, yet they were likely calculating ways to kill me.
I can respect it at least. Unless I try to backstab them, I doubt they'll try anything stupid. Fighting the Federation is enough for now.
Right now, the 3 of us needed to get past the Kolshian posse. The enemy's soldiers stood between us and Farah's door. The thought crossed my mind to use the Terrans as a distraction, but I knew that they'd see right through such suggestions. How were we going to reach the Dossa friend without alerting the invaders? A firefight seemed like the only solution. So I gestured for us to charge.
My claw depressed a trigger, and I nailed 2 cautions in the back before they could react. Oleg and Lisa joined in on my fire, peppering any soldiers that couldn't find cover. The Federation got their bearings in a second and hurled bullets back in our direction. We dropped down closer to the floor, crawling closer to Farah's door. Most hostiles had ducked inside a room where they were currently raiding, but a few had moved on to the next quarters, room 219. I scurried past the first door, feeling static electricity as a bullet whizzed over my spine. Lisa's offered suppressed fire as visually impaired Oleg scrambled after me. The Federation had gotten to target ahead of us, but I couldn't stop. I fired desperate shots at the advancing soldiers. No! No! You're too close to let anything happen! Panic clamped in my heart, seeing 4 cautions kicking down Farah's door. I could hear a shrill scream, which lacked in power or grit. Adrenaline flowed through my veins alongside a deeper emotion of concern. I rounded the doorway in a fluid motion and used my nostrils to pounce at the Federation lackey. My body was acting on pure autopilot as I tore one soldier's throat on instinct. Farah's screams intensified, which encouraged my frenzy. If I was lucid, I wouldn't have realized she was shrieking because of my presence. However, in my haze, all I could see was 2 cautions cornering her. Another was tracking the rodent's movements from further back. My tail swept across the floor, earning a sickening crack as it broke 2 cautions' ankles in one swoop. The enemy tracker turned his gun muzzle towards me, and I punched out a fist on instinct. My appendage connected with bones, while a scent of blood hit my nostrils. Vision sharpened, as the scent made my eyes dilate. I just shattered a caution's windpipe and spine with a single punch. The duo with broken legs started to move, but Oleg rushed in to stop them from engaging. It was tempting to finish the helpless cautions off. However, enough of my awareness returned to realize I'd sickened Farah. I strained to bottle the adrenaline, drawing ragged gasps.
Human, help me!
The doser managed to cry.
Oxor.
Ola's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I thought you said she was a friend. I grunted, struggling to formulate coherent words. The blood was still rushing in my ears, causing my claws to twitch. It's complicated, is it not, Farah?
How do you know?
Additional horror lit up in Dosa's gaze. Her terrified brain arrived at the truth. Something told me that she'd placed a name to the Oxor, who was towering over her with a maniacal snarl. I possessed a keen awareness of the blood slathered across my claws and every scar and tooth fracture I had. The human watched from the sidelines, discerning enough of the subtext. Farah swayed on her feet.
Siffy?
Yeah. The doser's eyes widened further than should be possible, and passed out onto the floor. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Issav, Oxor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 13th, 2136. The fact that my appearance horrified Farah left me shaken. The primal rush of adrenaline quelled to something manageable. Bullets assailed the room's wall as I was cornered alongside the doser and a near-blind human. The unconscious Kolchians, whose legs I'd broken, were tied up to a desk as well. Oleg flashed his teeth, laughing at the absurdity of our encounter. The urge to roar in his face struck me, but I kept that bottled. With the gentlest touch I could manage, I scooped up Farah's tiny form. Her ginger and white fur felt puffy beneath my paws. Oleg marched over to me, snatching the doser out of under my claw. The human opened up his knapsack and stuffed the herbivore inside. As much as it stung to have my friend taken away, I knew the primate was best equipped to carry her. The Kolchian soldiers were camped in the adjacent room, back in the direction we needed to travel. The 4 mangled corpses and crumpled bodies in the room were my handiwork. It was a shame that Farah had witnessed the full brutality. I'd known from the moment we spoke in the chat that she would hate the real me. Interacting with her had been foolish, especially allowing myself to get attacked. So she's your friend, huh? But she didn't know you were an Oxor, Oleg shouted over the gunfire. My eyes formed menacing slits. Human, of all people, should know what it's like to be judged by your species. Also, it's none of your fucking business. If she was your friend, you would have told her. I just wanted to talk to someone. Fuck you! The Terran soldier rolled his eyes and scratched the brown fuzz in his chin. Oleg's fur wrapped around his lip in what the humans dubbed a moustache. It made his flushed cheeks stand out more. I imagined Batman would have culled someone like him, with vision defects that limited his daily function. What good was a hunter without depth perception? I didn't trust him to protect Farah. You have to cover for Oleg and Farah, and assuming Lisa has been gunned down, you have to protect her too. If one of the humans gets shot, the other won't leave them. I moved a mirror across Farah's room and used it to get a peek of our attackers. Lisa was scooching back across the hallway in the process of reloading her weapon. There was no crimson blood on the human's clothes, which was a positive sign. She had been skeptical of my intentions, so I wasn't sure whether I trusted her to be on my side. Why did you believe my story so fast? I hissed. Your partner isn't so sure. Oleg shrugged. It checks out. I knew they were up to something, or else, how did they get the Arxor to save Earth? That was my doing. Let's get Lisa and retrace our steps. You're only saving one doser. There's others here. The last time I saved some ceruleans from the cattle farm, they cried and screamed at me. Wouldn't believe for a second that I didn't want to eat them. I'm here for my friend. We have to. The UN ordered me to help them. The best thing you can do for Earth is keep me alive. Move out. I didn't voice any of my concerns about Oleg's blindness. He seemed to be physically adequate otherwise. As a defective Arxor myself, I wasn't a supporter of killing the weak and infirm. If I were born a human, I could have lived a normal life. Farah would have cried for my help, rather than passing out at my visage. Shaking my maw, I took a final look in the mirror. My body was pressed against the floor, and I lined up my gun barrel with the Kolshians. The flurry of fire caused the enemy to hunker down within their room. Oleg and I screamed against the adjacent wall. Lisa spotted us and sprayed her own bullets down the opposite angle. I steadied my breathing. Oleg and I waited for the Federation to make the first move. They wanted to finish sweeping the corridor, but any doser could escape. Just by stalling them, we were probably helping a few civilians get off the station. My patience was necessary in waiting for a target. A purple head poked out from the doorway, which resulted in a clean shot through its cranium. As the Kolshian crumpled to the floor, her body blocked the opening for a second. I pushed Oleg forward, crossing the threshold to the waiting Lisa. My legs sprinted right behind them, not slowing for a second. Engaging the enemy or delaying them for the other doser was not my priority. We needed to get off the station. Where is the doser? Lisa chased after me, and Oleg hustled after her. Don't tell me that we were star asses for nothing. I struggled to speak between pants. Farah is in Oleg's pack. No, my shuttle was still operational when I left. Your shuttle? The one in the blown-up tunnel which took a nasty tumble? You ask many questions and offer no solutions. We almost suffocated back there. I don't even remember how we got in that room. And I kept you alive. The two peacekeepers were hot on my heels, not tiring as we hurried down the hallway. Even with my longer legs, the humans were beginning to outpace me. My breaths were labored, and I was grateful that we reached the sector divider. The Kolshians hadn't attempted to pursue us, so it should be a clean getaway. The Terrans followed me into the emergency compartment, and their gazes displayed apprehension. I recovered my oxygen helmet, slipping it back over my head. The primates had no such safety precautions, so if I were a more ruthless Arxor, I could kill them in the airless area. They were dependent on me for survival. I don't trust Oleg and Lisa not to turn on me in the shuttle. My past experiences with humans haven't been all pleasant. The cruel, self-centered thoughts felt as heavy as a rock in my mind. Farah was safe in Oleg's bag, and I wasn't going to let the doser wonder what I did to the Terrans. I wrapped my claws around the two human shirt collars, ignoring their protests. Opening the airlock with my tail, I dragged them a few dozen paces to my shuttle. The primates would be crewing my shuttle, and that was the end of it. The four of us boarded the shuttle, and I tried not to fixate on what I would say to Farah when she woke. The battle for Maloo had not gone in our favor, just as I anticipated. There was a shock value in the Arxor fleet coming to the doser's aid, but the Kolshians had brought the largest fleet in living memory. The typical strategies we employed to make the skittish Federation flee weren't having their usual effect. When the cowards didn't run off, their numerical advantage was insurmountable. The United Nations' efforts were concentrated on escorting evacuation ships rather than holding the system. The fortunate news was that the Federation were not bombing the planet. Their ground occupation meant this wasn't a life-or-death contest. we could compile a greater number of ships and return to take the planet back. However, the Oxor intervention needed to draw to a close. Messages from the prophet-descendant Gizno had flooded in, demanding to know why I defended Maloo. He demanded that I withdraw all forces from the system, or he would send someone to dispose of me like Shazar. My execution was still on the table, especially if my rescue mission became known. All Oxor ships. Betterment has ordered us to pull back. These Dosa are not worth significant losses of this caliber. I looked back at my data feed, surmising that our ship capacity had been halved. The Federation count had dropped by a few thousand, but our forces would be depleted soon. Cover any Terran allies retreating from the system. If you can get off parting shots at the Federation, do it. A weak squeak filtered into my ears, and my head whipped around. Valra had been placed atop a wadded-up blanket. Her tiny whiskers had been twitching in her slumber. Lisa was sitting next to her, wearing one of those asinine vibers that humans caved to. A small part of me wished there was a mask that could hide my face. Even if I covered my optical receptors, the serrated teeth were a deal-breaker.
Human,
the Dosa croaked.
Where am I?
Lisa pursed her lips with sympathy.
You're on an evacuation shuttle. How much do you remember?
Valra's eyes rolled back in her head, and she nibbled on her lower lip. I could tell that she was running through the details of the Federation attack in chronological order. It was apparent when she hit the terrifying moment, when I burst through the door to save her. Perhaps she didn't remember that the ghastly Oxor had used her pen's pal's name.
Gray snapped Kolshin's neck, she squeaked. Said it was Siffy.
The Dosa's pupils surveyed the room, alight with panic. I quickly swirled around in my chair as her gaze landed on me. I wanted to melt into the floorboards and cease my existence then and there. For some reason, her terror felt like a knife wound in the chest. What I told her on the messaging service was correct. I deserved to be alone. Lisa cleared her throat. Isif can't hurt you. You don't have to look at him. Valra sniffed.
Isif not.
Siffy is a nickname given to me by a Gojid child, I growled. A refugee who was taken by a human, someone I cared about on Earth. Great. Now you've admitted your affection towards Nudia, too. You're losing your grip. Sitting here now, the stupidity of my actions slapped me in the snout. Mobilizing an entire war fleet to defend the Dosa, all because of a few internet chats with a false premise, was insanity. Valra hated me, and she had every reason to. Her first impression of me was when I killed 4 Kolshians with natural weapons. The species she was actually intrigued by was sitting next to her, comforting her over me. The Dosa buried her head in the blanket, nose twitching. Tiny tears leaked from her eyes, and her sides rose and fell in shaking intervals. The human seemed to pity her, from what I could glean. Oleg was peering over the top of his book. Per the visual translator, the title read, Why the United Nations Really Funded FTL Research. I had a vague curiosity as to the contents on the pages, but this was not the time to ask. I don't even think he's actually reading it, given that he can't see. He's just pretending not to stare at Valra. Oleg slammed the book shut. Maybe pipe down over there, Siffy. You're only making it worse for her. I'm sorry, I mumbled. In the future, you should disclose to people that you're an Oxor before you expect them to respond well to you. I told her I was a predator. I never claimed once to be a human. I allowed the idea to linger, perhaps because I wished I truly was one of you. I wanted to talk to someone. Lisa studied the crying Dosa with concern. What made you think that it was a good idea to talk to a Fed, not a human? We understand you somewhat. Tava, yes, the Vendel governor, thought I needed to understand herbivores. And also, you chatterbox tree swingers hate us. You can't keep the disgust out of your voice. When it's between us and the leaf lickers, you swoop in to protect them, just like you're doing now. Because we know your animals. My sister was in a bunker outside Barcelona, and you Greys arrived to clear the tunnel. They watched you pull small animals from the grass and eat them live. A few cats were swallowed whole. Companion animals. Sensitive topic, yes? Alas, they do not know what I understand about your cats and dogs. Cultural misunderstanding, which I'll not make. I'm going to stop you right there. Wolfing down a kitten is not cultural misunderstanding. Oleg chimed in. A cultural misunderstanding is giving thumbs-up gesture and not realizing it's the middle finger in some countries. The difference is there's no death or animals getting eaten in my example. Valra shrieked in irritation. Stop! Shut up! The veil of silence was draped across the room. It would be comical for an outside observer to witness a tiny rodent. silencing 3 predators with a single order. I was relieved that the doser regained her composure enough to make demands. My eyes studied her tiny form as she lifted her tear-stained head.
To censor myself, as humans do, Farah quoted. The constant mention of scaring me off. He fucking told me.
He? Gendered pronouns?
I've watched vids about humans. I know how they act, the doser continued, and I noticed that Sifu was not like them. He said that he wasn't like them multiple times.
I blinked several times. I am not like them. If you wish for someone to coddle you in a baby voice, you'll have to issue that request to them.
Don't tell them about that.
Sorry. Too late. Oleg and Lisa shared a look of pure confusion, mouthing a few words to each other. The male human mimicked an adoring expression and stretched his binocular eyes wide. He mimed a petting motion, running his rough paw down the book cover. Lisa snickered before waving a hand in front of her throat. The doser whined in annoyance. If Farah was a Terran, her cheeks would be flush with embarrassment.
Damn it, why are you here, Siffy?
Farah focused her attention on me, and her whiskers twitched in fear.
What are you going to do with me?
My nostrils flared. I don't know. I came to save you. I did not think past that, or about how to handle the consequences. I am not going to harm you, but...
But?
I cannot take you anywhere an Oxer would go. Just by coming here, I have ruined my cover. Betterment, that is our government enforcement wing, will be suspicious of me at best. It might have just destroyed my chance at demolishing the Oxer Dominion from the inside.
Back up. Demolish Dominion?
They are cruel, and they are starving us purposefully, so that we are animals, as Lisa said. It goes so far beyond that, though, Farah. The reason all Oxel seem devoid of emotions or care is because betterment culls anyone who exhibits empathy. It goes back to your question of whether I have predator disease.
You definitely do.
Actually, I am the lone Oxel tested by the United Nations to pass an empathy test. I guess I have a prey disease. I've always had softer emotions, and I didn't find social contact grating like most of my kind. Hiding those two, differences kept me alive.
Most Oxor do tire of us talking to them, Lisa noted.
Because they are not interested in your mundane lives. Even if I find it bizarre how you wage war and silence, though your kind are quite intriguing to me. At any rate, I have no way to make friends amongst my own people, and I doubt I could pass as human on your internet.
Oleg chuckled. You definitely couldn't. Your speech comes off as stilted, and you don't seem to know the appropriate response to most things.
I am a little short in practice. Formal speech is my sole outlet, yes, and the things I've done to survive justify calling me a monster. So in essence, I do deserve to be alone. However, it was nice to understand what friendship feels like for a brief moment. Thank you, Farah. I turned my attention back to the cabin controls, satisfied that I'd said my piece to the doser. She had been an excellent friend while our doomed relationship lasted. It was time for me to accept that my isolation was fated. This was why my defective sight was dangerous. Everything I had worked to build was forfeit, including the friendship I'd forfeited it all for. My mind zoned out as I set course for Proxima Centauri, a system the Terrans used as a staging ground. I wasn't foolish enough to fly to Earth again, no matter how sorry Zal claimed to be. However, Farah and these 2 humans needed to be dropped off in UN territory. After that, it was time to face my likely execution, with dignity and grace. Even my smooth tongue would have a difficult time talking a way out of this with Gisnell. He's livid. A handful of pricks registered at the tip of my tail, and startled me half to death. My conscious mind barely reacted in time to prevent a devastating lash. I froze up, trying to assess the situation. If those blasted primates were poking me with a sedative, I was going to rip their throats out this time. I wasn't keen on being on UN custody again. The poking sensation moved up my spine, as if tiny hooks were ascending my sloped posture. I inhaled heavily through my nostrils, scenting warm blood belonging to the doser. What in the stars was Farah doing? It bewildered me that she'd left the comfort of her blanket, and the overprotective humans crowding it. Farah perched herself atop my skull, right behind my eyes. Okay, we're going to do this together, but you'll have to tell me more about you. I'm sorry, what? I hissed in disbelief. You said you didn't think past saving me. I don't want anything to happen to you. So we should think about it now, together. I'm sorry about Malou. You are under no obligation to speak with me, or continue in this vein of friendship. I am incapable of leaving the ship at the moment, but I would let you mourn in peace.
The Colchians are re-educating my people. I'm not captured now because of you. You're Siffy, and I'm glad I know the truth.
I can smell your fear, Falra. It's very potent.
I am scared of the humans too, for what it's worth.
I jabbed my tail towards the flimsy primates. They're lousy predators. They couldn't hunt with their bare hands if they wanted to. Olek can't even see.
You broke my glasses, arsehole,
the male human protested. The Arxor would still cull you for needing vision goggles. Not that I agree with that.
Lisa narrowed her eyes. What about me? Would I be on the chopping block?
You ask too many questions, and you're repulsed by eating live animals. Most Arxor would space you, just for that.
The female Terran snorted, as her pupils fixated on the doser atop my head.
Oleg's expression gained a bit more levity too, since Farah made herself a physical accessory. Knowing how the human brain worked, the psychotic primates thought the sight was cute. Just having the rodent in my proximity probably made me adorable to them by extension. That thought didn't seem as repugnant to me as it once would. I couldn't believe that Farah still cared about me. I had a friend that accepted my defective physical form. Maybe one day she'd be able to approach me without reeking of terror. Vendel had grown acclimated to humans, after all. With 2 humans warming up to me and a dose's help, perhaps we could find a way to unseat betterment. My sector hadn't been lost yet. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, December 15th, 2136. There were 3 new additions to our personnel as we departed from Silas. The UN fleet caught wind of the incursion on Vendel Prime, alongside every other allied race. The Vendel Republic's homeworld was as valuable to them as one of their own colonies. Humanity couldn't weaken the strength of Sol, but they allocated every resource they could spare. The original allies were going to have every free ship with a gun strapped to it assigned to their fortification. It was expected to be quite the assignment, ensuring that Vendel's system was impenetrable. The crew were allowed to take shore leave on the homeworld surface, though we were expected to stay to be able to return to the vessel within an hour if needed. Many humans brimmed with excitement about seeing an alien planet, including Marcel and Tyler. Slanek, Onzo, and Tillfish had gone with them. The insectoids in question were Bulra and Vernd, 2 of the new passengers on Monahan's warship. Word of the Tillfish child's outburst had gotten back to Marcel, and he put in a word with the captain. The United Nations could take the humor-obsessed kid to Vendel Prime, where he could interact with Terran refugees in a controlled environment. General Bulra hadn't been thrilled about the proposition, but her objections fell silent when the humans whispered something about a predator disease screening. I suspect the United Nations may want to give Bulra a proper diplomatic reception here. She was the sole Tillfish voter against annihilating Earth. But the Tillfish additions to the crew weren't my concern. The 3rd and final new name on our register was a human named Kyra Bari. We picked her up from Vendel Border Outpost. Earth had assigned a resident therapist to the ship due to the stresses and adjustment issues our ship had faced. I recalled Marcel and Tyler's entreaties for me to seek help, so I hesitantly signed up for an appointment today. This meant that I was one of the select few to remain aboard the ship, while others explored Vendel Prime. Samantha also stayed here to grieve alone. Carlos, meanwhile, had rushed off to a bar with some rowdy soldiers. I wasn't in any state to go rabble-rousing in the capital, so I sympathized with Sam, having lost her family. Regardless, it was unlikely I'd get an opportunity to see a professional about my issues outside of downtime. However, as I traveled to Kyra's office, my stomach was twisting in knots. It wasn't like I was unaware of how predator disease was treated. As much as I wanted to be cured of my mental derangement, the thought of subjecting myself to painful remedies frightened me. A severe case like mine would require the more severe fixes. People who were sent to correctional facilities didn't return the same either. Marcel wanted me to do this. It's important to get help, so that you never hurt anyone else, I encouraged myself. Even if your gears don't quite spin as fast after, it's a small sacrifice to squash your impulses. My claws rapped on Dr. Bari's door, and what was left of my spines bristled. The fact was, this current state of existence brought me nothing but misery and self-loathing. It was cowardice not to face my predator's side, so I shouldn't lack the gumption to get this PTSD treatment Tyler mentioned. If the blonde-haired human claimed his species had an effective approach, I was inclined to believe him. Terrans were knowledgeable in medicine, contrary to Zahn's spiel.
"Come in,"
a cheerful voice called out. I forced myself to walk inside, taking in the room. A predator was dressed in civilian pelts, leaning back in a large armchair. Her sepia skin tone was a color that was also seen in gouged fur, and her raven hair rested against her shoulders in a complex braids. A warm smile graced her face, as though she was indifferent to the dangerous nature of her patients. My gaze soaked in the rest of my surroundings, and confusion washed over me. All I saw was a small bookshelf and a desk. On the far wall, Kira was gesturing to a human-sized couch, which was complete with pillows. I was stupefied that she seemed unarmed. There were no restraints tied to the couch, no sedatives on the table. All I could see was a clipboard in her hands and a tissue box on the table. "Where are the brain scanners and the electroshock machines?" "Hello, doctor." This medical professional was separate from the ship physician. She was the closest to what we called an extraneous behavior identifier. It was amusing that even predators needed such an occupation to keep their society civilized. "What do you need me to do?" Kira's binocular eyes jerked over to me. "Sit on the couch, Sovlin. I've been expecting you." "Okay. I'm sitting, and I promise I won't resist whatever you need to do. I want to get better and be a proper part of the herd."
"What I need to do? You're here to talk to me about any topic you feel comfortable with."
"Yes, but after."
"What is it you think I'll do after? You're the first alien patient I've had, and it seems that many of the non-terrestrial crew are scared of speaking to me. The stigma around mental health has been fading on Earth for the past century, so I can assure you, humans won't view seeking help as a sign of weakness."
"I know. My Terran friends encouraged me to come here."
"That's excellent to hear. I'm here as a resource, a bridge between aliens and humanity in our joint venture. Please explain what the perceived issue is, Sovlin, so that I can begin to address it in my outreach. I don't want other non-terrestrials to see me as something to avoid." I drew a shuddering breath. We all know your work is necessary, but if you get diagnosed with late-stage predator disease, few people want to be incarcerated, shocked, or sterilized. The side effects of the meds, or for even mild cases, are debilitating. Also, when the diagnosis gets out, you'll be ostracized from society and employment. I know that, and I'm still here, because I can't live like this." Dr. Bari's jaw slackened, an immediate failure to mask her surprise. Her eyes widened as a mix of horror and outrage filled her pupils. The human took several seconds to collect her thoughts, and I forced myself to hold her stare. Even a predator must wish that she was armed around a self-diagnosed madman. Perhaps she was upset that I'd slipped under the radar for so long. I'm floored. That retreatment of mental health is somehow more atrocious than our methods in medieval times," Kyra said. "First off, I can guarantee that no human will electroshock or sterilize anyone here. The only case in which you would be incarcerated is if you voice an immediate threat against yourself or others." I chewed at my claws with anxieties. "I understand. If I have predator disease, I am a threat to the herd, and you'll remove me, as it should be." "We do not remove the mentally ill from the herd. By a direct threat, I'm referring to stating clear intent to harm someone. That is the only time authorities will be alerted. Otherwise, everything you say is confidential. If I spoke to anyone outside these walls about your sessions, I would lose my license. None of today's words will be shared." I don't understand. Why would you lose your license? Are humans insane enough to not warn people of their deviance? My goal is to help you understand yourself and find healthy ways to address your feelings. And just because someone doesn't experience the world in the same manner as us, it doesn't make them a threat. It doesn't mean they deserve to be cast out without a lifeline. But predator disease patients attack people. A very small number of mentally ill individuals are violent, Sovlin. Mental health is more complicated than classing a condition as predator disease or not predator disease. So what? We're just going to talk, nothing else. And this is magically going to make my illness go away, right? We'll talk. Any diagnosis made are for you to better understand how your brain works. I may recommend that you seek evaluation for medicine.
if I feel that it is in your best interest. However, this would only be to tackle specific neurochemical imbalances. I snorted to myself, unable to believe the inefficacy of this therapy. To think that Kyra Bari was a licensed medical professional for performing the duties of a talk show host. What a waste of higher education. How would she determine that I had a neurochemical imbalance without any testing technology? I am never going to get my predation cured. Tyler and Marcel think I can talk it out of the system. Stupid predators. You'd think a violent species like humans would get the importance of catching outliers. I had listened to Dr. Bari's speech, calling mental health a complex issue. If a certain number of patients were bound to be violent, how did a Terran's conscience let them take zero preventative measures? There was nothing complicated about allowing sick-minded people to wander among the herd. There might be ill humans amongst this crew, and Kyra claimed that she wouldn't warn us all at all. I didn't understand how Terrans without predator disease accepted dangers in their midst. We had to encourage them to take mental illness more seriously and root it out at a young age. There would be public outcry on Earth's public realized that they were being exposed to twisted individuals. I couldn't wait to get out of this office and scoff about the bunk science to Sam. The therapist cleared her throat. I can sense that you are skeptical, Sovlin. I need you to take your session seriously and trust me to help you. Can you give our methods a chance? Sure, whatever. I didn't need to tip the human off to my plans, to ridicule her entire practice. I did sign up for this. You told me up front that you can't live like this anymore. I commend your courage in seeking help, and I can promise you, you'll attain a deeper understanding of who you are as a person. If I might ask, what makes you think that you have predator disease? I took joy from hurting Marcel Frazier. The only time I feel happy is when I kill an Arxor. I am violent, reckless, and filled with hate. I'd love to hear more about the specifics of your emotions. Where would you suggest those feelings stem from? Still not locking me up. I just admitted to violent tendencies, and how good it felt, at the time, to torture an innocent human. Gritting my teeth, I decided to tell Kira a small amount. Predators disgust me, no offense. It's been years. The Goges were fending off a brutal assault, and I was a ship captain. Our defense was going poorly, right up until the desperate charge I'm famed for. Just before we drove them off, I was on a call to wish my daughter a good night, when Arxel ships reached our neighborhood. For some reason, I began to spill my past in rambling fashion. Kyra would prompt me whenever my words dried up and jot notes down on a clipboard. The human didn't discourage the free flow of tears. I was ashamed of how they poured over with every word. The tissue box came in handy, but for some reason, I couldn't stop opening up about the painful topics. A significant amount of time breezed by as I recounted my family's death. The tale carried all the way from my suicide charge to the funeral. The astute therapist picked up on my feelings of guilt for the failed defense of the cradle. The Terran was patient. When I broke into hysterics, unable to speak for minutes, she then coaxed me into recalling good memories about my family, including the day my daughter, Hania, was born. We touched on how I wanted the Arxel to suffer like I had, and how I had came across Marcel's patroller. With each passing day of staring into his eyes, I was reminded how every gory detail, as my daughter was ripped apart, the idea that humans were plotting that against the Vendel enraged me. Zahn's intel convinced me that they were an evil race. Meanwhile, my own first officer was being enraptured by the monster. It was unacceptable. I had to kill Marcel. I wanted him off my ship because I thought his thirst for blood defined him. Kyra didn't bat an eye as I recounted my heinous acts. She allowed me to discuss the first evidence I saw of human empathy at the border outpost. The therapist listened with calm nods while I recounted the horror of seeing my homeworld demolished. My ignorance of humanity's true nature caused that tragedy. Faced with video evidence of Terrans dying for our civilians, I couldn't hide from the fact that they could feel like us. After that last word spilled from my mouth, I hugged a wad of tissues to my snotty nose. Perhaps she understood the cradle's loss, given the undeserved attack on Earth. However, there was no question that I had brought condemnation on our race. That was without even broaching the topic of Seleni's revelation, that our species was predatory ourselves. Enough of Kyra's time had been wasted, listening to me sob all over myself. I slumped my shoulders and waited for her judgment. Thank you for sharing that with me, the human said. I can't imagine how difficult it's been to have all this on your chest and to deal with such a horrible loss alone. I'm sorry."
My head snapped up. "You're sorry? I just dumped my issues all over you."
"You did no such thing. The intense emotional reactions you described, as well as the flashbacks and the depression, all fit the post-traumatic stress disorder. What that means, in severe situations, trauma can cause lasting changes to your brain. You become stuck in that moment. There are steps that we can take to mitigate your symptoms, including cognitive behavioral therapy and gradual exposure therapy."
"I don't understand."
"You don't have to. We are well past our time, but this was an important first step. You did a great job opening up to me. I'd like you to come back tomorrow so that we can continue this conversation."
I guess I can. You're a powerful listener. Humans are so attentive, with your eyes and all."
The therapist set a note down on the table and walked me over to the door. It did feel a tiny bit easier to breathe, having shared my journey with someone without judgment. This PTSD label I'd heard yet again was a human misunderstanding. We knew that trauma could only spark rapid onset of underlying issues, but I did owe it to Marcel to continue these talking treatments.
"Marcel wouldn't have suggested this if he didn't think that it could help, so you have to give it your fair shake. Besides, Kyra seems to be a nice enough person, just misguided."
Dr. Bari pursed her lips. "Before you go, Sovereign, something you said about Marcel caught my attention. What do you mean that he's thirst for blood? Did he exhibit violent traits or behavior?"
"No, never," I answered hastily. "I just meant that your natural predator instincts. It's actually amazing that your empathy suppresses those, without fail. You know, the whisper in your brain to eat us whenever you're hungry. You desire to kill things when you look at them."
"I beg your pardon. We have no such inclinations like you detailed. Is that what you think goes through my mind when I look at you?"
"It's okay. I don't judge you for it. I know you can't help it."
"Listen to me. I'm telling you those predator instincts don't exist. There is nothing to suppress. Please look up the Vendel empathy test and see how we reacted to creatures in pain. Have you ever seen humans respond to blood and gore yourself?" I nibbled at my claws and encouraged my brain to ponder that question. On my first mission, when the UN military freed Gojers from the Orcs or cattle ships, several soldiers had thrown up. The sight of Gojet corpses had left Carlos ashen with disgust. I thought the aversion to gore was strange at the time. The blood hadn't enticed them, though I'd wondered later if that were repelled by their own unwanted appetites.
"Humans were puking on the cattle ships," I replied.
Kyra nodded for emphasis. "That's the normal response. We can be trained to kill, but our natural reaction is to be saddened by a creature in pain, to struggle to pull the trigger on anything we consider a person. Even trained soldiers often cannot shoot another human when it comes down to it."
"You're seriously telling me there isn't the slightest part of you that's drawn to death?"
"Not at all. We don't just look at an animal and want to kill it. I can guarantee the thought of harming Slanek never once crossed Marcel's mind."
"I see, Doctor. Tyler told me humans were aggressive, so I thought—"
"We can have tempers flare up and aren't always level-headed and cooperative. That doesn't mean we like killing. Do you understand?"
"Yes, I think so."
"Good. I'll see you tomorrow, Sovereign. Oh, and if you decide to share any of this, would you kindly spread the word that I'm not torturing anyone? I'm here to lend an ear to any ship member that needs it."
"Okay, I'll put the word out that I've heard you only chat with people."
My mind was reading as I departed from the therapist's office. Humans had no reason to lie about their instincts when they'd come clean about their darkest feelings. I had a hard time believing that full-grown predators enjoyed killing less than I did, but that evidence supported the claim. There was so much about the Earthlings that I didn't understand. It remained to be seen if these sessions offered any benefits, but I decided to go back for a few days. What else was I going to do? While we were docked on Vendel Prime, it would be nice to have a confidant, and if a hand-waving talk treatment had any effects, that miracle would be a welcome surprise. End of chapter. Chapter 111. Memory transcription. Subject: Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 15th, 2136. This was my human's first visit to Vendel Prime, and for that matter, to any alien world in a non-military capacity. Tyler and Onzo tagged along on our escapade, along with Vernt and the miserable Burla. The Tillfish child's outburst unnerved me, until I remembered Marcel's words about people who were harmless but different. Predator disease was propaganda, and these specific symptoms needed scientific evaluation. General Bowler agreed to let the humans observe her child's behavior, which proved that she was desperate for help. I could tell that she would have preferred to return to Sudus. Marcel's reminder that the Federation would torment Vernt might have been the wake-up call Bowler needed. The Tillfish General was still hesitant to leave her son alone with the Predator therapist. However, Vernt wasn't dropping his humor obsession and was making life difficult for his mother. The explanation was said to be coming, but the Terrans wished to stretch their legs before tackling serious matters. Marcel marveled at the circular designs of the roads and even knelt to press a palm to the fall-absorbent sidewalks. Humans didn't stampede-proof their cities, from what I could see on Earth. Meanwhile, Vernt rode on Tyler's shoulders. The blonde-haired soldier had warmed up to the little Tillfish.
Faster! Humans never get tired!
The Tillfish child cheered.
Run across the whole planet!
Blura flicked an antennae suspiciously. That's true enough. Care to explain, Marcel? The red-haired human smirked. I do not. You never do. Where are we even going?
A good question. When I asked, he told me out, I chimed in. Humans are irritatingly non-specific, but trust me, don't ask about them not getting tired.
Byrne played with Tyler's earlobe.
You chase prey forever!
The Tillfish General stopped walking down the streets of Venal Prime as the viability of that guess dawned on her. The blonde-haired human stiffened. His canines gnawed on his lower lip, clearly discomfited. Marcel leapt up from admiring the sidewalk and shot a desperate look at me for assistance. I slapped my tail across his nose dismissively, which earned a disbelieving scoff.
Interesting, Onzo muttered. That explains why our exchange program banned cardiovascular exercise.
Tyler jumped in with a hurried subject change. Hey, Slanek, you asked where we're heading. Wonder Boy here wants to go to Venal Rescue Facility after he's done making out with the sidewalk.
I was just curious what it was made of.
Marcel wringed his hands through his hair. Eyes narrowed with indignation. It looked like obsidian, but come to think of it, I've never asked if Venal Prime has volcanoes.
We do.
Most are dormant, I answered. Bulra still looked rattled by Vern's obsession. Wait, what is a Venal Rescue Facility? A place for exchange pairings that have gone, wrong? Even your answers only raise more questions. Humans have been freeing people from Oxel cattle farms, starting with the Venal. Marshall here, Tyler began. Nah, my name. It's 4 fecking syllables, man. Marcel Fraser. As I was saying, Marshall Fraser wants to tour the rescued Venal's place of residence. Word is, the poor soul's just found out that we have some unfortunate eyes. It's pandemonium. All the places we could go, free on an alien planet, and he wants to be the good Samaritan. No one ordered you to come with me. Hell, I only asked Bulra and the little man because we're meeting with a friend of sorts. She was going to help me explain a few things about Vernt.
I'm surprised that he spent his leisure time on such, serious matters,
Bulra responded. No, of course he would. Tyler pressed his hand to one side of his mouth and leaned towards the Tillfish General conspiratorially. Marcel walks on water. His shit doesn't stink. Onzo gave a devious ear flick.
Don't you mean Marshall?
You mean Marcel?
Vernt agreed.
Nulia will be so happy that your nickname is catching on,
I said, in a sickly sweet voice.
It's so mature of you to accept it. You're a great adoptive father, Marcel.
Ah! Marcel's voice took on a bellowing quality, and he fixed his glare inches from my face. I was unimpressed by his charade, and his dazzling eyes had no effect on me. I'm going to have Monahan start the ship and leave without all of you. The Yodel snorted. Good luck with that. You're the new guy here. Also, if you think that you can give the captain orders, then you're in for a rude awakening. She doesn't feck around. I like her. Onzo's aggression was notable from the moment I met him. He was my first real contact with the Yodel. It had seemed like the lousy joke when I heard that Tyler was accepted into the exchange program. But I realized how little censoring was needed for the species. Once I would have been leery of this fact, but something about their flippancy made sense. Perhaps this young spacefaring race were the only ones who understood the violent undercurrent I'd unearthed in myself. I'm learning to trade predatory quips with the Terrans just like Onzo does. I certainly like him a lot more than Tyler's inexplicable packmate, Sovlin. Interest flashed in Onzo's eyes as he noticed my natural gaze on him. The Yodel wrapped his tail around mine and dragged me ahead of the predators. Despite Marcel's dawdling, we were almost at our destination. The current location of the rescue program was a gated institution per the news broadcast. Terran soldiers stood by the zigzagged entrance and pointed their large assault rifles at the ground.
You are the first herbivores that have treated me as an equal, that hasn't called me a primitive uplift or shown open disgust when I speak aggressively,
Onzo offered. I straightened my ears in surprise. I know what it's like to be disparaged, I guess. Tell you what, you don't call me all Vendel, weak and emotional, and I won't use any names against you, Yodel.
Deal. But I reserve the right to insult you on a personal level.
Likewise, I've been around humans longer than you. I'm learning.
Huh, you're nothing like I thought you'd be, especially from what Tyler said about you. You're not put off by ribbing.
Onzo, I'm not the one to judge you for that. I probably have predator disease.
Shut the fuck up. Never repeat that again, you hear me? You have no idea what they'll do to you. I'm not talking about humans. Your own people will bleed your soul.
Okay, sorry. I'm just saying, without my instincts in the driver's seat, I've been more aggressive and understable. Charging into battle, killing.
Shit, you Vendel were probably all sorts of fired up before the feds got to you. I bet that they went to great lengths to tame you, and you probably were a highly empathetic race from the start. But they distorted that. Pick the parts you like and discard the rest.
They did that to you, the Yodel?
Yes. That's surprising but nice, to have a non-human believe me. Thanks, Lanek.
Onzo broke off our chat, but Tyler raised a questioning eyebrow. Passive concern had lingered in the blonde human's gaze for the entire trip. The Yodel must have shared something with him to elicit this response. The marsupial hissed in annoyance when Tyler rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. Marcel picked up on the tense undercurrent and narrowed his eyes at the duo. Is everything okay? My human asked. Onzo bared his teeth.
It's good that you left Dino on the ship.
Of course it is. Bulra shuddered just thinking of the dog. I'd become partial to the domesticated predator because of its docile behavior.
We wouldn't want that thing terrorizing Vendel at a cattle facility, no less.
Rescue facility, Marcel corrected.
Onzo is right, trust me. 2 humans are terrifying enough to look at. If you're not used to it, you've both been very nice to me and Vern, but it's still a lot. Dogs would have Vendel catatonic on the floor, a public safety hazard.
The Yodel lashed his tail. What I meant is they'd burn Dino alive. Harder to do with him on a ship.
Why burn Doggy?
Vern asked. Because the dog doesn't fit with their narrative of predators being evil, and it should suffer for that. That's why they tried to slaughter the humans. Tyler nudged his friend. That's enough. Kids don't need to be told about death and suffering. You're right. Sorry. The UN guards at the entrance shared a glance, having heard enough of our conversation. They formed a human wall, moving closer together to block our entrance. We deposited ourselves at the facility gate without any of us noticing the journey was complete. The redhead officer showed them something on his holopad and engaged in a series of hushed whispers with the guard. This is a sensitive situation, sir, with a mass panic abounding, the guard said. The only names on that communique are you and the Vendel and Bulra. Even with this Miss Rosario's invitation, such a large group is inadvisable. Marcel shook his head. Tyler and I would be happy to wear masks. Vernt is an actual child, and Onzo is part of our crew. We can't be the only man left out, right? The problem is that these Vendel know what's under the masks now, sir. They think we're slavering predators who go mad for a lick of blood. When they see large groups of us, they think it's a hunting pack. I know it's batshit crazy, but...
Marcel?
A female Terran with dark curls waved a hand at us and flashed her teeth. Sarah Rosario, the human astronaut, had invited us. Come on in and bring your friends. I'm sure that there won't be any trouble. The UN guard stepped to the side and cleared a path. They took a few extra steps back as Bulra passed, which led to me question the wisdom of bringing her here. What if bringing a tillfish around stressed-out Gaians caused them to panic too? This place was a powder keg already. We didn't need to tempt fate. The last thing I wanted was to disrupt crucial work done towards human acceptance. However, the Odyssey astronaut seemed unfazed by the tillfish. The glint in her eyes was a mix of wonder and curiosity. I could only imagine how giddy Sarah had been at first contact, partaking in mankind's first opportunity to examine extraterrestrial life. Marcel and I had encountered this influential human twice, throughout my instincts training and during his painstaking recovery at the outpost. In our first meeting, she had asked if I wanted to seek a new partner to ensure that I wouldn't ditch him in his lowest moments. I think Sarah was pleased when she saw that I cared about him as a person. She probably used to being treated like a faceless monster. The renowned predator sped back to the facility, and our group followed without comment. I saw humans in opaque helmets wandering the hallways. Their posture screamed exhaustion and frustration. On scattered security feeds, I could see Vendel rescues and lifeless stupors. Only a small percent were engaging with the caretakers, and those interactions were filled with tears and fear.
Sarah?
A timid voice came from a spare room where I saw a Vendel poring over an interactive textbook. Her coarse pelt looked a bit ragged, though it was showing signs of recovery.
This says your ancient theaters could house tens of thousands of people.
Sarah quickened a pace. That's right, AC.
Curiously enough, that's still the size of many modern stadiums. You're telling me tens of thousands of humans from primitive hunting days could amass in a central venue, and none of them would kill each other?
Correct.
We can be entertained without any violence. That's remarkable.
That's not that remarkable, Onzo chimed in. The Vendel's head snapped up as our posse filtered through the doorway. She yelped in alarm, and her mottled ears pinned back against her head. Hazy couldn't seem to decide whether to be more afraid or scared, Marcel or towering Tyler. Her fear turned into a full-fledged scream as both humans smiled. The rescue was gone in a flash, shimmying beyond a bookcase. Sarah frowned.
Hazy is shy around newcomers, still doesn't like humans she doesn't know, and has to take breaks even from being around me. It's progress, though. I'm just happy that she let me back into her life.
I don't mean to be rude, but
is there a reason we're here? I was told that you could help with Vernd.
Bora clicked.
Yes. Why don't we discuss this out in the hall and give Hazy some peace?
The Terran scientist steered us back out into the hallway, finding an isolated corner to hold our discussion. She whispered something to Tyler, who flashed her a thumbs-up gesture. The blonde human took Vernd over to the vending machine and allowed him to play with the buttons. I eyed the receptacle with longing, wondering if the predators had imported potato chips. Bilra sported a look of focused concern, worried about what the humans might say.
Marcel says that predator disease encompasses thousands of unique conditions. That means humans likely have a narrower diagnosis for Vernd.
I read what Dr. Bari sent me, and I agree with her advice, Sarah said in a low voice.
And for why my help has been enlisted, I've interacted with aliens at length, so I understand your views on mental health as well as our own. Based on what we've seen, Vernd would benefit from an autism screening with a specialist.
Autism?
Bora echoed. That word didn't translate. Is it, what's the prognosis? What are you doing to do with him?
Well, not to confuse it with the umbrella term predator disease, but autism itself is a spectrum. It can present with any combination of traits and behavior patterns. In general, simplistic terms, social difficulties and repetitive interests are the common denominator. Humans appear to be one of Vernd's special interests.
Okay. How do I fix it? Please, you have a cure to this interest?
It doesn't work like that, Bora. You'd be better off finding ways to help Vernd deal with his unique challenges, rather than trying to change him. We're working with alien biology here, so there's no telling if your brains present the same as humans. But I have a pamphlet here, with an overview of common symptoms in our species.
This can't be happening. You said you could cure him, Marcel.
Marcel scratched his scalp. Vernd is most likely neurodivergent. He's not broken. He's just different. I know in your heart you love him and accept him for who he is. You don't want him to change. You want him to be happy.
And of course, again, we're judging this based on our criteria for our species.
Sarah wagged her pointer finger as though drilling the message into Bora's skull. With the Federation's take on mental health, it's difficult to get an accurate data sense. There's nothing to go off here, and no telling how your conditions mirror or diverge from ours. I listened in contemplative silence and mulled over the qualities that Sarah had outlined. It was a shame that Bora's pamphlet had translated into Tilfish lexicon. I couldn't read the full explanation. The scientist hadn't elicited anything threatening to the herd as part of Vernd's condition. This sounded like a disconnect with social norms and a lack of diversity in interests. Under Federation rule, would a harmless child like this little guy become an outcast? Or worse? Awkwardness caused me to shuffle my paw.
Sarah, would you mind going into a bit of detail about the symptoms on the pamphlet? I'm curious. I'd like to have something in my head other than the predator disease to fall back on.
On Earth, most individuals on the spectrum have sensory issues, she replied. They often don't like change, even minor ones, like when Vernd was told that he couldn't go to Earth. The good news is that Vernd doesn't seem to have a learning or speech impediments we see in the most severe forms. Bora twisted her antennae.
Vernd is very bright. He soaks up knowledge like a sponge. I wish there was something that I could do to help him, though.
There is. Be supportive of his interests and be patient with him. he may need help expressing his feelings appropriately, as well as distinguishing the feelings of others. He might have difficulty relating to his peers, so an accepting mother could lessen his loneliness and his struggles. Tyler approached the group with slow steps, and the conversation hushed at once. Vernt was picking at a package of Terran fruit snacks. Rather than stuffing a red one into his mandibles, the Tillfish child tried to cram it inside the blonde human's ear. Onzo had to laugh at his partner as the big guy swatted at his head. "You fucking terror! Help!" Tyler yelped. Marcel snickered before prying Vernt away from the tall predator. My friend returned the fruit snacks, but was careful to keep the Tillfish out of reach of his auditory canals. Sarah had a good-natured smirk on her face, though Bora seemed mortified by her son's mischief. The Tillfish general scuttled forward. "I'm so sorry, Tyler." "Oh, it's fine." My redhead buddy jumped in. "Tyler's just not used to having anything inside his head. It must be nice for him to see what it's like." The blonde human raised a fist. "Sarah, can you ban him from the exchange program already? That's predatory behavior right there." "Why would I ban the cutest duo in the whole program? Even if I had that authority." The Terran scientist flashed her teeth at me, and I ducked my head. "Seriously, Bora, read the pamphlet. I'll forward information to Marcel about a screening. The advice of a specialist is better than my general knowledge." "Thank you. I appreciate that you've been so kind to a random child. Anyone but predators would." "I don't need a reminder. The last 20 years of my life were like someone else lived them. Feck the Federation," Onzo hissed. Sarah furrowed her brow. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fecking splendid, but I'm going to crack some fossil's skull before I call it even." "Well then, I'll be happy to show you guys around the facility, and we could use the extra hands, paws. There will be no violent or anti-Federation talk around these Vendel, okay? Please, whatever you're going through, leave it at the door." The Yodel flicked his ears in acknowledgement, as all three humans surveyed him with worry. There must be something about Onzo's backstory that only Tyler knew. From what I had gauged, the Federation diagnosed this marsupial with predator disease due to his aggression. He could have been me after my reckless behavior on Silas. Onzo was right when he told me not to use the words predator disease to refer to myself. Even if it was a Vendel's natural state, the humans were the only ones that understood that. I had thought about visiting my family while I was on Vendel Prime and introducing them to Marcel. However, the fact was that I belonged with predators more than my own people now. The dark truth had been right in front of my face. Every time I felt shame over my own transformation, my parents wouldn't recognize me anymore. They would reject me if they realized what a violent man I'd become. It took coming home to realize that the old Slanek was dead. There would be no return to normalcy. End of story. Chapter 112. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Oxor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 17th, 2136. Proxima Centauri was a site of many human endeavors, which I had guessed due to its constant ship activity. The nearest stellar system to Sol had once been where the Zerillian Hospital Fleet massed, to tend to an ailing Earth. Now it was a bastion of human ships and drones. Rapid deployment was possible with the snap of their fingers. This went beyond the colony, which had temporary housing, and the hastily assembled stations around the worlds. The fleet that the Terrans were constructing was enormous and ripe with novelties that I had never seen. Identifying these devices proved difficult, with how out-of-the-box human thinking could be. An excessive amount of patrollers prowling the system, ready to warp off to Earth or Vendel Prime at a notice. Anti-FTL buoys and other mines saturated the system. Even Oleg and Lisa were wowed by the sights in the viewport. Probes propelled by solar sails could maneuver without emissions, asteroids had FTL drives strapped to them, and other debris had engines attached as well. Artificial rods and slabs of metal were ready to be slingshotted at an enemy. There were other projectiles I failed to classify, though I was glad none deigned to attack me. "Fascinating. I thought that visiting a system outside of Sol would lessen the military presence," I murmured. Falra's whiskers twitched. "I had no clue they'd built so many ships so fast." "How industrial powers something else in a war economy, huh?" Oleg rubbed his eyes as he strained to make out the details. "Who knows what secret weapons the UN is ready to deploy? Maybe even the death rays they denied existing during the satellite wars." Lisa looked exasperated as ever. Olek, the Grand Gulf meltdown and those 2 fires were caused by hacking, not a death ray. And don't tell me that's what they want you to think. But it is! The doser giggled as she paced back and forth across my console buttons. I couldn't believe how quickly the prey animal had grown accustomed to me. She seemed determined to help me. Valra had drilled me on every aspect of betterment, from their policy and goals to the powers of Chief Hunter. It didn't seem that there was a suitable way out, but I was hoping the United Nations would have some advice. I stiffened as a blinking icon appeared on my data feed. There's a civilian transport approaching us on an intercept course, transmitting a looping message.
Well, what's it say? Oleg prompted. Lisa crossed her arms. I hope it doesn't say Isif is a fraud and a liar. If he isn't what he claims to be, we're guilty of dereliction of duty. Hey, Siffy, brought an entire fleet just to rescue me.
Bulra swept her tiny tail across the console and bared her teeth in an aggressive gesture.
If that's not an honest and caring, what is? Besides, he hasn't eaten me yet.
I would not dream of such a thing, I asked. The message says that humanity is sending a diplomat envoy aboard. My blood burned as I recalled the last boarding party to breach my ship. Waltzing into the heart of Terran territory again wasn't my first option, but I was in hot water. There was no one else to turn to except the lukewarm United Nations. Knowing General Jones, she'd been keeping tabs on me and expecting a visit. It seems she was able to keep Zal from sicking his dogs on me. Our shuttle hasn't been attacked or confronted. I brought my vessel to a standstill and tried to trust that Jones had the situation under control. Making my shuttle easy to breach should signal my compliance. A thunk passed through the hull as the diplomatic transport latched onto the side. After affirming that an airlock was sealed and affixed to the UN ship, I unlocked the entrance from our side. The 2 UN soldiers, whose formal names were Oleski Bondarenko and Lisa Reynolds, snapped upright. Their postures were as stiff as if someone had jabbed a taser into their spines, and their flat palms looked glued to their foreheads. My maw locked with disdain as I recognized the uniformed man flanking General Jones. She had the nerve to alert Secretary General Zhao of my movements and bring him to greet me. Chief Hunter Isif, Earth's leader proclaimed. We're pleased to welcome you to Proxima Centauri. General Jones offered a smug smile.
Everything you see here is only the tip of the iceberg. If the Kolshians think they can pick off our allies one by one and have us sit by and watch, they're in for a rough week.
We can defend all of our allied territory with the full might of Terra, but we're putting the finishing touches on our military spearhead. If we take the fight to them, they'll have to withdraw their forces, Zhao concluded. I chuckled with derision.
You tried that tactic with Kalsum, and he let his own world burn. You humans have a saying about doing the same thing and expecting different results, correct?
Perhaps it is the definition of insanity. The difference is the Kolshians care about control and defending their core worlds. Gisnil even knows this from what you passed along to Jones. Zhao knows about me.
Sekon isn't blind, Isif. He's not a Fedi, Jones remarked. Five Eyes had some knowledge pertaining to the Dominion's upper echelons that we couldn't explain. Zhao put 2 and 2 together.
As much as I'd like to chew her ear off for withholding intelligence, we can't afford to be divided.
The Secretary General clasped his hands behind his back.
Earth is fully committed to total war. If we don't demolish the Federation's foundations, we can't guarantee our citizens' safety. Would you like to finish Spy Master Jones?
Gladly. In essence, we have no idea what we're walking into. The Kolshians' true strength and any concealed weapons they have up their sleeves. They clearly believe the offer is impenetrable and will need to pass through other species' space to get to them. They know our stealth tactics, so we have to fight.
I narrowed my eyes. So you have to work your way up to the top.
Precisely. The Varsal are the quiet conspirators, and got taken down a notch post-extermination fleet, but they still held out against an Arxor raid with minimal damage. They claim to have committed their entire arsenal, yet they clearly couldn't be further from the truth. We can't discount their trickery either.
That's what we're up against, the Secretary General said. We're calling this Operation Phoenix Fleet, built from the ashes of Earth. Might I give you a personal tour, Isif, as a peace offering between us? Your friends are welcome to join.
The fact was, with my cover in shambles, I needed the United Nations direction just to survive the next week. My interest in interacting with Zal was negligible, but I offered a grudging nod. Oleg and Lisa were given permission to stand at ease,
and relaxed their posture. Jones then sauntered up to the console, inputting a flight course that steered us around the various sites. That glint in her eyes, she already knows the trouble I'm in. Betterment will want my head. Just to cement her disconcerting omniscience, Jones handed Oleg a pair of glasses. The male soldier looked taken aback, muttering something about matching his prescription. I was sure the fact that the UN was spying on me wouldn't embolden his conspiracies at all. Lisa was studying me, and I recalled her suggestion on the shuttle ride before me to defect. As easy as the escape may be, it wouldn't salvage my people's future. The two human soldiers annoyed me at first, but they were growing on me a tiny bit. They felt more authentic and representative of their kind than Jones or Zal. With Jones especially, it felt like she was hoarding information as a weapon. The Oxel never plotted to the lengths that Terrence did. That's why, even with Farah's aid, I failed to recover my facade after saving Malou. As we glided into Proxima System, Zhao gestured to a rocky planet. It appeared to be a testing ground for Bobs, with the occasional missile launches from the planet's surface too. Farah squeaked in alarm, spotting the humans practicing orbital raids. I agreed with the doser, at least in pinpointing Earth's motives. There were no uses for long-range antimatter besides pure destruction. We are practicing precision strikes from above with smaller warheads, and with larger yield weapons too. The Secretary-General pulled up some specs on his holopad, including a few cruise missiles that could be launched from an airdrop platform. Rest assured, my doser comrade, there is a dual purpose for these exercises. Farah's ears covered. You're practicing raiding Federation planets. Do you intend to let any survive? The United Nations is prepared to reciprocate hostile actions after what happened on Malou. However, while civilians may wind up as collateral, they are not explicit targets. The smaller missiles are designed to contain the impact to areas and structures vital to military operations. Then why are you practicing with full-scale warheads? That is training exercise. We are attempting to construct a ground intercept system which can detonate orbital munitions before they hit the surface. It's the same idea as a missile defense system, such as the Iron Dome. We're practicing how many planetary strikes we can intercept and improving our technology, Jones added. Also, with all the reverse engineering we've done, we have many new additions to our fleets. If I may. My shuttle continued on its charted course, peeling away from the testing ground. If Earth had been able to stop missiles before they impacted the ground, perhaps their losses would have been less severe. It was incredible how quickly the humans were improving. Their innovation was unsurpassed, and I could see the beginnings of a galactic superpower falling together. If the Terrans had a few months to get everything in order, this would all be a different story. They are a driven species, to come from their first FTL ship to this in months. Farah's fear scent still lingered in the air, but her eyes glistened with curiosity. I could only imagine how she felt, touring a Predator's killing device after learning that her friend was an Oxor commander. To exacerbate our dilemma, she had watched me tear 4 Colchians apart like it was nothing. I reminded myself to explain to the doser that humans couldn't have done this without allied manufacturing power. Even in a war preparations, they proved themselves a social species that outshone the Oxor. Are you okay? I whispered. This is more up-close and personal view of human killing abilities than you likely intended. Farah chuckled, though the nerves seeped into her tone. I was curious about joining an exchange program, but this is more than I bargained for. I could do with a little more petting and less bombs. Lisa coughed. I heard that. Careful what you wish for. The shuttle approached the drone hub, which appeared to include self-piloted hospital ships. The Terrans wouldn't need to divert any qualified helmsmen to ferry the medics into battle. General Jones fiddled with my console, determining how to highlight items on the viewport. Her binocular eyes sparkled with pride. The drone program was her brainchild. Not only are we experimenting with varying drone sizes and with automating certain functions, even in manned ships, but we've also crafted mini-drones. The spy master's rosy lips turned up, and she highlighted a handful of specs. Small enough to fit in my hand, and you can fly 'em like steered bullets. Good luck targeting something so tiny. My growl vibrated in appreciation. They could find chinks in armor and be rigged to explode, or be used as scouts alongside those solar sail probes you have. I'm glad to speak to someone who appreciates our craftsmanship. Tava, bless her heart, gets this blank look in her eyes when I delve into military details. and General Cam just acts like a cheerleader. I'm not sure he knows what he's applauding.
You've learned of our shield-breaking technology, with how we kicked Shazar's hind end with it.
Shal flashed his teeth, insufferable in his haughtiness.
You see the drones in a simulated engagement portside. They can take out enemy shields now, optimally, without human input. Shield breakers. That's as well and good until they turn the tactic back at you, yes? Element of surprise gone.
Keep watching. The ships that are firing at, look what happens during the shield outage. My pupils surveyed the viewport, and I parted my maw with curiosity. Valra climbed up onto my shoulder, getting a better view at the action. The human armaments were duking it out with phony weaponry, and that included a simulation of shield breaker input. They had accounted for such devices being used against them, after all. Terran craft that lost shields deployed a platform in front of them, which assembled itself into a wall. These fortifications provided an extra layer of defense for human ships, and could absorb lethal munitions being used against them. It was easy enough for the UN to shoot through the gaps, while the enemy's return fire couldn't thread the barrier. I wasn't sure it was the simplicity or the far-reaching effects for such ingenuity that impressed me.
That is clever, Zal. Whenever you are done showing off, I could use your help,
I hissed through gritted teeth. The Secretary General glanced at me. The showing off has a point. We are aware of your troubles, but there's no walking back what happened in Maloo. You should call for an open rebellion against the Dominion. Zhao is right. You have access to the rebel forums, dare to share what you know, and you have the confidence of 2 sector fleets. Jones ascertained. Remind them of how well Earth fed them. We've shipped the non-sapient cattle, which we agreed to at Sidus, to your headquarters. A start, if you're smart with it.
That is madness!
My roar reverberated throughout the ship, making every human but Jones flinch.
We're not ready to fight betterment, not without human help, which you won't give. Food won't fix that.
It's the hierarchy of needs, Isif. Feeding your people will free their focus to fight intelligently. You have access to fleet-wide communications. Perhaps you could offer sanctuary to defectives as well.
What about human help, Jones? You refuse to fight a 2-front war, and you say it as a point, but you haven't expanded upon the purpose of your boasting either.
The Secretary General pursed his lips.
I'll answer that one. What I'm showing you here is that we have a fighting chance against the Federation. We're going to slay a giant, or at least try to. We can't offer you anything today, Isif, but if you make it out of it in a decent shape, humanity will aid you. That's not now! I'm supposed to campaign on hope and an empty promise. I don't make empty promises. Look at how far we've come. You must believe that we can end the Federation. You need to hold out, to keep yourself and your movements alive, until we finish this fight. Will you give it a shot?
Balra twitched her whiskers, a sign of encouragement. If my docile friend thought this crackpot plan was worth the effort, then perhaps I could try to stand up to the might of betterment. An influential Arxor like myself was the leader figure a rebellion needed. I'd proven my might in battle, and I knew how to command fleets. The question was whether I could convince enough soldiers to join me.
I guess we're going to try and overthrow the Dominion, I sighed, ignoring Farah's happy squeak. Humans, if you believe that we could ever have a better future, as I do, you will help me. Any way you can. We will.
Zhao extended his hand, and I gripped it reluctantly.
Not to sound like Jones, but you can't trust anyone. Keeping you alive will be key. You know that. That's why you've wandered for weeks without an armed escort. Your point is, perhaps you would trust the human soldiers for your full-time guards. If Bondarenko and Reynolds here are up to the task, that is, I cannot give them that order in good faith. It's a dangerous assignment, beyond the scope of what any soldier signed up for.
Oleg grinned. Being on the inside of a spy insurrection, shit, sir. I'm in. If it helps the United Nations and swings the balance towards galactic peace, I'm in too, sir, Lisa responded.
I narrowed my eyes. I could live with keeping them around, thank you. And Valra, do you want to stay with the humans? It won't be safe, and there'll be, lots of Arxor. War and death.
You're not getting rid of me. I said we'd figured it out together. Someone's got to teach you how to express your emotions, and who better than a special gal like me?
Zal wandered to my console.
You've got yourself a crew then. Now, let's help you draft your statements, shall we? Unofficially, of course.
If someone had told me before the cradles fall that I would start a rebellion with generals of pack predators, I would have thought it absurd. That was without mentioning the fact that I had one of the smallest herbivores perched on my shoulder. Our unlikely posse began penning the words of sedition, and I wondered whether any Oxel would come to my side at all. The state of affairs in the galaxy was heating up in a hurry. I hoped that Zal's bluster bore tangible results. My species' fate hinged on the human success against the Colchians and the Fossil. For all the primates had accomplished while staring down insurmountable odds, this was a stretch that would determine victors and losers. The military Earth had spawned in a matter of months needed to be enough to take down the Federation's kingpins, or all of us were doomed. End of story. Chapter 113. Memory transcription subject, Glim Venlo Rescue. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 19th, 2136. The days since the raid against Venlo Prime had climbed into double digits. 10 days ago, every rescue learned the Gaian's dark secret. I could recall the panic of being rushed to a bunker by a predator whose name I didn't even know. There were thousands of them packed in my facility, beady eyes glistening in the darkness. It brought back terrible memories, ones I tried to blot out of my mind. I could still recall each of the numbers on my brand, torched into my neck in the Oxel lexicon. I could recite them by heart when I was pried loose and herded around as Grey's plaything. I wasn't Glim. It was as if I observed myself from the outside there and distanced myself from the binocular eyes scanning me as a scrumptious kill. The bunker humans left me overstimulated and slipping back into torturous times. Noah would have known to comfort me, but he wasn't there. The Terran ambassador was neck-deep in the Durtian negotiations, which had borne little fruit. Instead, I'd huddled within the bunker in a shaken heap, feeling claustrophobic and trapped amongst the predators. When the guy who saved me carried me outside, I could breathe again, ever so slightly. How had the other cattle felt, having not already known that humans were under those masks? I knew who they were, and it still had taken me days to process that experience. As an abstract concept, I could handle the reality of the predator infestation on Vendel Prime. My caretaker, by himself, was a welcome sight. I felt the smallest warmth when Ambassador Williams rushed to visit me in the aftermath. It had taken me days to be able to speak with him, though. After the bunker ordeal fried my neurons. Thousands of eyes scattered throughout the periphery, the human presence. I shook my head and prayed that my voice wouldn't leave me today. The Terrans hadn't hurried me along, despite the breakdown of order amongst the rescues. However, my promise to aid them in getting through to the cattle hadn't left my memory. I was supposed to deliver a speech the night of the raid, but I clammed up after the nightmare within the enclosed space. So the Durtian are still ringing us along. Now they're asking to see a rescue from the cattle farms. Noah lightly draped an arm over my shoulders, which made me flinch. I'd zoned out as we were walking towards the auditorium. Clem, are you good? You told me that you were all there. I clasped the folded-up speech notes tighter in my paw. Yeah, perfectly fine. I'm just on edge from the raider. Haven't been able to get out of that headspace. Are you sure that's it? Totally. Say, I'm surprised to see Hasey and Sarah talking. She still screams and hides at every human but Sarah. To think that you and her are rays of sunshine. You are so clearly afraid of us. Yet most rescues have renounced our kind altogether. The majority will never come around. I'm going to try and help you with that. Oh, what were you saying about the Durtian? We need their ships, Glim. It's no secret. The Durtian want to see what we've done for the farm rescues, and that means putting some poor soul through an inquisition. The human rubbed his short scalp, pursing his lips. I found myself wishing he'd don his old helmet. I'd hate to ask even more of you, but I think you're the closest thing we have to an objective voice. I pinned my ears back. If it gets me out of this place, sir, I'll do it. So, you're good with leaving straight from the speech. I don't mean to rush you, but the Federation is knocking on our doorstep. Each day we squander, they're getting closer to us, to our friends. I said I'll help. Leave whenever. Sooner rather than later, I hope. I need to clear my head. Noah donned his mask, and my breathing felt much less strained. The human remained off to the side in the hallway, but pointed to a lectern in a conference hall. Disaffected rescues had been shown to the area, and a few chatted nervously about Predator's intentions. There was a camera to record my words, for the vendor that hadn't been coaxed into the meeting area. I unfolded my speech notes and surveyed the words I'd written before the raid. My conviction had been tested at every turn. I didn't know how I could muster any persuasive abilities. Someone had to give these traumatized Vendel an explanation, if they were to attain any solace. It was shocking to discover the sweet species, who waited on us hand and foot, had the form of our enemy. I leaned closer to the microphone, summoning all of my strength. Hello, everyone. To answer your burning question, the Gaians hide their faces because they know what they are, a predator race. They realize the deepest evils with ease, and their past rivals the Arxor in their horribleness. My voice came out flat, save for the last stutter. Nervous gasps tailed from the audience, and I tried to add gusto to my tone. Their real species name is human. The Federation has known about these wicked flesh-eaters for centuries. As an exterminator and someone who has faced the same evils of captivity as you, I've encountered the worst predators. They are everything I've fought against, and then some. Noah stiffened in the hallway. Several Gaians began to start towards me, perhaps to cut off my speech. They thought that I was generating additional panic. I could feel my caretaker's awful eyes on me through the helmet before he decided to trust what I was doing. The Terran ambassador extended an arm, holding his colleagues back. Scrawled in red ink, I read my hasty additions to the speech, which I'd tacked on last night. Addressing the current events was important, both for these Vendel and myself. This was about reminding myself why these primates were nothing like the Arxor who tortured us. But all of you know that humans act kind and endearing to us. You saw them save Vendel, while the weaker predators cowered alongside us. That was what really happened, Glim. You saw it. Your logical brain knows this. But it's like someone turned a faucet of memories back there. Thousands of them locked in with us for hours, across from makeshift hospitals their people set up, inundated with fear scents and copious amounts of blood. The EMTs clasped packets in their hands and didn't drink them. The Gaian seemed taken aback by my last note, but among the crowd I saw a few tail swishers recognizing that oddity. There had been many things I'd recognized in the outside world, which suggested the predators had carved out ordinary lives here. Vendel and human intermingled across the capital, and banded together in war. Clearing my throat, I hurried through the last bit of my speech. I escaped this very facility weeks ago, and the world I saw wasn't enslaved or suffering. I saw these predators playing fine-stringed instruments, trading fruits, and talking piteously about us. My caretaker pulled me back from an oncoming train, saving my life, and he held me when I mourned my familial tragedy. He felt empathy, as proven by our scientific tests, and he didn't shy away from his species' worst moments. Humans, Gaians, they aren't the least bit predictable, but I believe that they won't harm us today. Is that enough? All I can say is that we've seen them do more than kill, inside and outside these walls. Despite knowing the danger of predators, the Vendel decided to trust them. We have to trust the herd, or we have nothing. I flicked my ears a single time and slunk away from the podium. That was the best declaration I could drum up for the rescues. I hoped that it was what the humans wanted from me. Perhaps Noah wished that I was less honest about their flaws, though he didn't challenge me. My helmeted caretaker merely waved a hand and guided me outside to a car. Being locked in an enclosed space with the predator jogged the horrible memories again, but I kept that thought to myself. I tried to shut off my brain, hoping to disassociate during transit. Fielding dirty questions on behalf of humanity's diplomatic outreach program might be a good way to ground myself. It was a distraction, at least, one which I was relieved to have. Why couldn't I get better? The ornate exterior of the governor's mansion sparkled in the sunlight as he pulled up near the reception lawn. A female avian with dull grey feathers waited under an awning. She was clearly expecting our arrival. It was uncommon to see a Dirtian outside their system, since their species denounced individual ambitions. Setting out to a foreign world on your own went against the homogeneity's collectivism. I risked a glance at Noah, who had long since abandoned the helmet. The human ambassador was unusually quiet, with a despondent look tugging at his lips. At first, I presumed it was because I was ignoring him, but he didn't even notice we had arrived at our destination. Reaching out with a hesitant paw, I jostled his meaty hand. The Gaian blinked in rapid succession. Do I really want to know what he's lost in his head about? Noah, what's wrong? I murmured. The astronaut forced a snarl. Don't worry about it. You have your own problems, Glim, which are much heavier than mine. Besides, we've got to go. The Dirtian ambassador is right there waiting for us. She can wait 10 seconds for you to tell me. I'll feel better knowing. If I tell you, will you promise to get out and talk to the Dirtian without any additional questions or comments to me? Fine. The stampedes. I can't stop thinking about it all. The bodies, the calamity. Thousands died, even with our help. Tarver says that's normal during emergency evacuations on Vendel Prime. That's what you're pruning about. It's sad, Noah, but there's nothing you can do about it. No, I just could have done things differently before. I know for a fact that everyone on this world was sent to bunkers when Sarah and I first showed up. How many people did we kill by saying hello? Those casualties were directly caused by our arrival, an unintended consequence. Oh. Remembering my promise not to press no further, I slid out of the car. There was nothing I could say to comfort him, unless he was feigning empathy to tug at my heartstrings. He must have noticed that I was pulling away from everyone in the wake of the raids. It was never certain his feelings were authentic. The human ambassador's gaze scorched into my back, and he shimmied out after me. With forced cheeriness, he waved to the Dirtian ambassador. Ambassador Koji, it's wonderful to see you. Noah's abrupt shift in demeanor left me questioning just how well he could act. This is Glim. He was rescued during an exchange negotiated by the UN Secretary General. I've been helping him settle back into Vendel life. Koji's bill was lengthy and curved, and looked threatening when it was pointed towards me. The Dirtian studied me with a haughty aura, not saying a word. The lack of basic greeting soured any goodwill I had towards this avian, but I remembered what Noah said about the importance of gaining their ships. Humanity must have endless patience to keep trying that diplomacy without any results. Glim, say something, the human prompted. I curled my lip. Hello? Apologies for his shortness, Madam Ambassador. I'm sure you understand the trauma he's recovering from. Feel free to ask him any questions you like. I'd rather do it without the humans monitoring him, Koji clicked. The Dirtian's cold request rubbed me the wrong way, with how she was giving orders as a guest. If Noah was fazed by being told to sod off, he didn't show it. The Terran dipped his head in a respectful gesture and backed away with careful steps. His pupil studied me with concern as I straightened my ears to show that I could handle it. Well, I'll leave you two alone for a few minutes, but I'll have to circle back shortly. This is only Glim's second time out of the facility. His welfare is important to me. The Predator responded, to be greeted with silence. Okay, then, good luck. Noah seems more awkward than usual. I can't blame him, not receiving any positive cues from the Dirtian. Koji inspected me once, then the Gaian vanished. Has the human talked about Malu at all, Glim? Malu? The Dosa homeworld? I asked. I'll take that as a no. In short, the Kolshians raided the planet and are doing stars knows what to the populace. These Terrans made sure to give us all the details, but they care so little for their allies. It's just propaganda to them. They use it as a tragedy to show how the Federation is done, yet they're doing nothing to take it back. They won't protect their allies when push comes to shove, except for Venlo. I thought you wanted to talk to me about the cattle rescues. I don't know why you're talking to me about this. Because you've heard what they really think. You won't just defend them blindly like your government does. Humanity could glass a homeworld and Tarvo would be on television the next day talking about how wonderful they are. They just want our ships. They think the homogeneity doesn't know they plan to use us and discard our lives. Ambassador Koji, What incentive do we have to go against the Kolshians? We don't want to fight them. We don't even like humans. They're loud, selfish, and brutish in the presentable versions of themselves. Noah's happy to woo us into getting slaughtered and fan the flames of war. I don't like him either, and I want nothing to do with their whole alliance. Listening to someone else insult my caretaker boiled my blood. Despite my jumbled emotions, it was true, by the ambassador's private admission, that humanity was trying to flip neutrals to their small alliance of manpower. However, if the Federation had actually raided the Dosa's homeworld, how could that be turned against Noah? These Dirtian were just wasting the Terrans' time, and that pissed me off. You're a fucking moron, I screamed. You could use the humans to your advantage. If you were smart, you'd realize that they were desperate and set the terms. You want to be protected, then specify that. You could probably ask for their help freeing dirt and cattle too. They're good at that. I'm not sure what you want from them, but they'll do it.
The long-billed avian leaned back. To our advantage? Involving ourselves with attacking fellow herbivores, it's out of the question. They'll bring torment upon us, and the Terrans can't even fend them off.
Why don't you involve yourself solely with stopping attacks? For the love of stars, all you have to do is send a few ships to human allied planets. I don't get why you wouldn't want to send a clear message before the Kolshians turn on you or your friends. It's Arxel behavior, and it must stop. If Maloo is being blundered, that's disgusting.
I agree, Grillim, but this is why none of the races who talk to humanity will pledge support. It's hard to stick your neck out.
It's not hard. You want the humans to save the Dosa, and you know damn well they don't have the numbers. Why? Because you won't lift a wing to help. You don't have to publicly declare support or do a thing you don't want to do. Help care for the rescued cattle from Silas battle. Defend prey from attack and nothing else. If you want Maloo recovered, then you and dozens of others need to contribute.
Panicked footsteps ran down the walkway, so Ambassador Noah must have heard the commotion. I'd raised my voice to a staggering level in my initial outburst. His binocular eyes were wide with alarm, and he raised his hands in a placating gesture. I could feel anger simmering off for him, as he all but wrenched me away from Ambassador Koji. The Dotian was stewing over my words, and she studied the Predator for several minutes.
I have a proposal, Predator. You get this one chance to accept it, and you may not counteroffer.
Koji moved her beak inches from Noah's cheek, and I could see my caretaker trying not to shy away.
We'll send a few dozen ships to your weakest willed garrisons. We will only intervene in the event of an attack on prey. That means not Earth. And no offensive aid. You have no control of our ships, and you don't order us around.
The Terran looked surprised.
Oh, I wasn't finished. Furthermore, we will not be openly on humanity's side. We don't want to fight the Kolshians. Unsure of their capabilities, nobody does. We will reach out to the dozens of our allies to help retake Maloo. A full-fledged attempt to reclaim it is mandatory condition of this deal, and we expect humanity to send the bulk of their force. It has been days, and you've done nothing.
We wish to help, really, but there's 40,000 of them. The number of ships we have to send to contest their claim to the world would be too high. We couldn't afford to take those kinds of losses, or to merely lose half of the craft we send. Even if we succeeded, we'd be leaving every other system, including our own, open to attack.
I don't care about your system. I care about the Dosa, and I expected thousands of your ships in the rescue fleet. Do you accept our terms?
Yes. Yes, we do. Thank you,
I'm leaving. Quit talking.
It was striking how Koji deigned to speak to Noah, and how casually the human brushed off the insults. His brown eyes watched as she fluttered over to the reception lawn. The visitor boarded her spacecraft in a hurry. The Predator leaned back and waited until Dirtian had taken to the skies. Ambassador Williams then flashed his teeth, throwing an excited fist pump in the air.
How did that happen? What the hell did you say, Glim? The guy asked. I mean, first off, I don't have any of the authority to make that deal, but I'm sure the UN will accept it. Besides, if I didn't say yes, she would have taken it off the table.
I tilted my head.
I told her she should set the terms. That's what the Dirtian really wanted. Control. Sorry that she, took my advice in a forceful direction. Aren't you angry? Oh, not at all. You're brave. Wonderful, Venlil. You just gave us the ability to increase our friends' defense and try to take back Maloo. We can win this war. Peace. That's all we want in this whole wide universe.
The Predator was radiating excitement, though the impact of this moment was starting to hit me. I might have just tipped the war's balance in humanity's favor. There was no telling if the proclaimed intentions of peace would end up being the truth. Dwelling on that wouldn't help my shattered mind, though. A federation that bullied its own people into submission and used secret fleets for conquest was no better than whatever Earth would do. Noah seemed to have a good heart, so I needed to continue accepting that at face value. The rest of his kind were ambiguous hunters to me, but I knew his character was pure and polite. He was deserving of my trust. It remained to be seen how the Terran Alliance fared in the next battles, but I hoped that they'd retake Maloo and kick the Kolshians in the teeth. End of chapter. I would quickly like to thank our Tier 5 patrons, Dragzoon WRE, Quantum Wednesday, AmbroseKTal,
Lord Asrical, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, and Arcadian. Thank you very much.